y'all to know that this isn't true. This isn't true yet. Like all the stuff that he's saying isn't true yet. You can't do any of this in the music industry. It was rigged the entire time anyway.
But moved with their Albanian parents to Kosovo during their childhood. At 15, they returned to London alone to pursue a career in music, navigating the challenges of living between two very different cultures. Person B was born in Barbados during the 80s and faced their parents separating when they were young. Later, they moved to the United States to pursue a career in music. Person C was born in the noughties. They grew up in a multicultural household with one parent from Kenya and the other from England. Their parents adored music. No matter who you are or what you may believe now, when we are born, we do not...
Y'all give me 1 second. Get myself situated. Oh, you over here. Go ahead, King. You can chill right here. That's fine with me, son. Flip the camera. Myself set up, y'all. Let me step out real quick here, watch out. Come back when I get back. Come on, King. What's that? All right, what up, y'all? King, what's up, man? You wanna come sit over here with me? Good to be back on desktop. I ain't been on desktop since early today. So it's good to be neon. Hey, what up, Stacy? Good to see you in here real quick. Glad to have you in here for another day on the Uncathon. We're getting there a little bit closer every day. It's been fun, though. I've been doing something different every single day that's been helping me to grow and be a better person, to be honest. That's what the main theme was. And just to show that it's possible, really. Like, you don't see me on here doing nothing crazy. You don't see me on here doing nothing that's ill-mannered. I just got done reading and doing some math problems with Eli. And we did his project. Look at that. And we did his school project. So, I am quite proud of myself and my son. So, let me jump over to the big screen real quick. Still ain't in time. I want it to be more so over here. There we go. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stacy. That just made me smile and feel good just then. Hey. You seeing the growth too. I know you're seeing the growth. Just the way that everything is moving and coming together. Dang, I can't even be out here with him. Yeah, I can't even be out here with him. Let me a one-on-one warm-up real quick. Alright, let's go.
Check. You no good. You can't shoot. Check it. Hey. Yo, check it. Rick, you garbage. You can't even make a layup. Okay, Shaq, 2-2. I told you. Trash. Check it. Strong, baby. 2-4. Go, Jack. Trifecta. Check it. Runway. Check. 4-7. Check. Here we go. That's the way I push it down. Take it. Miss. I don't know why you're taking that shot. Check. You can't. Yo, check it. 13. Oh. Check it. Hey. 13-6. You make it Brick City now. Check. Here we go. Tech. You got it. Shooting. Check. Yeah. 6-15. That's a miss. You ain't got it today. Check it. Oh, yeah! You better get more VC, baby! Here we go, check! Check up! You ain't got it today! Check it! Don't tell me you missed that on purpose. That's my ball now. Check. That's that's power, baby. 14. Now what? You go down. Ready for that air.
I take that. Take that. Oh, it's not on? I thought it was. I forgot I turn it off when I go do the IRL. Hey, I've been in here the whole time. A hooper? Oh, that's because them wreck losses. What up, though, Chris? Let's go, baby. I'll play one more. Put my glasses back on. Put my glasses. Yeah, playing in the wreck. Playing in the wreck. Drop me back down to bronze. I didn't even know.
Check.
Good block.
Dare you check it?
Oh, let me get my fingers right.
Check it. Zero 5. You can't fly with me.
Let me get my fingers right. I'm sliding all over.
Yo, check it. Rick,
I'll take that.
check it. Check up. Yo, charge two. Check it, baby. Clear the runway. Time to 6. Check. Go.
Too early. Okay, I felt it.
Here we go. Check.
I'm thinking too hard.
Check it. 8-7. Miss. Come on. Really? Check. Yeah, baby. Trifecta. Hey, yo, check it. 7 to 11.
Oh,
Check it. You garbage. Can't even make a layup. I don't know why you
took my mind off the prize. Oh,
Oh yeah! You better get more VC credit. Make it Brick City now. Here we go. Check. Pass a miss. Not in my house. Check.
Okay.
Check ball. Check. Check it. Don't tell me you missed that on purpose. You ain't got it today. Check up. Check it. 12 to 13. Yeah. Check 12, 15. That's an air ball. Check 17. Ah, that's power, baby.
Need to play more than 2K. This shit night quill. Yeah. You say I need to get on that Star Wars again? If you still out there, Chris. You still out there? Where you at? Where you at? Nah, you say I need to. This ain't day 4. This day 5. I should keep putting that old. What's the name up there? But yeah, you say I need to I need to play that Star Wars again. Hey, appreciate the likes, Jay Moore. How you feeling, bruh?
Check. Rick. You garbage. You can't even make a layup. Oh! Here again. I dare you. Yo, check it. Trifecta. 0-3. You no good. You can't shoot. Check it. Check it. 3-2. missed that on purpose. That's a miss. Yeah! Here we go, Jay. That's my ball. You gonna call that? This is too easy. Here we go. 25. Check ball. Check. 11. That's an air ball. I told you. You trash. Check it.
Game time, baby. Hey man, I hope work pick up. Well, hope work end for you soon enough to get you home and get you rested.
Check. Rick, that's my ball, baby. Check it. Yo, check it. Five with me.
Yo, need to practice on your shooting.
Trifecta.
Yo, check it. 2 to 3.
Check it. Check up.
Yeah, you said it always be going in the microphone.
Check.
You know, hold on. I gotta tell my story as to why I don't turn it off. Why I've never turned it off.
Check. Pessimist. I don't know why you taking that shot. Check it. Check ball. Check. Yeah. Check it. 2 to 20. Check.
So the reason I ain't never turned it off is because that vibrating is one of the main reasons why I got PlayStation 5. It's that feedback on the button that I like. Like I like that. When it be kicking back, I be holding the button and be like, because that mean you running into the person. But I think Jay Moore said that same thing. Like, you know, or somebody else said that same thing to me. Like, you know, you can turn the controller vibrating off. Like, yeah, I know, but then that I remember when they put so the very first PlayStation controller didn't have the rumble. There was no rumble to it. It was just a controller. It didn't even have analog sticks. It just had a D-pad and triangle, square, X, and O. And the top buttons and the L1, R1, and all that. So I remember when they first came out with the controller with the vibration on it. And when you go in and you doing stuff, you can feel it vibrating in your hand and all of that stuff. So, yeah. I am 35. When the Uncathon is over, I'll be 36. Welcome to the Uncathon, Rich. Let you see me. Yeah, welcome to the Uncathon. I'm gonna eat one more piece of candy. Nah. Sorry to eat these all loud. Hold on. Yeah, bro, I'm only 35, bro.
Here we go.
All right, let's get it.
I got him! I got him! Who got ball?
What was that? Good finish. Oh, come on. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. I couldn't get there to help you out, bro. Please.
That's all you! Don't get hit! Push the pit!
Come on, man. Nobody helped me around none of them screens. Anyone? Good block.
Yo, right here! Help! Screen!
That shit out of you. Get it out. What the? Bruh.
Oh, come on, bust that, baby!
is 47 though. I always be joking, man. I just can't get away from it. Hey, yeah, I had ran up under him when he did that layup. All right, let's see what's up.
Ball. Oh, knock that in. Help. Come on, hit that, man. I got ball.
Good pass.
Kick it out. Shot.
Come on. Ooh. Did he just get his own rebound? Oh, his man's got it. I can't even hit the three. There you go. Thank you. I got stuck. Oh, that was you. Good pass. Take. Somebody got to be down here with us to rebound, man. Who the heck is texting me like that? My fault, fellas.
No shot!
Yeah, because I should have made that layup.
That's all you! Come get it! Set up! Set up! Hey, you got it. Come on, come on. Ball, ball, ball! Out, out!
Dang, I should have jumped. Take. Yeah, what's up, Daquan? I hope you still out there. You know I got the daily 2K grind going on. Daily. My bad. I ain't see got a hat. I got a hat on. I got a hat on. Got a hat on today. Yeah, what's out? My bad. I ain't see none of that until just now, bruh. Trying to win this game. Hey, appreciate the follow bump down 556. Hope you great out there.
Take it up top. Hey, up next. I got you.
Yeah. I wonder if am I getting any chats on here? Oh, I'm not. Okay. Ah, that was hard body.
Check.
I got him, I got him!
0-3.
Oh, hit that! Hey, yo, right here! Stay on here!
Flush it down.
Hey, who got here?
10 and 19.
10-5. Who got ball? Oh, get some! 8-10. Give up, baby! Get it!
Keep taking that strong. You can't guard me.
Hey, balance it out!
Oh, there you go. There you go. You go. That's you. That's you.
Man, way to get it! I hear you.
8-14.
I got ball!
10-14.
Playmaker, man. Oh, for sure.
14-10.
They coming!
Check it.
You got it. All right, come inside. Hey, come inside. Come get this. Hey, drop that shot.
Hey, yo, right here, right here. 0-2.
Screen coming.
Yo, check it.
What's the rip that. Come on.
Hey, yo, right here.
Yo, watch him. Hey, who's that?
Who got next? Check. Check it. Yo, check
Hey,
it.
what's up? Bump down 56556.
Brick. Too strong.
How you feeling? I'm just now seeing the chat. I hope you're still in there.
layup. Miss. Check. We go. Here we go. Check. You gotta make those easy buckets. Yeah, you better get more VC, baby. Howard.
6-10.
I gotta change my dribble style back because that little throw over shit is getting on my nerves.
Here we go. Check.
How you gonna call that?
Check. Now what? 6-12. You no good. You can't shoot. Check ball. Check. Check.
12-8. Trifecta. 12-11.
Good one. That was a good one.
You can't fly with me. Here we go. Here we go. Check. No way. Check up.
Yeah. Check it.
12-15. I told you, you trash. This is too easy.
Check. 15-14. Oh, no way. Ah. Ball. On ball. No way. 16-17.
Come on, Dan. You supposed to say that.
The way I flush it down. 16 to 19.
Good shot.
Yo, who got next?
Who is that? T-Lane. What's up, T-Lane? How you feeling? I'm alright. I ain't complaining. I ain't doing too bad. Just in here playing some 2K. Well, still getting this 2K on. How your day go today?
some in. Check it. Check it. 15 to 20. Point 19. I don't know why you taking that shot. Check. Check. Out. Here we go. Check. Check. Yo, who got that?
I gotta go change my dribble style back because I'm gonna play a couple more. Yeah, Jimmy Butler is not where it's at.
Check. Rick, you no good. You can't shoot. Check it.
Trifecta!
Yo, check 0-3. Yeah. 0-5. Oh, baby. 0-7. I told you, you trash. Miss! You garbage! You can't even make a layup.
Yeah, baby, trifecta!
12. That's a miss. All me. Here we go. Check. Check. 12. Tag. Woo! We go down. 13. Ready for that L. Ah! Oh, yeah! 12, 15. VC, baby! You ain't got it today. Check ball. Check. Power, baby. Here we go. Check. Check up. Check it. 16. I can hit us from anywhere. 15 to 19. Yo, who got next?
Fuck
Elwood.
off my court.
Check. Brick. Oh! Check it. Hey, you garbage. You can't even make a layup. Yo, check 0-2. Really? Check it. Check up. Yo, check. Boom, baby. Check it. 2-2. You 4. Miss. You no good. You can't shoot. Check. Here we go. Clear the runway.
10.
Check up, that's fine. Check. That's the way I flush it down.
Trifecta.
He's going down. Get ready for that air.
That's a oh yeah! You better get more VCB. Ten to 15. You can't guard me.
10-17. Check ball. Check.
Check it. 17-12. Ah, that's power, baby. Seventeen, 16. Check it. 17, 18. That's the ball. Get in. Check 17 and 20. Check those easy buckets.
Check. Check it.
Check.
11-4.
Here we go. Here we go. Check.
That's my ball now.
Billy. Check it.
I told you. You trash.
Check.
That's a miss. Don't tell me you missed that on purpose.
Check it. Check. Check.
You can't fly with me.
Ah, that's
Power, baby.
I don't know why you're taking that shot. Check. Here we go.
15-8.
Yeah. Here we go. 15-10.
Don't tell me you missed that on purpose.
Check.
Yeah, baby, trifecta. Woo!
Check.
10-18. That's an air ball. Yo, who got next?
All right, this is my last one.
Check.
Check it.
Rip that.
Flush it down. Hey, this. You gotta make those easy buckets. Check. Here we go.
Yeah, baby. Back up.
14. 4-16. You can't sit me.
Coach, you trash.
Check it. Here we go. 6-18. Check. 6-20. I don't know why you're taking that shot. Here we go. Check.
That's a miss.
Oh, yeah! You better get more, BC, baby!
All right, y'all. The Uncle-thon is about to start closing out for the evening. But we'll be right back with you tomorrow. As usual. Instagram. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. It was fun. Daquan always coming through here with the nonsense. Him and his brother. Let me get y'all boy right. Alright. Peace.
it's that feedback on the button that I like. Like I like that. When it
Y'all, this was our seat right here in the our table right here.
Sorry, y'all. I'm looking at my phone. Oh, let me get ready to go to bed. That's gonna take forever. I gotta find a better way to do it. All right, let's get ready to go to bed.
I'm telling you. So I no. I said.
I always give myself 36 likes. I always give myself 36 likes. Yeah, bro, I gotta have my candy. The right amount of chocolate and the right amount of crunch. Hey, good night, Stacy. Good night, Stacy. I hope you have a great rest of the evening. I know it's late, and you have a great start to your day and a great middle of your day and a great end to your day tomorrow. Thanks for stopping through to tell me good night, and thanks for them last bit of likes. Where's my Bluetooth speaker? Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Might lay it down and get right back up to the Uncathon. It's been great though. Can't lie. bathroom. Come on, E. Elijah. Elijah. Come on, use the bathroom. Come on, use the bathroom, man. Come on, use the bathroom. Come on, E. Come on, big man. Come use the bathroom. Hey. Hey. Don't go back to sleep. Come on. Go use the bathroom. Elijah. Come on, use the bathroom, son. And on your way back, put on some.
I did. I put on soap and deodorant.
Come on. Come use the bathroom. Just come use the bathroom. Don't be angry at your dad. Come here. Lift your arm. Lift your arm. Go back, all right? I sleep on your pillows. Good night, man. I love you. Good night, son.
with a TT cockpit with aero extensions. This lets all almost invisible thoughts are the very fabric of our future. Today I'm going to share with you 9 things that you must tell yourself every single day. Not once, not twice, but every day. Because the quality of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts, and the thoughts you choose to repeat over and over become your reality. First and foremost, you must remind yourself that you are the master of your destiny. Not the circumstances, not the economy, not the people around you. You are the creator of your life, the author of your story. When you wake up in the morning, take a deep breath and remind yourself, I am in charge here. My decisions, my actions, my choices, this is what shapes my future. We live in a world that often tries to tell us that we are at the mercy of circumstances, that we're victims of fate, that the odds are stacked against us. But let me tell you something. The moment you accept that you are in control of your destiny, your life begins to shift. That's not some empty motivational phrase. It's the truth. You can create the life you want if you take full ownership of it. Think about how many times have you felt like you were drifting, like life was happening to you, like you were simply going through the motions. That's the effect of giving away your power. But when you decide right now that you are the one in charge, everything changes. You stop letting life happen to you and you start making life happen for you. The next thing you must tell yourself every day is, I am worthy of success and happiness. Listen to me carefully. No matter what you've been told, no matter the limiting beliefs that have been drilled into your mind over the years, you are worthy. Worthy of love, worthy of success, worthy of abundance, worthy of joy. Too many people walk through life with this invisible weight on their shoulders, a belief that they are somehow not good enough, not deserving enough, not capable enough to have the life they dream of. But I'm telling you right now, those thoughts are lies. Every single person on this planet is worthy of having everything they want in life, but it starts with you. It starts with you choosing to believe in your worth. I know there are moments when doubts creep in. You look at others and wonder, why them? Why not me? But that comparison game will never serve you. Instead, let me remind you of something. You are a unique creation. There's no one else like you. No one else can bring to the table what you bring, your voice, your talents, your heart. These are the gifts you offer to the world, and they are invaluable. You are worthy, and you have every right to live the life you dream of. The next thing to tell yourself every day is, I am capable of overcoming any obstacle. Life is going to throw challenges at you. That's a given. There will be setbacks, roadblocks, detours, things that will try to knock you off your path. But guess what? There is no obstacle that is too great for you to overcome. Not one. You've already overcome obstacles in your life, haven't you? Think about the times you've faced adversity and come out the other side, stronger, wiser, more resilient. You've done it before, and you can do it again. The only difference between people who succeed and those who don't is the mindset. People who succeed refuse to accept defeat. They don't let obstacles define them. They look at every challenge as an opportunity to grow, to evolve, to expand. When you wake up in the morning, remind yourself, I have the strength, the resilience, and the intelligence to navigate whatever comes my way. I am unstoppable. No matter how tough things get, I will find a way, I will rise above it, because inside of you, refusal to give up. And that, my friends, is invincible. Another thing you need to tell yourself every day is, I am constantly growing and improving. Life is not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about becoming the best version of yourself, step by step, day by day. If you want to live a life of excellence, you have to embrace the process of growth. You have to be willing to push beyond your comfort zone, to stretch yourself in ways that may feel uncomfortable at times. But here's the secret. Growth doesn't happen in the comfort zone. It happens when you challenge yourself, when you push past your limits, when you decide that you won't settle for mediocrity. Every day, ask yourself, how can I get better today? Whether it's learning a new skill, improving your relationships, or developing your mindset, focus on continuous growth, because when you commit to growth, you'll find that the world opens up to you in ways you never imagined. Imagine for a moment, 365 days from now, if you commit every single day to becoming just a little bit better than you were yesterday. That's how transformation happens. Incremental growth leads to monumental results. So tell yourself every day, I am constantly growing, learning, and improving. The next thing you must tell yourself is, I am in control of my emotions. Now, this is a big one. We live in a world where emotions can often feel like they're controlling us. One moment you're on top of the world, and the next moment you feel like you've hit rock bottom. The roller coaster of emotions can leave you feeling helpless and out of control. But here's the truth. Your emotions do not have to control you. You are the master of your emotions, not the other way around. Just like with your thoughts, you have the power to choose how you respond to situations. You can choose peace over anger, calm over anxiety, joy over frustration. It's not about suppressing your emotions. It's about mastering them. Understanding that emotions are just signals. They're not permanent states, and they don't have to dictate your actions. Let me give you a powerful example. There's a story of a man who was facing one of the toughest periods of his life. Everything was falling apart, his business, his relationships, his health. And yet every morning he would wake up and say to himself, I am in control of my emotions. I will not allow fear, frustration, or anger to dictate my actions today. And every day he chose peace. He chose clarity. And over time, his ability to control his emotional state became his greatest asset. He didn't let circumstances dictate how he felt. He took charge. 6, I am deserving of love and connection. 7, if I ask the question, what do I deserve right now in my life? 8, I've come to a place of peace and connection. Another truth you must tell yourself every day is, I am deserving of love and connection. Too many people struggle with feelings of loneliness and isolation. They think they have to go through life alone. But you are not alone, and you never have to be. You are deserving of love. love from others, and more importantly, love for yourself. Self-love isn't just about pampering yourself or giving yourself a break when you're overwhelmed. It's about accepting yourself fully. It's about recognizing your value and treating yourself with kindness and respect. When you love yourself, you are in a position to give love to others, to build meaningful connections that uplift you and those around you. And let's not forget, people want to connect with you. People are drawn to those who radiate self-love and confidence. When you remind yourself every day that you are worthy of love and connection, you start to attract the people and relationships that align with that belief. You become a magnet for positive, supportive, and meaningful connections. Now, every day, remind yourself, I am grateful for the abundance in my life.
Yes, sir.
Gratitude is one of the most powerful forces in the universe. The more you focus on what you have, the more you'll attract into your life, the more you appreciate the blessings, big and small, the more those blessings will multiply. It's so easy to get caught up in what you don't have, to focus on what's missing in your life. But the truth is, there is always something to be grateful for. Even in the darkest moments, there is light if you choose to see it. Gratitude shifts your perspective, helps you appreciate the present moment, and brings more of what you want into your life. So every day, take a moment to reflect on what you're grateful for. It might be your health, your family, your work, or even something as simple as a beautiful sunset. When you cultivate a mindset of gratitude, you begin to see the world through a lens of abundance. And abundance is magnetizing. What you focus on expands, and gratitude opens the floodgates to all the good that's already on its way to you. Every day, tell yourself, I am committed to my dreams and goals. This one is simple, but powerful. You have dreams, you have goals. Don't let them fade into the background of your life. You must commit to them every single day, even when the road gets tough, even when you face obstacles, even when things don't seem to be moving as quickly as you'd like. Commit to your vision. Stay focused on your goals and remind yourself why you started in the first place. The road to success is rarely a straight path. There are twists and turns, unexpected detours and setbacks, but if you're truly committed to your dreams, nothing will stop you. You'll find a way, you'll keep moving forward, even when it's difficult, because your dreams are worth it. And the commitment you make to them today will determine the person you become tomorrow. Finally, tell yourself, I am at peace with my past and excited for my future. Your past does not define you. The mistakes, the failures, the regrets, they are not who you are. They are simply lessons that have shaped you into the person you are today. Let go of any baggage. It's time to move forward with peace. And as you release the past, open yourself to the limitless possibilities of the future. Your future is bright. It is full of opportunity. It is waiting for you to step into it with excitement and anticipation. Your best days are ahead of you, not behind you. So let go of the past and embrace the future with open arms. The life you've always dreamed of is just on the horizon. I want you to understand this. These 9 things you tell yourself every day aren't just words. They're your personal roadmap to the life you deserve. They are the foundation upon which you will build your future. And it all starts with you, your words, your thoughts, your beliefs. When you make the decision to live by these 9 truths, everything in your life will begin to shift. You will become unstoppable, and you will become a force of nature. And you will create the life you've always dreamed of. You've got this. Now go make it happen.
Yes, sir.
You know, as you continue on this journey, this path toward your fullest potential, it's important to remember that life is dynamic. You're not a finished product. You're not static. Each day is a chance to evolve, to step closer to the person you were always meant to be. It's a reminder that growth doesn't happen in a straight line, but in the daily decisions you make, in the small moments of resilience, in the commitment you show to yourself and your vision. You've heard these 9 things now, but I want you to understand something deeply. something that may challenge your thinking. Your life will not change because of the motivational words you speak to yourself in the morning. Your life will cha.
It will chop. Okay. That was cool. I hope y'all got something out of that video. I did. Let me try to score real quick. Thursday. And today, let me look back at the topic. Make sure I'm quoting it right. We exploring. No, we not. That ain't what they're supposed to say. We still in the middle of this game. Sorry, fellas. This is the part where I get distracted. Because now I got to make sure I got the right title. Do that. Sorry. I could let y'all see the game. Either way, whatever the topic is for the day, I hope that y'all having a great day. Yesterday was the first day of track practice, track season this year. Get your kids out there, get them motivated to actually be in shape and take care of themselves. All right, so today we getting healthy. Hey, and look how we brought it all around. We getting healthy, whether that be mentally healthy, physically healthy, or whatever. Whichever one. Good D. All right. How to get mentally healthy. Go. Let's go. Oh, I knew Psych to go. We'll have it.
Oh, hey, how's it going? I'm Pen and Paper Guy.
And I'm Motion.
Well, I have a system. You see, I put my to-do list oh, wait a minute. I put my to-do list here, and then my
Yeah, and meanwhile, I just brain dump everything into one place and let the AI tell me when I need to do each task.
Well, what about...
Hey, Psyched Goers, welcome back to our channel. It's
y'all listen
your
up.
outpour of love and support that drives this channel's mission to spread awareness about mental health and psychology. You help us make psychology and mental health more accessible to everyone, so thanks for that. Now, let's begin the video. Do you sense your mental health is declining? Are you not feeling as cheery or motivated as you once were? Well, to help you improve your mental health to be the best it can be, we're in this together. Number 1, make yourself a priority. Are you often too busy or too tired to relax and do something you actually enjoy? You may be studying or working too hard, or perhaps you don't stop and take notice of what your body needs. Have you had a calm moment to simply breathe and wind down? Did you eat too little today? Did you get enough water? You didn't, did you? You sneaky little psych-to-goer. You may not care about yourself enough to get a good 8 glasses a day, but research has shown that what we eat affects not only our mood, but how we think as well. And if you don't eat enough, odds are you aren't going to feel great. Exercise and enough sleep are also vital to our health. So, if you're watching this late at night on your phone, hear these tips and then call it a night. Your mental health will thank you tomorrow, I promise. Number 2, create positive thoughts.
Hey,
Are
that
you
only
aware
happened
of
'cause
your
I'm lagging.
thoughts? You may
Still
say,
put in that
of
work.
course I know what I'm thinking. But less often do we actually stop to consider what it is we're thinking, what we're saying to ourselves, and if it's something we'd say to others. Think about it. Are your thoughts more often positive? The average human has around 6,200 thoughts per day. In another study published in the National Science Foundation, it was found that of the thousands of thoughts each individual has per day, 80% were negative, and 95% were the exact same repetitive thoughts as the previous day. So, we repeat a lot of negative thoughts. But this next study will really put things into perspective for you. In another study from Cornell University, scientists found that 85% of what we worry about never happens. Not only that, 79% of the subjects found that either they could handle the difficulty better than they thought, or that the difficulty taught them a lesson they felt was worth it. So this is my advice to you. Stop, breathe, and think about what you're thinking about. Is it positive? Is it healthy? More importantly, is it something you would say to a friend who is worried too and looking for comfort? It's always best to treat ourselves like our best friend. Be there to comfort yourself with positive thoughts. And when in doubt with a worry, try to ask yourself, is this worry productive? Am I making this more difficult than it has to be? Number 3, say what you feel. Guess what? There's a writer here inside your screen, and she's writing to tell you it's late and she's tired. But she's feeling better now, and she wanted me to let you know. She's keying you into a little psychology secret. Expressing how you feel makes you feel better. A brain imaging study by psychologists at UCLA revealed that verbalizing our feelings makes our sadness, anger, and pain less intense. When we see a photograph of a fearful or angry face, we have increased activity in a region of our brain called the amygdala. This serves as a warning of danger in our brain. In the study, researchers used functional magnetic resonance imaging to study subjects' brain activity. Researchers had 30 subjects view photos of individuals making different emotional expressions. Below each photo were the words angry or fearful. Subjects then had to choose which word to assign to each face. Some subjects were instead given 2 names below the photo, Harry and Sally, and had to assign gender-appropriate names to the photos. Researchers found a decreased response in the amygdala when the words angry and fearful were expressed by assigning them. They did not see the reduction in the amygdala response when using the words Harry and Sally. Meaning, if you put your feelings into words, you feel better. While the amygdala was less active when subjects labeled a feeling, the right ventrolateral prefrontal cortex was more active. And it makes sense why this region of the brain has been associated with thinking in words about emotional experiences. So if you want to better your mental health, try talking to a friend or psychologist about your feelings, or write them in a journal. Just the act of writing in words about how you feel can have positive and powerful effects. Number 4, be compassionate to others. A little compassion can go a long way. Wouldn't you want someone to show you a little love and kindness?
Hey,
And I
Trent.
bet
Yes, sir.
when you treat someone with
First
kindness
time
or design a favor,
chatter.
you often feel a little
Trayshawn
bit better too,
2392.
don't you?
Appreciate
Well,
you for the
there's
chat.
research to support this. According to research from psychologists Ed Diener and Martin Seligman, altruism can lead to improved mental and physical health, as well as speed up recovery from disease. And brain imaging research from Naomi Eisenberg report, donate to a charity, or volunteer with an organization you care about. I'm sure they'd love the support as much as you. After all, what a better way to lift yourself up than to lift someone else's spirits up in the process. So, will you use these tips? Did you find them helpful?
On mental health. Let's see what that bring up for us.
Think of your brain as the powerhouse that controls every action and reaction in your body. Our ability to live our lives depends largely on whether it is able to operate at full capacity. So when the machine malfunctions, the fastest way to find out what's wrong is to look under the hood. Certain parts of the brain affect mental health. One of them is the amygdala. It regulates emotions such as anger, pleasure, and fear. It's what triggers your fight or flight response. The hippocampus is the memory bank. It stores and records facts and events throughout your life. It bookmarks specific events that trigger strong emotions, and the hippocampus keeps them as long-term memories. It's why you vividly remember the anxiety of your first day in kindergarten, or the joy of getting your first ever pet. Studies have found that these 2 parts were smaller in people with depression. And while the healthy brain shows normal activity, scans reveal reduced activity in a depressed brain. Scientists believe that the severe stress that people with depression go through disrupts the communication between brain cells. The brain has approximately 86 billion messengers called neurons. They talk to each other. It's believed that several mental illnesses stem from miscommunication between neurons. For example, the feel-good chemical of dopamine gives you a sense of pleasure. It helps keep you interested and allows you to focus and plan. But too much of it can lead to addiction. Unstable amounts are linked to schizophrenia and ADHD. Low levels of the chemical serotonin are associated. Things aren't quite this cut and dry. There is no single cause of mental illness. It could be a combination of life experiences, family history, or chemical imbalances in the brain. So understanding the circuitry may be the key to understanding mental health.
Yes, sir. All right, let's get us another one.
How do you know when it's time to end a relationship or when to really fight for it to see if there's something there?
I don't.
The current standard of care for the treatment of depression is based on what we call the monoamine deficiency hypothesis, essentially presuming that one of 3 neurotransmitters in the brain is deficient or underactive.
Neurotransmitters can be thought of as the chemical messengers within the brain. It's what helps one cell in the brain communicate with another to pass that message along.
But the reality is there are more than 100 neurotransmitters in the brain and billions of connections between neurons. So we know that that's a limited hypothesis.
For decades, we thought that the primary pathology, the primary cause of depression, was some abnormality in these neurotransmitters, specifically serotonin or norepinephrine.
However, norepinephrine and serotonin did not seem to be able to account for the symptoms of depression in people who had major depression. Regulating mood and emotion, which include glutamate and GABA, were possibilities as alternative brain actually regulate how the brain is changing over time and adapting. When you are exposed to severe and chronic stress, like people experience when they have depression, you lose some of the connections between the nerve cells, and the communication in these circuits becomes inefficient and noisy. Because of the noisy communication in the circuits involved in regulating mood and emotion, we think that the loss of these synaptic connections contributes to the biology of depression.
No, we're not letting that happen. No way. Lag or no lag.
It's critical to understand the neurobiology of depression and how the brain plays a role in that for 2 main reasons. One, it helps us understand how the disease develops and progresses, and we can start to target treatments based on that.
There are clear differences between a healthy brain and a depressed brain. And the exciting thing is, when you treat that depression effectively, the brain goes back to looking like a healthy brain.
We recognize that the treatment for depression is a long-term, so we need new treatments. We've needed new ways to approach depression for people that haven't responded well to their prior treatments.
We are in a new era of psychiatry. This is a paradigm shift, away from understanding of the brain as a complex neurochemical organ.
I can't do it when it's lagging, man. Thanks, Yale Medicine. I enjoyed that.
Think about a child you love. Now take away their clean clothes, access to water.
I told you that the key to unlocking your brain's full potential lies in understanding neuroplasticity. In today's video, we'll explore how you can rewire your brain, enhancing your mental resilience and overall well-being.
Hey man, I gotta restart.
I'm Dr. Tracy Marks, a psychiatrist, and I help strengthen your mind and fortify your brain to build resilience. When you grasp how neuroplasticity works, you'll realize that change isn't just possible, it's within your control. And today is a deep dive on neuroplasticity. What is neuroplasticity? Neuroplasticity is your brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout your life. Think of it this way. Imagine you're walking through a forest and you take the same path every day. Over time, that path becomes more defined and easier to follow. Similarly, when you repeat certain thoughts or behaviors, you create well-worn pathways in your brain. The exciting part is you're not stuck with those pathways. Neuroplasticity means that you can always create new paths, and this ability is necessary for learning, personal growth, and building resilience. It's not just about recovering from brain injuries. It's about shaping your mind to adapt and thrive in the face of life's challenges. For decades, scientists believed that the brain structure was fixed after childhood, but functional imaging has advanced, and newer research has shown that our brains continue to change and adapt well into adulthood. This shift from a fixed brain to a plastic brain model has revolutionized our understanding of brain function and mental health. There are two types of neuroplasticity: structural plasticity, and this involves changes to the brain's physical structure, such as the growth of new neurons or the formation of new synapses. And then there's functional plasticity, and this refers to the brain's ability to move functions from a damaged area to other undamaged areas. Neuroplasticity gives you the power to influence your brain structure and function through your experiences and behaviors. Neuroplasticity does work both ways. So, negative thinking and behaviors also reinforce certain pathways in the brain. However, once you start replacing those negative habits with positive ones, the new pathways begin to take over, helping you become more mentally strong and adaptable. To understand how neuroplasticity works, let's look at the basics of brain structure. Your brain consists of billions of neurons, which are the cells responsible for processing and transmitting information. These neurons, or nerve cells, communicate with each other through connections called synapses. When you learn something new or have a novel experience, your neurons form new connections or strengthen existing ones. And this process is called synaptic plasticity. The more you repeat an action or thought, several key brain regions are involved in neuroplasticity. The hippocampus, which is important for memory formation and spatial orientation, which is the ability for you to be able to tell how your body's positioned in space. Then there's the amygdala, which is involved in emotional processing and fear responses. And then the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for higher order thinking and decision making. And these areas work together to process new information, form new memories, and adapt to changing environments. So that's how neuroplasticity works. Here's why it's important for building mental strength and resilience. It impacts four main areas of functioning. First, adaptability. Neuroplasticity allows your brain to adapt to new situations and challenges, and this flexibility is the basis for being able to navigate the ups and downs and develop resilience. Second is learning and memory. When you have new experiences and form new neural connections, you're able to learn new skills and retain information. Being able to learn boosts your confidence and problem-solving abilities, so you can, in fact, teach an old dog new tricks. The third impact of neuroplasticity is overcoming negative patterns. Neuroplasticity empowers you to change negative thought patterns and behaviors. You can consciously and intentionally create new
powerful writing.
Healing. Neuroplasticity plays a vital role in recovery from brain injuries and managing mental health conditions. It offers hope for healing and improving even in challenging circumstances. Several factors can impact your brain's plasticity. There's your age. Even though neuroplasticity occurs throughout life, it tends to be more pronounced in younger brains. That said, even older adults can benefit from activities that promote plasticity. A rich, stimulating environment promotes neuroplasticity. This includes engaging in new experiences, learning new skills, and exposing yourself to diverse sensory inputs. The interplay between neuroplasticity and sensory input is one of the reasons hearing loss, vision loss, and social isolation are so harmful to your mental functions. And then there's lifestyle factors. Sleep, nutrition, and exercise all play critical roles in supporting neuroplasticity. Quality sleep helps consolidate memories. A balanced diet with minimal processed foods provides nutrients for brain health, and regular exercise increases blood flow to the brain and promotes the growth of new neurons. Okay, so that's a lot on neuroplasticity. Now let's look at some practical strategies to harness the power of neuroplasticity and build. Challenging your brain with new activities stimulates the formation of new neural connections. And this could be learning something like immersion and mindfulness. Metacognition is thinking about thinking. It's a powerful tool for enhancing neuroplasticity and building mental strength. It involves becoming aware of your thought processes and learning to regulate them effectively. Here's how you can practice metacognition. One is self-reflection. Regularly take time to examine your thoughts and reactions. Ask yourself, why did I respond that way? Or what assumptions am I making? Next is thought journaling. Write down your thoughts and analyze them objectively. Look for patterns or cognitive distortions. Then engage in mindful meditation. This practice helps you observe your thoughts without judgment, increasing your metacognitive awareness. By developing metacognitive skills, you can identify and boost your learning and problem-solving abilities. Combining metacognition with mindfulness creates an effective all of these activities. It's my essential tools card deck. They are cards. Second strategy to build mental strength using metacognition and mindfulness. The first one was learning a new skill. The third strategy is to engage in activity. Brain training games is debated. Any activity that engages your mind can contribute to cognitive flexibility. In my last video on how thoughts strengthen your mind, I talked about the stress response and the cascade of brain chemicals that get activated when you feel threatened or stressed. You can use some of these techniques that I just discussed to turn down the dial on this response to improve your emotional resilience. So the message here is, understanding neuroplasticity empowers you to take an active role in shaping your brain and, by extension, your mental strength and resilience. Every thought, action, and experience has the potential to rewire your brain. By cultivating a growth mindset, I have for you is my Growth Mindset 20 by John Henry Newman. I love that statement. It's more than a calendar, though. It's 52 weeks of exercises or reminders related to that month's theme. For example, the theme for June is deeper connections. The quote for that month is, "A real friend is one who walks in when the rest of the world walks out," by Walter Winchell. The tip for week 26 is to practice active listening in your conversations this week. This is where you are giving the person your full attention, looking at them while they speak, and following up with questions. So often we talk while distracted, maybe while scrolling on social media, and that interaction lacks the real connection that it would if we were both fully locked into each other. In fact, I think we're so used to engaging in distracted interactions that the person talking may not even notice that you're not looking at them because they're also scrolling on their phone while they're talking to you. So there's lots of these weekly tips or exercises along with the affirming quotes for you to reflect on for each month. The quality of the paper is cardstock, so it will last a while. By harnessing the power of neuroplasticity, you can strengthen your mind, fortify your brain, and build the resilience that you need to thrive.
Let's see if the
In
heart
future
has the
videos,
function.
we'll go deeper into specific strategies for promoting neuroplasticity and building mental.
Neuroplasticity. Keep that in your head. Keep remembering that. Our mental. Ooh.
Earn points on rent at any home with Bill.
See what my man's talking
Get
about.
rewarded every month on rent.
About a year before Maddox passed, my grandfather moved in with us. My wife Megan and I became his caregiver.
Grandma and Maddox were extremely close. Maddox would run in and sneak ice creams to Grandpa.
Anytime we'd come home from being gone, we'd come in and Maddox would, first thing he would do,
Grandpa walked out of his room and collapsed.
Immediately we called 911. We were doing CPR with him. Yeah, the ambulance got here and rushed him to the hospital. When we got to the hospital, the doctor had told us that Grandpa had passed. I believe my grandfather died of a broken heart.
Oh.
Well, I have Dr. John White here today. He's Chief Medical Officer of WebMD, and he's written a book called Take Control of Your Heart Disease Risk. And we're talking about something that doctors don't talk about very often because, frankly, it's complex and it takes time, and that's how mental health, of course, and having heart issues since losing their son, Maddox.
At this point, I'm really concerned for my wife, Megan.
With all the stress of losing our 5-year-old son, Maddox, I've been struggling with anxiety and depression.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Panic
Hold on. I might have
attacks.
to change
I've been
this
having
one.
really bad chest pains. Sometimes unbearable. My heart races. I just have this constant pain in my chest, and it just feels so heavy. My chest pains have been so bad, I've gone to the emergency room a couple times. But the crazy thing is the EKG doesn't show anything wrong. I feel like no one understands what it feels like to go through this grief. I just pray one day I can feel normal again, but I don't know when or if that can happen.
Right.
I don't even think it's possible.
I can imagine.
Megan, I think you're right. Normal the way you did before these losses that you've been through, certainly the Maddox loss. So that means that part of your life is what you call normal is gone. So that means you have to create a new normal. And that new normal is with Maddox as a memory, Maddox as a relationship that you have that's spiritual, not physical, that you commit to keeping alive by talking about him and having pictures and talking about him at holidays and Christmas and around the table and making sure that the children never forget him and all of those things. It's a new normal.
We got to be there for our kids.
Right.
There's no other option.
You've got to find a way, and you've got to take care of yourself, and you've got to take care of yourself. And that can be done, right? But to do that, you've got to manage the emotions.
That's right. And self-care is probably the last thing that you want to talk about right now, to take care of yourself. And people forget that 12% of first heart attacks are fatal. People don't survive. So if you don't start trying to address the issues of depression and anxiety, that's going to increase your risk. One of the things that depression does that people don't talk enough about is it actually changes the way our platelets work. And platelets are good because they help with clotting, right? But when they clot at the wrong time, that's when people have a heart attack. And that's what I'm concerned about, the risk that you're having for yourselves, because you want to be around for your children. But if you don't start to take care of yourself, it's going to add up over time, as you and I have talked often about. It's those daily choices over time.
Do you have a story or a question for me? Click the link
Not
in
right
the
now,
description
Dr.
and
Silver.
tell me what in the world is going on.
But I could possibly have one in the future.
Did you know that your heart has an incredible, unique intelligence unto itself? Or that it has a significant influence on our perceptions, emotional experiences, and higher mental processes? And did you know that the heart can actually sense your emotional response to an event before the event has occurred? You may have instinctively felt that the heart was so much more than a blood pump, but science has actually confirmed it. Researchers discovered that the heart has its own intrinsic nervous system that sends a lot of information to the brain, affecting the way we feel, think, and perceive. In fact, the heart actually sends more signals to the brain than the brain sends to the heart. Scientists refer to this as the little brain in the heart. But don't let the diminutive name fool you. The heart-brain can act independently of the brain in your head. Its neurons have long-term and short-term memory and extensive sensory capacities. The heart and brain communicate with each other in a complex dance. As we experience emotions through the day, our heart rhythm patterns tend to reflect how we're feeling. This information is monitored by the emotional centers in the brain, where they are then perceived as feelings of fear, anger, fog, making it difficult to focus, remember things, listen deeply, and make clear decisions. However, on the upside, when we experience feelings like love, kindness, appreciation, or compassion, it creates a smooth, coherent heart rhythm pattern between the heart, brain, and hormonal system. This not only improves how we feel, but also our ability to think clearly. We can see creative solutions to problems and more easily discern intelligent choices and decisions. This is cortical facilitation. The good news is we don't have to wait until we happen to feel good to experience this uplift. we can choose to create it ourselves. Research shows that when we practice activating positive heart qualities, care, cooperation, forgiveness, etc., it has a carryover effect that increases the overall baseline of coherence in our system. So we have more resilience and self-security when challenges arise. For many free tips and techniques to increase your heart coherence, based on our 30 years of research on the subject, head to heartmath.org/resources to learn more.
That was good. Coherent heart. That's what we need. We need a coherent heart. Get it. Watch out. There we go. Heart math. Okay.
Now, hello, my name is Jackie Kukuska, and I'm a nurse educator with the Department of Nursing and Learning and Development. I'd like to walk through the quick coherence technique with you. So let's begin. Make yourself comfortable. You can practice this technique with your eyes opened or closed. Settle into your chair. Uncross your arms, uncross your legs. Release all the tension from your body, feeling fully supported. Now bring your attention and awareness to your heart. Focus on the center of your chest and simply notice your heart and the heart space around it. While continuing to focus on your heart, take some slow, easy, refreshing breaths. Breathing in and breathing out. Try to imagine your breath is coming in and out of your heart space. See it coming in, swirling around your heart, and then slowly going back out. Feeling. Recall a time when you excitement, happiness, peacefulness, or gratitude. Try to relive that memory now. Really tap into the emotions you were experiencing. The key is to shift from your head to the emotion. Simply imagine you're back in time, reliving this moment. Continue heart-focused breathing in and out. And if your mind wanders, that's okay. Gently bring your attention back to your heart space. Breathe and recall your positive memory. When you're ready, slowly bring your attention back to the room. Open your eyes if they're closed, and try to hold on to the way you feel right now as you go about the rest of your day. By taking heart-focused breaths while recalling a positive emotion, you can begin to regulate your emotions in the moment to stop the drain that emotionally charged situations can have on your system, and instead begin adding energy to your system anytime, anywhere. Thank you.
Helping me get my heart really coherent.
Watch this before eating cheese.
Heart coherence is a healthy, high-performance state, physically, emotionally, and mentally, that brings out the very best in us. The broader term coherence always implies harmonious order, connectedness, stability, and efficient use of energy. It can be seen all around us when we observe life through the lens of the heart. The beauty and intricate balance of nature is a magnificent demonstration of coherence. Increased coherence happens at times within the human experience too. For example, most of us have had days where everything seemed to flow. We felt good, composed. Health Institute researchers identified a physiological state called heart coherence. A type of coherence that occurs when our body's systems are in sync with each other. They also discovered heart coherence not only affected physical processes, but also our mental and emotional composure. Their research showed that heart coherence could be self-created, leading to less mental and emotional stress and more inner stability. In summary, heart coherence is a synchronized state, physically, emotionally, and mentally, that we can easily learn to bring into everyday life, allowing us to become our best selves.
Yes, sir. Hey, this is good. This episode today is good. I'm glad I can bring this episode of Expansion Pack to y'all front door.
When a person is living in stress and they're out of balance, their heart is always racing a little bit. And over time, people begin to condition their heart to race like that all the time. And if you keep creating that kind of incoherence in the heart, where it's no longer beating in a rhythmic fashion, the disintegration of the interference of those individual frequencies diminishes energy in the heart. And now we stop trusting ourselves. We stop trusting in our future. And the heart is the creative center. The heart represents the union of polarity, the union of duality, the union of opposites. This is where our divinity begins. If you can teach a person how to open their focus and begin to become nobody, no one, no thing, no where, and no time, and begin to open up into that blackness, that quantum field where there's nothing physical, and out of all the things they can put their attention on, instead of putting it on their cell phone or their Facebook or their coworkers or their boss or their ex or the problems in their lives, they're taking all of their attention and placing it on their heart. And where you place your attention is where you place your energy. And in a sense, you are putting attention and giving your heart life, the very life force it needs. Next step is to slow your breath enough. And of course, if a person is aroused constantly, it's going to take some practice to begin to do this. And as you begin to breathe in and out of your heart, slower and deeper and more relaxed, as your breathing slows down, your brainwaves slow down, and now the person now is starting to slip right into the autonomic nervous system and into the operating system. Now, let's trade the emotions of guilt, of shame, of unworthiness, of pain, of suffering, of anger, of fear, of hostility, of judgment, of envy, for heart-centered, elevated emotion. And as you breathe, give yourself permission to begin to feel gratitude, appreciation, begin to feel thankfulness, a love for life, a joy for existence, but doing that independent of any condition in your external environment. In other words, so many people are conditioned into believing they need a reason for gratitude. They need a reason for joy. They need a reason to feel love. They need something outside of them to create that emotion inside of them. And here we're doing the exact opposite. We're beginning to open our hearts and begin to put energy in there. And as we begin to breathe and feel these elevated emotions, all of a sudden the heart starts to become more coherent. And like dropping pebble in very still water, pebble after pebble after pebble in a very rhythmic fashion, all of a sudden the heart begins to produce an ambient magnetic field that can be up to 3 meters wide. And now, like beating a great drum, frequency that's being created from the heart, that frequency can carry information. And now the person, once energy moves into their heart, they're in the perfect state to create in. In other words, once this creative center opens up, and once it begins to become more coherent, not only are you producing that magnetic field that's beginning to spread out from your body, you're becoming more energy and less matter, more wave and less particle. You'll begin to feel like you're connected to something greater. And when your heart is open, you're no longer experiencing lack, polarity, separation, or duality. You feel connected. Your body begins to believe when you train your heart that your future is actually happening in the present moment because you're experiencing the emotion of your future before it happens.
What you invest in your employees, they give back to you. So help them explore where their
What was that?
Quick coherence is a simple yet powerful technique that you can use to connect more deeply with your own heart and to connect more with the hearts of others. Let's try it together. First step is to focus your attention on the area of your heart. Just shift your focus to the area of your chest or heart and pretend like your breath is flowing in through the area of the heart or chest and out through the area of the heart. Breathe a little more slowly, a little more deeply than you normally do, maybe to a count of 5 in and 5 out, but find a smooth, easy rhythm. Let's do it. Focus breathing and make a sincere attempt to re-experience a positive or regenerative feeling, like the care or appreciation you have for someone or something in your life. It could be a pet, a time in nature, a special place, an accomplishment, but feel that genuine feeling of love you have for someone, or care or appreciation. Or just focus on a feeling of calm and ease as you continue the heart-focused breathing. Now this technique, quick coherence, is putting your heart rhythms into a more coherent mode, a coherent rhythm, and it has a carryover effect. So as you move into your next activities or connect with someone, you can feel more heart connected, more centered. You can do this simple 1-minute technique anytime, anywhere.
Good job. I appreciate that, lady. One more.
Why heart coherence matters. Whether you're looking for a sense of purpose, increasing your performance, reducing stress, or just feeling better, heart coherence can make a measurable difference in your life. Research has shown that when we are in a higher coherence, we experience more emotional balance, sharper mental focus, increased resilience, and less stressful emotions like anxiety and feeling and are often out of our control. The one thing we can control is our response to whatever comes our way. Taking a minute or two to increase heart coherence allows us to ease anxious thoughts and bring in a feeling of balanced calm. With increased coherence, we can respond from our best self. Many complex decisions require us to weigh out multiple options in order to choose the best direction. Learning to increase coherence opens the door to intelligence and discrimination needed when it matters most. Also, increasing heart coherence promotes wholeness healing. For example, a study published in Global points in people with high blood pressure. Many people also find that getting into heart coherence at the start of prayer, meditation, or mindfulness exercises helps them maintain a heartfelt focus that enhances their experience. In essence, shifting into the state of heart coherence provides important benefits for our mind, body, and emotion, helping us think better, feel better, and live better, leading to a new, expanded outlook on life.
What about the negative side that we should look out for, or the red flags when we're dating someone?
So let's go with heart and brain. That's cool.
We should care about how the heart and brain communicate and the fact that the heart sends more information to the brain than the other way around, because the quality of the signals that the heart sends upstairs to our brain have profound effects on how well our brain works. When these signals are incoherent, as we call it, that literally inhibits what we call cortical function. It's why when we're emotionally upset, we make poor choices and often end up doing things that we regret later. Like, oh my God, where was my brain? I can't believe I said that or did that, which can harm our relationships and certainly our health. On the other hand, when we're able to be in a heart coherent state, the quality of the signals sent to the brain have a big influence on improving cognitive function. We make better choices. We have more clarity right in the moment that we especially need it.
We're gonna watch this.
The beat of the heart is with us from the beginning to the end of our life cycle. And yet, most of us have been introduced to their heart as just a 10-ounce muscle that pumps our blood and maintains its circulation until we die. Looked at biologically, the heart's efficiency is amazing. If we take care of our health, the heart can work without interruption for 100 years, without care or cleaning, without repair or replacement.
Wow.
But for everyone, too, the heart has another dimension, much more profound. We find this in popular expressions such as listen to your heart, follow your heart, put your heart into it, amongst many more. Religion, ethnicity, or education, cultures. Over thousands of years, ancient cultures across the planet, Mesopotamians, Egyptians, Babylonians, Chinese, and Greeks, shared a similar belief and knowledge about the heart as a source of intelligence and inner guidance. They perceived that the heart is capable of influencing and directing one's emotions, morality, said for thousands of years, is true. We now know the physical heart is an information processing center in the body, sending important signals to the brain and the rest of the body. It has a complex nervous system called the heart brain that talks to your head brain. It produces a powerful electromagnetic field that is imprinted by your emotions. Our heart influences everything from the way we feel to the way we interact with others, our brain function, and our health. Yes, your heart at a biological level is talking. The question is, are we listening? The heart's intelligence is not just physical. It encompasses some of the highest qualities we have as humans. Many of the highest quality feelings we experience are associated with the heart. They would include emotions like appreciation, care, love, kindness, patience, and compassion. Their transformational value is born from our energetic or spiritual heart, which affects the physical heart's information. The heart is also associated with a deeper source of wisdom, an intuitive knowingness that bypasses normal, logical, linear thought patterns. This is often called the voice in the heart, and known to support us with much better choices and direction throughout life's interactions. Our heart's intuition is the voice of our true, authentic self. When we're in connection with that part of ourselves, that's when we're able to move beyond our limitations and accomplish things that can surprise us.
Hold on, let me hear that again.
Our heart's intuition is the voice of our true, authentic self. When we're in connection with that part of ourselves, that's when we're able to move beyond our limitations and accomplish things that can surprise us.
The qualities of the heart are usually talked about in terms of the emotions that we feel. Love and care and compassion, appreciation, those type of emotional qualities are often associated with heart. But also there are others, like our nobility, dignity, honor, courage, kindness, patience. All of those are what I call the qualities of the heart. And when like our nobility, dignity, honor, courage, kindness, patience, all of those are what I call the qualities of the heart. And when we manifest those qualities in daily life, life treats us differently. It feeds back to us differently. And we put out those kind of qualities in our daily interactions, life is generally going to reward us in a completely different way.
To me, the most powerful quality of the heart is love itself. So if you could see an entire rainbow, and love is all the colors of that rainbow, you could break down every quality of the heart inside the color spectrum of that, whether it's care.
How we feel more than we may think. And so learning to connect with these heart qualities, activate them, nurture them, actually send different signals from the heart to the brain that change how we perceive and give us more ability to choose how we respond to situations that are best for ourselves and others.
Quality of the emotions we experience, things like compassion, appreciation, or gratitude, just feeling good, that the heart sends a very different type of signal to the brain than when we're feeling stressed.
You know, things like courage, dignity, honor, those are core heart qualities that help lift them. When I'm working with healthcare, compassion, care, kindness, those are heart qualities that equally lift one's nature. But you just have to be honest with what's meaningful to you.
So now we're starting to have a scientific understanding that these higher quality emotions that people have always associated with the heart really do affect the way the heart beats and the quality of the neural signals being sent to the brain, which it then interprets.
And so also about these amazing heart qualities that
That was good. Hold on, let me like that.
The beat of the heart is with us.
Wow, I didn't know that we would end up here. At this point. Let's just get another one.
And it made me go from weeks behind to weeks ahead of my deadlines. You see, I used to just bed rot all day getting nothing done. And you know that feeling of anxiety where ticking off
As you move into higher frequency, the world around you shifts to that frequency. As you move into higher dimension, the rental, that what you perceive in the reality around you is not material. It's a compelling belief that you have that actually forms the world around you. Your expectation becomes your reality, just like the double slit phenomenon. This is why double slit phenomenon does what it does. You have a unique light signature that is you, but you're not really that color. You think that you're the color that you are, but actually that's just reflection color. You have a whole nother spectrum of you that's the absorption. So let's take an example of hydrogen. This is what the spectral reflection of hydrogen looks like. So if you looked at, spectral analysis of hydrogen, it would have a color purple, another color that's more violet, and then kind of this bluish color, and then this light blue, and then this red pinkish color. That combination of colors is how we know hydrogen exists. So when we look into outer space and we use a telescope that does this spectroscopy, and we could see across space, that combination of colors is how we know hydrogen exists. So when we look into outer space and we use a telescope that does this spectroscopy, and we could see across the entire cosmos, we know where hydrogen pockets are, where there's a high preponderance of hydrogen based on the color reflections that come out. That's how we know what something is. We know that copper, like if you're looking at some material, you don't know what the material is, you can look at a spectral reflection analysis and be able to tell exactly what that material is just based on the colors that are reflected, the unique combination of colors that are reflected. Now, you understand that you have DNA. Your DNA is DNA identical to yours, even though you're 99% the same as a monkey. That 1% that makes you different makes you infinitely different. Inside that differentiation is what makes you. So that means that you have a persona, right, which would be these colors right here. your reflection, and then you have a shadow, which that shadow would be the exact opposite. So all the colors that are used for the reflection are not part of the absorption. That's why you have blacked out lines here. So that means you have all the rest of the colors in the light spectrum that are not you. Well, you perceive they're not you. Well, what if those colors simply tell exactly what that material is just based on the colors that are reflected, the unique combination of colors that are reflected. Now, you understand that you have DNA. Your DNA is a unique signature of you. There's never been another DNA like yours, and there never will be another DNA identical to yours. Even though you're 99% the same as a monkey, that 1% that makes you different makes you infinitely different. Inside that differentiation is what makes you. So that means that you have a persona, right, which would be these colors right here, your reflection, and then you have a shadow, which that shadow would be the exact opposite. So all the colors that are used for the reflection are not part of the absorption. That's why you have blacked out lines here. So that means you have all the rest of the colors in the light spectrum that are not you. Well, you perceive they're not you. Well, what if those colors simply get projected back to you as reflection in the world around you? The mathematics of this is something called the Rydberg formula. And well, what if those colors simply get projected back to you as reflection in the world around you? The mathematics of this is something called the Rydberg formula. And Niels Bohr, who was a famous Danish physicist in the 1930s and 40s, who worked closely with Einstein, he was more on the quantum physics side of things. He basically found that you could exactly predict, based on the frequency of hydrogen, its spectral emission of color. And it was exactly accurate. And this is called the Bohr atom model. And the mathematics of it is simply x and 1 over x. So they used here lambda. So it's lambda and 1 over lambda. So you have this differentiation that would then tell you these specific nanometers of light would be converted directly from the spectral or frequency rather of hydrogen, which then I can derive to know exactly and predict exactly based on the frequency of hydrogen, based on its 1 over x calculation, what its nanometers of light signature will be. It's exactly these lights these lines right here. So this is measured in nanometers. This is 400 nanometers, 500 nanometers, 600 nanometers. What we're really looking at is 1 octave of light. We have 89 octaves or 88 octaves of experience 600 nanometers.
Y'all don't do me like
The
that.
fact is, we've come here right now. Millions of us lightworkers have incarnated on this planet right now at the same time.
What we're really looking at is 1 octave of light. We have 89 octaves or 88 octaves of experience across sound, thought at the very basis, becomes sound, becomes microwave, it becomes infrared, becomes ultrasound. And then as it goes higher and higher, light is just the 55th octave above sound. So you just keep taking up to higher and higher octaves of frequency, and now you're in the terahertz frequencies. So what happens is you just go all the way up until the 55th octave. The 55th octave from the very beginning is light, and that's the only octave of visible spectrum. Beyond that are all the other octaves. Then you get into cosmic rays, gamma rays, etc., right? It goes X-rays, all that. So what happens is this visible light spectrum is the same as looking at a piano keyboard, and it's just the note G on the piano keyboard, middle G, because that's the 55th note on a piano keyboard, which is a Fibonacci number. So basically, you look at the piano keyboard, you've got the entire spectrum as a microcosm, right? Which then we can expand and just put lots and lots of 88 piano keyboards next to each other. And the 55th one is the one that yields light. And the other ones are not yielding light, but they're yielding different forms of sound that we have different sense microcosms. And that's the only octave of visible spectrum. Beyond that are all the other octaves. Then you get into cosmic rays, gamma rays, etc., right? It goes X-rays, all that. So what happens is this visible light spectrum is the same as looking at a piano keyboard, and it's just the note G on the piano keyboard, middle G, because that's the 55th note on a piano keyboard, which is a Fibonacci number. So basically, you look at the piano keyboard, you've got the entire spectrum as a microcosm, right? Which then we can expand and just put lots and lots of 88 piano keyboards next to each other. And the 55th one is the one that yields light. and the other ones are not yielding light, but they're yielding different forms of sound that we have different senses to be able to sense. And the ones we can't sense, we can sense through the pineal gland. A lot of people think that darkness is the absence of light. Darkness is not the absence of light. Darkness is the opposite condition of light. The opposite condition would be you've got forms of sound that we have different senses to be able to sense. And the
My man, let me say this and like this before I go any further. He giving me all of the facts, all of them, not all
The ones we can't sense, we can sense through the pineal gland. A lot of people think that darkness is the absence of a note on a piano keyboard, which is a Fibonacci number. So basically, you look at the piano keyboard, you've got the entire spectrum as a microcosm, right? Which then we can expand and just put lots and lots of 88 piano keyboards next to each other. And the 55th one is the one that yields light. And the other ones are not yielding light, but they're yielding different forms of sound that we have different senses to be able to sense. And the ones we can't sense, we can sense through the pineal gland. A lot of people think that darkness is the absence of light. Darkness is not the absence of light. Darkness is the opposite condition of light. The opposite condition would be you've got a field of little nodal points that are cubes. Each of these cubes has a little LED inside of it. Think of it like an LED. And there's an on excitation and an off excitation. So the opposite condition of light is the off excitation. Very, very high knowledge technology. What's happened is the pixels that you thought were you are not actually you. They're just reflecting the light signature of you. And as you move to another place, it's just like the wave transitioning. You move to another position, then a whole new set of pixels have been on excited to is that there's a whole new set of pixels that are reflecting you. The only limitations that exist, therefore, are the ones that you persistently believe in, including time. The world around you is just your spectral absorption being reflected back to you, and your X, and the world around you is your 1 over X. That's why I call it the U inverse. This is where it goes to your spectral absorption being reflected back to you, and your X, and the world around you is your 1 over X. That's why I call it the U inverse. This is where it goes to Hermeticism. The first principle of the 7 Hermetic principles is mentalism. Mentalism means the entire universe is mental. It's not material. You have to realize the entire universe is mental, that what you perceive in the reality around you is not material. It's a compelling belief that you have that actually forms the world around you. Your expectation becomes your reality, just like the double slit phenomenon. This is why double slit phenomenon does what it does, in one context, and it works retrocausally even. So that means that, and just like the double slit phenomenon, this is why double slit phenomenon does what it does, in one context, and it works retrocausally even. So that means that if a photon of light is either going to be a wave or a particle, and its dependence on whether it'll be a wave or a particle is going to be dependent on whether or not it will be observed. It will even know before it's observed if it's going to be observed. And retrocausally, it will know, even if you didn't observe it, that you might observe it later on. And so it will act as a particle, because there is no such thing as linear time as we construct it. That's just an illusion. I don't believe that there's a different universe for every decision point we made, that you can jump into different decision points. I'm not of that. What I do believe, though, is that what is explicable from the perspective of Mandela effect, which is when a group of people have a memory of something that didn't really happen, like millions of people. Like people remember Nelson Mandela's death in the 1980s. It never happened. I mean, he died in the 2000s something. He didn't die in the 80s, but people remember watching his funeral. They remember watching it for hours and mourning it and everything, like millions of people. Well, as you move into higher frequency,
if you're thinking about buying or selling a house anywhere in or around Charlotte metro area, including the blue areas,
perspective. So that also creates changes retrocausally, so that throughout time, you literally live in what people refer to as a different timeline. Things change. Things that you might remember from the past, now you look them up, like Luke, I am your father, which was the famous line, right? He didn't really say that. Go back and look. I remember growing up with Jiffy peanut butter. There's no Jiffy peanut butter. There's Jif. These very slightly different nuanced things that I remember so strongly, like Febreze, stuff you put with the drying, it's not spelled the way that we thought, or the Flintstones, right? It's all these things are retrocausally changed. As you move into higher dimension, your past, present, and future now reflects the new frequency that you're at, and things that were not part of that frequency, little aspects of it start to dissolve in the past and in the future. So it's not that I'm jumping through different timelines per se, because in one lifetime I decided to be with one woman, in another circumstance I decided in the same lifetime to be with a different one, and so I could jump into a different lifetime if it didn't work out for me one way or another. No, I don't believe that. What I believe is that as we raise consciousness, the reality around us through all dimensions of time also changes. It's a mind blower. Look, no matter how you look at it, I can go through the detail, right, of, okay, here's what you do. But I think throughout time, when people come to this understanding, they don't explain in the end all the scientific methods that they derived it and how their perception shifted. What they say is the result of it, which is, yes, now science is actually parroting exactly that. But what they do say is that it's all about the transcendence of judgment, the transcendence of duality. This notion of looking at the world as being either good or evil. It's realizing also that the things that we judge negatively are the things that we attract in our lives over and over again. We literally become a hammer that's seeking a nail of our own self-validation, own game experience. All of it for the benefit of your own conscious expansion. And to realize and remember who we are, again, so that the things that we judge negatively are the things that we attract in our lives over and over again. We literally become a hammer that's seeking a nail of our own self-validation of being a light worker, right? The thing that's going to fight the bad thing, when all along, maybe you're the designer of your own game experience. All of it for the benefit of your own conscious expansion. And to realize and remember who we are, and also to realize that the reason we're here is not to learn more judgments, but rather we're here to learn how to love. We're here to learn how to love and how to receive love, because that's really what happens. When we look at ourselves, the things we don't like about ourselves start projecting over and over and over again in the world around us, because those aspects of the higher self, of us, of the self, the full self, when you are in your complete authentic nature, combining both the part of you that you want the world to see in one light, like I had my LinkedIn on one aspect, and then I had my Instagram on another. When you finally combine and become the authentic you, and you fall in love with your experience, that's when you become enlightened. Because then you fall in love with everything around you as well. It's a love fest. Even when bad things happen to you, you realize, well, wait a minute. Throughout time, what I thought was a bad thing that happened to me actually turned out to be one of the best things that ever happened to me. So time has this aspect of polarity. And it's just like music, if you know musical interval. So I could play a note, C, and then go to E, and that's one of the most beautiful chords in music. It's called a major third. But it's in verse, and most people, when they hear a major third, which is just da, da, and often you'll hear people, one of the most beautiful, time has this aspect of polarity. And it's just like music, if you know musical interval. So I could play a note, and most people, when they hear a major third, which is just da, da, and often you'll hear it with a perfect fifth, da, 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 right? And you play all three together on a piano, sounds great, fabulous. Whoa, it's like love, it's awesome. But if you play them backwards, if you go in a descending arc on that, so I just played an ascending by going da, da, da. If I do a descending arc of that and inverse the order of it, so it becomes, instead of C to E, it goes from E to C, and it's going down, that becomes a minor sixth. A minor sixth is negative. People, when they listen to that, they're like, ooh, that sounds like heartbreak. So isn't that interesting? That chords of music, one direction through time, because the only difference in music could be like a time tracker, is that I played, sounds like heartbreak, a minor from E to C, and it's going down, that becomes a minor from E to C, and it's going down, that becomes a minor sixth. A minor sixth is negative. People, when they listen to that, they're like, ooh, that sounds like heartbreak. So isn't that interesting? That chords of music, one direction through time, because the only difference in music could be like a time tracker, is that I play the order different. But the same two notes that I play in the descending order through time, and it turns from joy and love to sadness and heartbreak.
ECPI was...
What it says is that the experience we have of love houses and embeds the seed, chords of music. And what I'm going to tell you about the pyramids is that there are chords in music. right? The major third that I just told you is 5/4 relationship. It's 1.25, 5 divided by 4. It's simple. So if you take the Hertz frequency of a C note, multiply by 1.25, you're going to get an E note in Pythagorean tuning. It's perfect. Now, if we take the inverse of these and we start looking at all of these different relationships, a perfect fifth would be da, da, da. So that's the first and the third note. So it's da, da, da. That's a perfect fifth. Perfect fifth means stability. It's stability. You feel secure, stable, safe. That is a relationship of 3/2. And then the sound that we have when Darth Vader enters the room is what I already did. Dun, 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 dun. That is a diminished fifth, which is like the most terrible sound of music because it always makes you feel like a villain just entered. It's a reframe on everything in your life because of music. Because that is a diminished fifth, which is like the most terrible sound of music because it always makes you feel like a villain just entered. It's a reframe on everything in your life because now everything that happens to you isn't happening to you. You chose it. So stop asking, why did this happen to me? And start asking, why did I choose it? And if you're an athlete, you're not going to go into a sport where you're not going to be challenged.
Okay.
You're going to go into a sport that's going to tear the muscle. You're going to go into an area where you're going to be challenged because that's the most fun. When you finish that game or that sport, you're like, whoa, that was tough, but I did it. So
Right.
you cannot assume how everyone would assume to come into this world and what they would assume that they would want to experience. Now, Helen Keller is a good example of this. She was deaf and blind and a paraplegic. And yet
Helen
she came
Keller
up with
on our
profound
episode.
quotes that impacted the world over, tens of millions of people, by saying the only thing worse than blindness is have sight without vision. And I was thinking, what would it be like if I couldn't hear? What would be worse than not being able to hear? And I was thinking about Beethoven, who sawed the legs off his piano so he could write through vibrations the Ninth Symphony, which is one of my favorite symphonies. And I thought, well, the only thing really worse than deafness is probably to be able to hear without empathy. I think that's what the world is missing. So what I've tried to do is share my story and my experience. And to me, it's been a beautiful journey. And it has helped me to reconcile all the things that have been in my life I thought were irreconcilable. But sharing it has been powerful because I know I'm just sharing it with the world around me. And it has increased also my empathy towards other people's condition and what they are experiencing. Because I don't believe I'm here to judge. I believe I'm here to learn to love and learn how to receive love. And that's what's important.
Ladies, how come we're taught to get a 9 to 5, but nobody taught us about the secret 5 to 9 strategy that actually creates time and financial freedom? If you swap your 9 to 5 for a 5 to
I'm gonna let my man do his thing.
Over time, this I'm Dr. Orion Taraban, and this is PsychHacks, Better Living Through Psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is how to love yourself. Loving yourself is extremely important. And this is because wherever you go, there you are. What does that mean? Everything that you experience within your consciousness. It's not possible for cruel and self-loathing, even if the other contents of your consciousness are the most pleasant and delightful possible. That cruel, self-loathing self will permeate these other contents and spoil whatever goodness, pleasure, or happiness you might otherwise have experienced. By the same token, a self that is clean and loved will make it much easier to experience even unpleasant, painful, and difficult content without suffering. In this way, attending exclusively to your external circumstances without paying attention to your internal environment is likely to prove self-defeating. Consequently, we need to learn how to love ourselves so that wherever we go, we can be assured of good company.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you were raised in a securely attached, loving family, this will likely be easier for you to do than if you were raised in a chaotic and conflict-ridden environment. However, no matter your circumstances, I'm here to give you 3 actionable things that you can start doing today in order to accelerate your progress in the direction of self-love. Here we go. First and foremost, make a commitment starting now not to speak to yourself in a way that you wouldn't speak to a close friend. Though I've been a therapist for over 10 years, I am still shocked from time to time at just how negatively some people speak to themselves. Every mistake they make is painfully amplified, and everything they do well is grossly minimized by this horribly negative, critical inner voice. So, the first step to loving yourself is to stop speaking to yourself in that way. If you wouldn't say something out loud to someone that you cared about, then don't say it to yourself. Even if you don't care about yourself yet, you have to begin to time. It's so much easier to hate them. This is like an initial step in all totalitarian regimes towards pogroms and genocide. To justify the violence against a hated group, you must first denigrate them. If the denigration does not occur, it's much harder to see the targets as inhuman. Self-denigration justifies self-hatred and self-violence of all kinds. So stop doing it now. Now, how do you respond to your critical inner voice when it invariably arises? Well, that's not true. Or, hey, we don't talk to ourselves that way anymore. And then you replace that thought with the least pathologizing interpretation of reality that still fits the facts of the case. This could look something like, no, it's not true that I'm a complete piece of shit. I just suffered a setback, and I'm going to continue to work through this difficult moment. Or, no, I'm not unworthy of love. If one person isn't interested in a relationship with me, that doesn't mean someone else won't be. Something like that. Now, before I go any further, if you're liking what you're hearing, please consider sending this video to someone who might benefit from its message, because it's word-of-mouth referrals like this that really help to make the channel grow. And you can also hit the super thanks button. It's in those 3 little dots in the lower right-hand corner beneath the video, and tip me in proportion to the value you feel you derived from this episode. I really appreciate your support. It makes all this happen.
Squarespace's creative tools let you design a unique, engaging website that fits your personal style and professional needs. Start your free web
of expansion pack. I'm y'all host, Dan F. Man. We're gonna get up out of here for the day. Let y'all see me one more time before we go. Let's go. Maybe I'll let y'all see the game instead. Y'all see these last couple seconds. Give me that. Game time. All right, that was another episode of Expansion Pack, and that's me right here that you're seeing, your host Dan F. Man. I'm gonna get on up out of here. Hey, I hope y'all learned a little bit of something about coherence today, because I really did myself, and having a healthy mental starts with getting everything lined up and in order. Until tomorrow, Fun Friday. This is DGTA TV. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Peace.
An unresentful future. Why can't you stay organized?
I've experienced this myself, and it's called...
Is the biggest one. All right. Let's get this last one.
We can spend a lot of time in relationships to which we are all suddenly end, but perhaps less time asking the more salient question: what can I do to help this valued relationship endure? We can fall into an error of seeing love as a passive, mysterious gift that we are in no position to generate, direct, or guarantee, rather than conceiving of it as an emotion that, for the most part, flows fairly logically, steadily, and naturally on from things that we are in a position either to do or not to do. And, to come to the central thesis, love tends to be a consequence of a partner feeling cared for and heard in the way that they have almost certainly frequently signaled to us that they need to feel in order to be inwardly assured that they are in safe and tender hands. To hazard a generalization, most people tend to signal their emotional requirements pretty directly, if we are in the mood to listen. In other words, there is much we can choose to do or not to do right now, today, in order to weaken or strengthen our loves. We are, for the most part, active as a predictable reward rather than a random benediction. There are surely cases where people are keen to maintain a relationship, but are then left for no reason that they could ever have guessed at or influenced, normally by people deeply and secretly ambivalent around the terrors of commitment. But in the end, there are probably not so many of those around. To maintain love, we need more than anything to follow a few simple-sounding rules that can nevertheless be
when there are powers that be out there that can break your legs if you say something they don't want you to say. So who we choose to believe informs what we know about the world, because we can't be everywhere at once.
Right.
If we didn't see it ourselves,
You say powers that be,
then
they
truth
break
is
your
about
legs if you say something that they don't want.
trust. But it goes even deeper than that, because who said you could trust your own perception? Just because you saw or experienced something yourself doesn't mean that it's true. Our brains lie to us all the time. In fact, everything that we perceive is just made up whole cloth by our brains. You know, people always say, I saw it with my own eyes, but that's not true. You don't see with your eyes at all.
Let me see.
All your eyes do is collect light and focus it on the back of your retina. It's your brain that creates a picture out of that and makes it into something you can understand. And before you accuse me of splitting hairs, consider this. The image that gets projected on the back of your eye is actually flipped upside down. It's your brain that has to flip it vertically so that it makes sense to you. Your eyes literally perceive the world completely opposite of what it actually is. In fact, there are glasses that can actually flip your perception upside down. And studies have shown it only takes a day or two before your brain rewires itself to see normally. In fact, there was this great experiment by Destin over at Smarter Every Day where he found a bicycle that had its handlebars rigged to turn the opposite direction of the wheel, which makes it almost impossible to ride. But he practiced it and he practiced it until he was able to ride it normally, and then he switched over to a normal bike and fell flat on his face because he was used to doing it the other way. But these senses, all distributed into our malleable brain through our meat suits, this is how we created our subjective experience of the world. And for the vast majority of human history, this is how we try to discern what is truth, through our senses and through other people. But the problem is that's subjective to a lot of different issues like logical fallacies, superstitions, and social pressures. Aristotle was known as a great thinker, and he believed that logic was the ultimate tool for discerning the truth. But now we know that he got almost everything wrong.
Right.
Because a lot of things in the universe are not logical to our experience here on Earth. As Neil deGrasse Tyson has famously said, the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. Eventually we got wise to this problem, and we created a system in service of finding discernible truth. And it's called science.
Okay, a system of discernible
Make predictions, test assumptions, retest, peer review. All of these things are designed to reach an objective truth that lies outside of our subjective experience.
Right.
It's the single best tool we have to understand truth in this world. But it still relies on trust. You got to trust the equations, you got to trust the instruments, you got to trust the other researchers out there. And the fact of the matter is there's a lot of people out there right now that don't trust science. And in the United States, this distrust does go along party lines. 42% of conservatives in a 2014 poll said that they don't trust the scientific community. Don't get political. But I see this all the time on my channel because anytime I talk about NASA or Elon Musk or any space-related thing, the flat earthers come out of the woodwork. Actual people who think the actual Earth is actually flat, that space doesn't exist, the moon landings were faked, and all the evidence out there to the contrary is just a giant conspiracy designed to hide the truth. And I want to just yell in their faces, stop being stupid! Not only are there mountains of evidence that the world is a sphere, literally all the evidence points to it, and there is zero evidence to the contrary. But I have to be honest with myself. I've never been to outer space.
Exactly.
So I've never seen it. I've never gone around the moon and come back around and seen the big blue marble floating in the sky. And even if I did do that, I would have to trust that my senses were telling me the truth, which I can't 100% do. Hell, I can't be 100% sure that I'm not dreaming this right now. But I have to just trust that I am in a wakeful state, because all the evidence around me points to my other experiences of wakefulness, Just in the same way, I have to trust that all the videos and photos of a spherical Earth that I've seen are real, that the satellites that revolve around the Earth and make my life possible now are real. I have to just trust that.
It's
like I've never been to
aspect.
Bangladesh, right?
Hey, what's up? Welcome to another episode of Expansion Pack. I'm your host, Dan F. Man. We're here for another Tech Tuesdays. We got another interesting talk, another. I've said that 5 times, but y'all bear with me. So we're going to go ahead and get the motivation for today in here, and let's get it started. Good to see y'all, too, as well. I ain't said this in a minute. This is DGTA TV. All right, let's get it popping. Let's get y'all some motivation. Motivation for success. Let's see what we got. I always scroll down, and then it'll be the same one by the time I done scroll down so far. It'll be one we already heard. Alright, let's go, y'all.
No one understands me. If I actually told people how I'm feeling, they would think of me differently. That is a lie that I told.
The rigors of academic life can be brutal. Long days of classes, long nights of studying, and low cash flow requires you to be frugal. Projects, case studies, pop quizzes, and final exams will test your morals and your scruples. But you keep pushing and pushing, because you know one day all of that hard work and studying will pay off and be fruitful.
They didn't know that you had that hustle in you. They didn't know that the beast that you were becoming, they wasn't doing anything but add more fuel to the fire. They didn't understand what it felt like to struggle. They didn't understand that the competition was you. All the haters that went against you, all the people that doubted you, they didn't know who you was becoming.
You've seen many others succumb to academic demise and wind up with the wrong letter on their transcript. The dreaded W, which painfully stands for withdrawal. But that's where you draw the line, because you made a vow to choose incline over decline. Fast forward over rewind, redesign over recline, and hard grind over pouting wine.
Yes, sir.
You made the choice to dig deep within. And thus the only W you will ever get will be the W that stands for win. Because winners like you pick themselves up when they stumble and slip. Winners like you understand that it's impossible to never trip. Winners like you are strong enough to say no when their friends want them to take a sip. Winners like you trust the process, so steps they never ever try and skip.
Yes, sir.
And that chip on your shoulder, it remains to remind you of all the doubters, naysayers, and haters that said you would never walk across that stage and receive that paper.
Yes, sir. Give me that paper. Yeah.
But more fuel for your fire just makes success so much greater.
Yes, sir. Mans and them, y'all better get down.
Turn your haters into your motivators. And never let anybody else's opinion be bigger than your own. Understand the struggles that you go through are helping you to get to your destiny. The adversity and hills that you have to run, the mountains that you have to climb, it's taking you to greatness. So I'm telling you, don't run from the adversity. Don't run from the problem. Because if you don't face it, you can become it. It's gonna make you stronger. It's gonna make you better.
Because you're overcoming the sour taste of now to get to the sweet taste of later.
That's my guy.
You adjust to all the different personalities of your teachers and professors and enjoy those that are super cool, but stay mentally prepared for those that are stressors.
Yes, sir.
Blessings seem to find you because the universe conspires to make sure everything falls into place because you've got so much heart, passion, and desire. Your fire keeps burning, but at times it starts to fizzle. But you remember you owe it to your future self, and that gas turns that fizzle into a sizzle. You want to leave a legacy and contribute to the greater good. So for now, it's the uncomfortable, discipline, and sacrifice. Because to cash out in the future means today you gotta pay the price.
Yes.
So that means when your friends ask, can you go? Your heart wants to say yes, but your willpower says no. Because Mr. Jones' Thermochemistry 3202 ain't no joke. And so you gotta be locked in and stay woke.
Yes, sir.
Because he's all about business
good.
and doesn't give any rope.
Right.
So if you miss any assignments or fail any tests, you have very little hope of passing his class. But you will pass his class, and you will pass it with flying colors. Because you, my friend, are an academic hustler.
Yes,
and thus you put in the time, the effort, and that's all the right questions to make sure all of your bases are covered. The vultures will hate. You tried to give them vision, but they never put on the right frames. And thus their sight was blurry, and their grade reflected it. And now they want to throw shade at you, but your shield deflected it. You tell them winning in progress over here, so please eliminate the negative vibe. It's time to remove them from your circle and find yourself a positive tribe.
Right, hey.
Because misery loves company.
Man's on fire.
But that misery cannot have any of your companionship. Because everybody on your team is working as a unit to come back and win the championship. You owe it to your future self to make money moves in and out of the classroom. Because time waits for no one. And whether you succeed or fail, it will pass soon. Walk with character and integrity, so your reflection in the mirror is who you want to see. Your future self is counting on your current self to set the tone and make sure your future is not only bright, but powerful and strong for mediocrity. Your future self is counting on your current self to never take shortcuts and never lack integrity, because a day will come for you to walk with character and have clarity. Greatness is your destiny, but at times you must reboot your mental computer, because every step you take today will directly affect your future. This is a great day to win.
Let's go, y'all. Hey, I don't know, that was spoken by Freddie Free and Logan Taylor. Hey, y'all go ahead and get yourself ready for this day out here. I'm motivated. I gotta go study later, so I ain't tripping on it. I'm ready. I got all the juice, the gas, the fuel, all that I need from that. All right, I hope y'all did too. So today we talking industrial revolution, and I ain't talking about industrial revolution like 1700, 1900, 1800. I'm talking about now. Modern industrial revolution. Hope y'all know what y'all getting into. Alright. No. Well, let's start here.
With Geico Motorcycle Insurance, you have access to specialists who know your bike like you do, so nothing can...
The Industrial Revolution is one of the most significant events in human history and has had a profound effect on many nations throughout the world. It first began in Britain and took place approximately from 1750 to 1850 CE. With that said, the impacts of the Industrial Revolution can still be seen in our lives today. Historians have identified several prominent impacts due to the Industrial Revolution, such as the growth of socialist and labor movements, the emergence of feminism, urbanization, and the development of new inventions and technologies. The first main impact of the Industrial Revolution was the growth of socialism. It first emerged in the mid-19th century in response to the harshness of laissez-faire capitalism, which was an individualistic ideology. As such, it contributed to issues in industrialized societies such as low wages for the working class, child labor, and a lack of workers' rights. Socialism emerged in response to these issues, and prominent socialists sought to end some of these practices.
Look at them kids in there working. Nobody gave a damn, man. You better take your
For
ass and get a
example,
job.
Karl Marx developed his theory of Marxism in the mid-19th century in response to what he saw as the failings of capitalism in industrialized societies such as Britain. Marxism is best associated with the system of ideas established in his famous works, including the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. In each, he argued against the exploitation of the working class and for a more equitable society in which there were no class divisions.
So I got a quick question before we get into too many technical terms and large terms and case studies. So how many of y'all think, and you don't have to comment, most of the times I don't get no comments, so I just end up talking to myself, but what do you think about a classless society or a classless way of living? Whereas there is no poor, there is no rich, there is no blah, 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 blah. Me personally, I don't think it'll ever be that way specifically. And only reason is because people have to put, there's a common system we use amongst people who exist, and that's boxes. Like, you gotta be in the box. If you're not this, you're that. If you're not that, you're this. If you're not gay, you straight. If you're not straight, you gay. If you're not gay or straight, you bi. You see what I'm saying? There has to be a box there. So how many of y'all feel like it would, if there wasn't a classless system, what would it be? Well, if it was a classless system, what would it be? Anyway.
Another important socialist was Robert Owen. He was an industrialist and utopian socialist that operated textile mills in New Lanark, Scotland in the early 1800s. For example, he disagreed with child labor and refused to hire children under the age of 10.
Under the age of 10. My man, he got morals.
He also provided his workers with a basic education and healthcare, which was not necessarily common at the time. As such, socialism had a profound impact on modern societies. In fact, throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, socialist ideologies transformed laissez-faire capitalistic societies into mixed economies. Today, most modern democracies include elements from both sides of the economic spectrum. The next main impact was the development of the labor movement. Similar to the emergence of socialism, the labor movement began in response to the terrible conditions for the working class in the Industrial Revolution, such as...
So Zanita 67, remember we had that talk about in general about slavery and how they doing anything that they wanted during slavery. Well, during this same time, that's pretty much the same thing. And if people didn't band together, then let's just say the people at the top of the class would have ran the people in the lower classes into the ground, and they wouldn't have had no people in the lower classes. So to be honest with you, my mans wasn't given basic education and all of this stuff because he was just this nice person. He was doing it to keep his people that he needed to work them things that was making his life so comfortable.
dangerous work, long hours, and poor pay. This ultimately led to the development of labor unions, which were a group of people within a particular job or industry that joined together to fight for improved working conditions. Today, labor unions remain an important part of modern democratic societies. The third impact of the Industrial Revolution was the establishment of early feminist movements. In general, feminism is the fight for equality between men and women in society. Women played an important role during the period of industrialization, but were not valued the same as men in the workplace, and were therefore often paid much less. The early feminist movements that emerged out of this time period caused women to organize and protest for more equality in society. One of the first things that women began to fight for was the right to vote.
I always had this thing being said to me about women, and it blows my mind. So, if there's a person out there that would treat their own mama like trash, best believe he gonna treat you and your mama like trash. So women, when they fight for these rights, who are they fighting against? Is it some random man out there? No. It's their own daddies, granddaddies, brothers, all of the uncles, all of the aboves telling them, hey dog, y'all ain't coming over here messing us up. And that always make me be like, So what I'm saying right now, and the point I'm trying to make out of this little point of stopping the video is the Industrial Revolution. Look how much stuff that's still happening that we call normal was just starting then, and it was not normal. Yeah, and they sons.
Another impact of the Industrial Revolution
Get a little privilege. I made you.
Was its contribution to urbanization. In fact, industrial cities and towns grew dramatically due to the migration of farmers and their families who were looking for work in the newly developed factories and mines. This trend continues to this day on a global scale as people move to cities in search of work. The final impact of the Industrial Revolution was the numerous inventions and innovations from that time period, which still impact our world today. For example, the textile industry, which centered on the manufacture of cloth and clothing, benefited greatly from several important inventions. Throughout the 1700s, inventors such as Richard Arkwright, Willie Whitney, James Hargreaves, John Kay, and Edmund Cartwright developed machines and techniques that helped improve production, especially in terms of the textile industry. For example, Edmund Cartwright developed the power loom, which transformed the textile industry by speeding up production and automating the weaving process. Without these inventions, our society would lack the current convenience and efficiency that we enjoy today across all types of industries.
All right, now, I didn't want to touch on nothing in the 1800s and all of that, but it's relevant. So, but look at everything that they discussed in that video that is still going on today, but it's regulated only because it was getting out of hand when it first started. And you can kind of say it's still out of hand, but anyway. Now, let's see something real quick. Silicon Valley. Come on, man. Come on, man. All right, now, let me see something. Let me see what this stuff is.
Meet the new standard in sleep. This is Pod 4 Ultra.
Silicon Valley is an almost $3 trillion neighborhood, thanks to companies like Apple, Google, and Tesla. But it wasn't always this way. In the late 1800s, San Francisco's port helped make it a hub of the early telegraph and radio industries. In 1909, San Jose became the home of one of the country's first radio stations. In 1933, the Navy purchased Moffett Field to dock and maintain the USS Macon. This made Moffett Field a major hub for the early days of the aerospace industry. Many scientists and researchers all found work in the area. In 1939, the Ames Research Center was founded in the area, and it became home to the world's largest wind tunnel in 1949. Also in 1939, William Hewlett and David Packard founded Hewlett-Packard in Palo Alto, which originally made oscillators. Then, during World War II, Hewlett-Packard made radar and artillery technology. At this point, computers were about the size of a room. In the 1940s, William Shockley co-invented the transistor.
So the transistor changed everything. I just want y'all to know that. Trayshawn 2393, appreciate you for stopping through. You already know that my guy right there. Yes, sir. Yeah, so and I don't want to bore none of y'all with this information. So if you're bored, I'm sorry, but this is the information we need right here, because what we going through right now, this 30-something years of my life, however many years of y'all life, all of what we watching right now has been going on your entire life and before. And so it's good to know where you fit in all of this and what piece of knowledge or what piece of information or what you can bring to the table, because we all living in this room or this world, and we can't just sit around. You sit around and be a part of the workforce, well, you're going to get taken advantage of. So you're going to need a group of people to speak on your behalf. If you don't get involved in that group that speaks on your behalf, then it's all just going to be one big mess. So this information is the stuff that we need. We can get in the mix, y'all, and we can make our existence, not just theirs. You know, you say they. Nah, preach, brother. We can't be bored learning. Hey, that's my man. Look at my man. Yes, sir. I'm gonna put that work in.
While at Bell Labs. The transistor is now known as the computer processor.
You see this right here? This is what we get into right here, the computer processor. This is the newest, latest form of our industrial revolution, and that's what we're getting into with today's talk. So y'all just keep paying attention. The transistor changed everything.
In 1956, Shockley left Bell and founded his own company, Shockley Semiconductor Labs. It was the first company to make transistors out of silicon and not germanium. The company was founded in Mountain View, California, so Shockley could be closer to his sick mother. Shockley's company employed many recent graduates from Stanford. In 1957, 8 Shockley employees grew tired of his demeanor and left the company. Shockley called this group the Traitorous 8. They partnered with Sherman Fairchild to create Fairchild Semiconductor. In the early 1960s, Fairchild helped make computer components for the Apollo program. Later in the decade, many of the Traitorous 8
around the time that my mama was born and I was about to be on the earth 20 years later.
left Fairchild, including Gordon Moore and Robert Noyce, who in 1968 founded their own company in Santa Clara called Intel. Soon after,
it's amazing how so many companies that are household words today started so long ago, i.e. Hewlett-Packard and even Apple. Yeah, and I want to blow your mind like how my mind is blown with this information. They started with simple pieces of information, like, for example, how electricity flows, works, and how it can be harnessed. That's it. They started with that. All right, well, we see lightning, and we don't know what that is. We're going to investigate. Get a lightning rod. Well, man, this thing does this and this and this and this, and so on and so forth till today. And that's how they were able to grow from these small, just little bit of resources into the largest, what they said, largest neighborhood in America. And which is not just a neighborhood, it's where we getting all of our technology from and our tech know-how.
other ex-Fairchild employees and Traitorous 8
Intel, AMD, Teledyne
members helped found AMD and venture fund Kleiner Perkins. In 1969, the Stanford Research Institute became one of the 4 nodes of ARPANET, a government research project that would go on to become the Internet. In 1970, Xerox opened up PARC Lab in Palo Alto. PARC invented early computing tech, including Ethernet computing and the graphical user interface. In 1971, journalist Don Hoefler titled a 3-part report on the semiconductor industry, Silicon Valley, USA. The name stuck. In the 1970s, companies like Atari, Apple, and Oracle were all founded in the area. In the 1980s, Silicon Valley became the widely accepted center of the computer industry. eBay, Yahoo, PayPal, and Google are just some of the companies founded in the area in the 1990s, with Facebook, Twitter, Uber, and Tesla joining them the following decade.
Let me see. Think about this also. Many black people were in on this, but patents were hard for them to acquire. Now, I will say this. We ain't never left, and to be honest with you, all of the tech comes from, if you know this, you know this. If you don't, you don't. All of the tech comes reversed engineered from anatomy. If you look at the anatomy of anything on the planet, anything, there's a electrical network behind it, behind existence in general. And so all that was done was people took a good look, a good observation of anatomy of many different things. That's why they study animals like that, and reverse engineered it into what we call technology. And the tech that we're using is literally reverse engineered life. Like, we've lived, we've thought, and we reverse engineered it all and put it out as TV screens, computers, cars, and things of the like.
The growth of the tech industry in the area continues to this day.
So let me show y'all something else. History of the transistor. Show y'all this. Because before this,
keep all your passwords
none of this stuff existed.
safe.
None of this stuff existed before the transistor.
Use Chrome to save.
If I were to ask you what the most important advancement humankind has ever made, what would you say? Many would make the case for fire. Our species was in an evolutionary rut until we harnessed its power. It gave us the warmth to survive harsh winters. Its light extended our day, its destructive powers gave us a weapon against predators, and it allowed us to cook our food, which allowed our brains to grow. Our discovery of fire transformed not only our technologies, but our culture and our way of life. But I would argue that we are currently living in a time of equal or even greater change. We are living in a time of incredible growth, one that has already started to transform the way we live our lives. The age of information. With 40% of the world's population currently connected to the internet, the human race is more intertwined than ever before. But what led to this amazing tool? What single invention gave rise to our smartphone-equipped generation? The transistor. The transistor is information itself. Even this video is just a series of ones and zeros beaming across the planet to be interpreted by the processors in your computers. Without the transistor, I wouldn't have access to the wealth of information online to do my research, I wouldn't be able to use my animation software to make these videos, and I certainly wouldn't be able to share it here for the world to see. The transistor is so simple, but it is the foundation of all our modern computers. To understand its impact, we need to understand the history and science behind it. Before the transistor existed, we used vacuum tubes, which are these bulky evacuated glass bulbs. The triode vacuum tube consisted of three parts: the cathode, grid, and anode. A current is passed through the cathode and it begins to heat up, causing it to release electrons. As gases have been removed from the tube, the electrons have very little resistance to their movement, and they are attracted to the positively charged anode. This completes the circuit, and a current flows. But we can manipulate this flow of electrons in many useful ways with the grid. For example, we can use it as a switch. If we place a light bulb here, it will only light up when there's a positive voltage across the grid. If we apply a negative voltage, the negative charge will repel electrons trying to pass through. This is the foundation of binary coding, which is the ones and zeros that gave birth to the age of information. Here, 1 is a positive voltage, and 0 is a negative. 1 turns the light on, 0 turns it off. The world's first general-purpose electronic computer, the ENIAC, used 18,000 vacuum tubes to perform calculations. Designed by John Mauchly and J. Presper Eckert, it was completed in 1945. It was purpose-built to calculate trajectories for artillery during World War II. A calculation that would take a human a day to calculate took ENIAC 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
But this thing weighed 30 tons and took up an entire room. It was incredibly power hungry, as the vacuum tube cathodes needed to be heated to work, which also meant that the vacuum tubes burnt out regularly and needed to be replaced. All this to perform a function that your phone basically does with Angry Birds. Today, its computing power could be contained on a silicon chip no larger than a grain of sand, and that's thanks to the transistor.
Jeez, did you hear that? Now, this whole computer that took up the whole room, and your basement or wherever your building was at is replaced by a transistor no larger than a grain of sand.
Or it could be contained on a silicon chip no larger than it basically does with Angry Birds. Today, its computing power could be contained on a silicon chip no larger than a grain of sand, and that's thanks to the transistor. A modern phone has around 2 billion transistors, which perform the exact same job as the vacuum tube, but on the nanoscale. Let's look at how it works. Many of you will recognize the transistor as one of these, but this is a through-hole transistor that you can buy from hobby electronics stores for your DIY projects. The transistors in your CPU are microscopic and are manufactured with incredible precision with machines on thin wafers of silicon crystal that are sliced off silicon ingots like this. So what makes silicon so special that an entire section of the San Francisco Bay Area has been nicknamed after the material? Silicon is a semiconductor, which means its conducting properties can be tailored by introducing impurities to the crystal structure. Silicon has 4 electrons in its valence shell, and this is the outermost orbit for electrons, and it determines many of the chemical properties of the atom. Atoms.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. From this till modern day. Exactly. From this till modern day is crazy. And you know what I want to say is, like I said before, when you think about a place, let's say you think about a place or something you want to buy today or something you want to eat. You can get an image of it in your mind. You can get the smell of it. You can even get the taste and be holding it in your mind. That is reversed engineered, meaning they made that, like they took that ability and turned it into a physical technology, which if I didn't have it right now, you wouldn't be able to see me on the screen. And it's called a TV screen. And it's so crazy that, well, the crazy part is that we are busy learning a bunch of roundabout stuff. I want to learn that. I want to learn how to make that, how you did that. And that's why we're here on Expansion Pack. But anyway, I paused it because the actual abbreviation in the periodic table for silicone is C. You can take that as C, meaning C. C, mommy, come here, come let me see you. Or you can take it as C, yes. Or you can take it however you want to, but it allowed us to see.
You want 8 electrons in that shell, as this makes them very stable. So silicon readily forms covalent bonds with 4 neighboring silicon atoms to gain those extra electrons. Now, if we introduce those impurities to this pure silicon crystal, we can change how it conducts the current. If we add phosphorus, which has 5 electrons in its valence shell, the extra electron is left free to roam the crystal structure. This extra electron makes the n-type negatively charged, which is where the name comes from. The p-type is positively charged because it is doped with boron, which has 3 electrons in its valence shell. This structure wants to gain its final electron, and will steal electrons from its neighboring atoms. This creates a mobile positive charge called a hole.
My Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Little get-togethers elevated with the latest tech.
The conductivity of the material has thus been increased as we've increased the number of mobile charges. When we arrange n-type and p-type semiconductors like this and attach terminals to each, we create the world's most prevalent transistor, the NPN transistor. The transistor works due to the interaction of those free electrons and holes at the n-type and p-type junction. Free electrons in the n-type will migrate over to fill those holes in the p-type. This creates a boundary layer called the depletion layer, which prevents more electrons passing through due to the negative charges repelling each other. But when a positive voltage is applied to the base, it negates the depletion layer and allows current to flow through, completing the circuit. As you can see, this is very similar to the function of the vacuum tube. So how exactly does this allow computers to perform all these complex functions that we see today? Let's look at a very basic example. Let's add 2 numbers together. First, we need to learn how numbers are represented in binary. That's the 1s and 0s that are used to store data.
Alright, y'all, pay attention to this part. This gonna teach you how your computer, phone, anything that's digital and electronic is working.
This is the number 15, which is the largest number you can represent with 4 bits. The first bit represents 1, the next 2, then 4, and finally 8. Added up, that equals 15. This pattern continues, with each successive bit representing double the previous, so we can add an additional bit if we want to count up to 31. Let's add 5 and 6 together. To do this, we want a circuit that will hold a 1 in this position when either are 1, and carry the 1 forward when both are 1. As you can see, this will give us the number 11. The simplest circuit that can do this is a half adder, which contains 2 types of logic gates. These are devices that can modify the binary code. They are built using transistors. The first is the XOR logic gate, which gives a 1 only when one of the inputs is 1. If both are 0 or 1, it gives a 0. The second logic gate is an AND gate, which gives a 0 for everything except when both inputs are 1. If we wire these logic gates like this, we create a half adder, which gives two outputs, our sum and our carry. This allows us to add our binary number one bit at a time. A more complicated circuit is needed to perform the calculation in one step. Modern computers can perform millions of these calculations per second, and they're still getting faster. The co-founder of Intel, Gordon E. Moore, noticed a trend in 1965 that the density of transistors on integrated circuits doubles every 2 years. That trend has held until very recently, but it is starting to slow down. One of the reasons for this is the less well known of Moore's predictions, Moore's second law, or Rock's law, which states that the cost of manufacturing these devices will double every 4 years. Intel made an announcement last year that the rate of advancement was slowing for these reasons. It's getting more and more difficult for chip manufacturers to shrink their product while maintaining profit. Another problem that transistors are facing is quantum tunneling. As these transistors get smaller, so do the barriers between different sections. The barriers between each section of the transistor are getting so thin that electrons can pass right through them. With no definitive successor to the silicon transistor lined up, this incredible period of growth over the last 50 years could plateau in the near future. Some want to harness quantum mechanics to perform calculations faster than any transistor ever could. Others want to decentralize computing power and create the so-called Internet of Things. Intel have said themselves that they plan to shift their focus from increases in speed to decreases in power consumption. One thing is for sure, the computer industry will have to redefine itself in the near future.
So, in conclusion, let me switch over to my chilling scene real quick because I want to talk about that because that's where we was taking it. So, cut this music down. So, when I started to think about, they started with fire. We started with fire, and they was talking about how, you know, man must have thought of it as the greatest thing ever. All right. When I think about fire, I think about electricity in the sense of fire is not like what you have in front of you right now. Like, you don't have no fire, and when you need fire, you pull it out, you use it, and you put it away because you know of its power. Well, electricity is the same thing. Well, let me before I go on to that, fire animates things as well, in the sense that if I light this on fire, you're gonna see motion there and change there that you didn't see before without the fire. As in, if I light a piece of paper on fire, it's gonna burn up. Whereas if it was just blowing in the wind, it's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna change physically at all. Electricity is the same way to me. When you put electricity into this controller, I can do things. I can control things that is not visible to the naked eye, but it's still happening. The electricity is still there, and we know it because it's operating. If I was to take the light bulb and run some of this electricity, a higher form of fire, like I said, through the light bulb, it's going to make light happen. It's going to animate the light. And so when we look at that right there, and you start just that basic on the animation that is brought forth from fire and electricity, you can see where it's possible to make your life, well, to not, I ain't gonna say just make your life comfortable. It's possible to get a deeper understanding of what your life is. Now, if all you want to do is cook food with your fire, and that is as deep as you want to go, that's still deeper than killing your food, catching your food, and eating your food. You've taken your life to a deeper level, a more profound level, where you can get more out of it. But if you just catch food and eat your food, you're missing the step that fire brings. Now, let's upgrade that to electricity. If you were to sit and think, all right, you think, and say, hey, I want to create this, and it's a book. So let's say you want to write a book. Well, you thought, and then you started creating the book, and then you made the book. All right, that is fine. What electricity brings to that table is, now instead of you spending physical hours writing what you're thinking in your mind, the book, you're writing the book. What you can do is you take away that physical labor because you have access to electricity, and you talk your book into a microphone. that collects it, collects your audio voice, turns it back into electricity, and types it on electrical screen. That without that electricity in the process, like you could say, oh, I got a phone, I got a TV, I got a microphone, I got all of these things. But without the electricity, all of those things are inanimate. They are just things. And as a matter of fact, there's no point in them even existing because the electricity is what gives them their value. So, with all of that being said, our lives are made comfortable by harnessing the power of nature. That's all I'm getting at right here. So the Industrial Revolution and the technology we're using right now is a second form of nature. It's not natural. I'm not saying it's natural because we literally have to use synthetic processes to make them. As in, you can't plant a computer, dog. Ain't no computer seed. Ain't no computer seed. You can't go plant no computer in the earth and it's gonna grow a damn computer. So it's not natural, but it is. Well, it is. Whatever I said, don't get me mixed up. What I'm saying to you is that all of what we're doing as far as inventing, creating, and using this technology is what we're supposed to be doing because it gives our life more value and allows our life to progress. The only catch behind it is how much do you know and how much do you participate? And that's my main point in stopping the videos and talking. How much do you participate? I know my level of participation, but in order for me to participate more, I need more participation because you that may be watching this, you that may hear this later, are unique and you have a piece of this puzzle that we all need. And I've been hearing people say that a lot, but I believe it because sometimes people come and tell me things that I needed that. And not in the sense of, oh man, I needed to feel better, but I'm putting together a puzzle of my life and I didn't have that piece until you told it to me. So let's dig a little bit deeper. We got about 10 minutes left here on Expansion Pack, so let's dig just a little taste deeper and have some fun with this Industrial Revolution thing. All right, so let me go back to my main scene and let's get some fun. World's most advanced tech. We ain't never did this, I don't think, yet. So let's check it out.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in just minutes. This simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes.
This year's tech unveils are redefining what's possible, blending creativity and innovation to transform the way we live, work, and play. Get ready to explore gadgets that feel like they've stepped straight out of the future. Phone dead and you're in a rush? Seems like there couldn't be a better solution. Just slide your phone into the Swip It hub, wait 2 seconds, and you're good to go for the rest of the day. No waiting around, just grab it and get back to your life. Here's how it works. The Swip It case on your phone holds a battery that powers your device. When it runs low, you slide your phone into the hub, which instantly swaps the drained battery for a fresh, fully charged one. The hub holds 5 spare batteries that are always charging, so you'll never be caught without power. Sounds convenient, right? But let's be real, it's basically a high-end power bank system with a fancy swapping feature. Yeah. The hub's always charged and ready, but at $245 for the hub and another $84 for the case, it's definitely on the pricey side for what it offers.
$400 for never having to charge your phone again. I don't know.
And don't forget, the case adds some bulk to your phone, so squeezing it into smaller pockets might not be so easy anymore. The SwitchBot K20 Plus Pro redefines multitasking at home. Let's take a look at some examples of what it can do. It detaches from its base and starts tidying up, picking up items from the floor effortlessly. Next, it delivers water to someone working at their desk, showcasing its handy delivery skills. Need to cool down? Its fan module moves air exactly where you want it. Equipped with a camera, it monitors your home, spots open doors, and sends alerts to your phone for added security. For entertainment, it transforms into a streaming station with an extendable arm to hold a screen or tablet for hands-free viewing. It improves air quality by moving air purifiers around and refilling humidifiers when needed, ensuring comfort in every room. It even opens and closes curtains and locks or unlocks doors, making your home smarter and more secure. If only it could climb stairs and handle multiple floors, then it would truly be priceless. Eufy's joining the game with innovative solutions for home cleaning. The E20 starts. Eufy's joining multiple floors, then it would truly be priceless. Eufy's joining the game with innovative solutions for home cleaning. The E20 starts as a RoboVac, tackling your floors with ease, but transforms into a handheld vacuum for those hard-to-reach spots. Just attach the handle, attach one of the included nozzles, short for quick touch-ups or long for deeper cleaning, and take care of dirt the robot can't reach. When you're done, dock the handheld unit back into the robot, and both its dustbin and the handheld unit are automatically emptied at the station. Roborock's also impressed with its new groundbreaking feature on the Saros Z70. This robot comes equipped with a robotic arm that extends to pick up items scattered on the floor and put them back in place. While most robot vacuums rely on obstacle avoidance to navigate around objects, the Saros Z70 goes further by actually clearing the path and ensuring the area is cleaned, not just bypassed. It can also climb thresholds up to 4 centimeters high, making it perfect for transitioning between rooms. And with an industry-leading suction power of 22,000 PA, it handles even the toughest messes with ease. The Dream X50 Ultra brings its own set of features to the table. While it doesn't include a robotic arm, it can also climb small steps and thresholds, which makes navigating uneven floors easier. Additionally, allowing it with display technology like sofas. Samsung continues to experiment with display technology, unveiling some fascinating concepts. One example is the stretchable display, which can extend by up to 25%. A demonstration showed it lying flat and then rising up to create a detailed 3D effect, such as a volcano seemingly erupting right off the screen. Another scenario involved an underwater scene where a shark appeared to leap toward the viewer. While visually stunning, it's still unclear how such displays will be used beyond showcasing dramatic visuals. Samsung also introduced the slidable Flex Duet, which stretches from 8.1 to 12.4 inches. Its format suggests it could work as a compact gaming console or another portable device. Meanwhile, Lenovo's ThinkBook Plus Gen 6, set to launch in June 2025, takes a bold step forward in sliding display technology. With the press of a button, the screen expands from 14 inches to 16.7 inches, increasing the display area by nearly 50%. Lenovo
You said that tablet was wild. Yeah, I know, right?
is marketing this
Hey, I ain't got no words, man.
feature as a game changer for professionals, promoting it as ideal for tasks like document review, coding, project management, and content creation.
Now, the coding, yes.
The laptop also comes packed with advanced AI-powered features designed to enhance productivity and user experience. However, with a starting price of $3,500, it might be a deal breaker for many. At CES, how a smart glasses caught attention with their sleek design and innovative features. The secret lies in a tiny 3.6mm optical module embedded in the
Now I need this. This is what I need.
frame, offering a discrete display equivalent to a 3.5-inch screen. Positioned just above the right lens,
They already wearing these when they be talking to y'all, if y'all didn't know. That's why everybody who come talk to y'all to be famous and whatnot be having glasses on, even if they don't wear glasses.
display doesn't obstruct your view and provides a variety of useful functions. You can access real-time AI translations in over 40 languages, perfect for travel or international meetings. There's a teleprompter mode ideal for public speaking or presentations, along with notifications, notes, and even turn-by-turn navigation to keep you on track. The glasses also come with built-in speakers and a microphone, a 12-hour battery life, and adjustable settings to match your eye prescription, ensuring a comfortable and personalized experience. Starting at $489, they aren't the cheapest option, but still cost less than competitors like Even Reality's Even G1, which offer similar features but start at $600. Arzen's new Zip projector includes a fresh take on Pico projectors with its trifold design, which eliminates the need for a separate tripod. The device unfolds into a Z shape, serving as its own stand and making it more versatile for different setups, whether you're using it at home or outdoors. The top section includes an HD projection module, while the midsection features built-in stereo speakers. The base serves as both a stand and a housing for the battery, which offers up to 1.5 hours of runtime per charge. The projector also includes features like autofocus, auto keystone correction, and vertical display support, which allows for better viewing of TikToks and Reels without black bars. Wireless screen mirroring works with iOS, Android, and other devices, simplifying content sharing. The R's and Zips currently available for early backers on Kickstarter, starting at $249. If you're tired of mowing your lawn but haven't switched to a robot mower because they feel like more hassle than help, the Limo 1 might just change your mind. Unlike most robot mowers, which often
that for you in your house, the Limo 1. As soon as they get down, they get the price down. Yeah, we're going to get up out of here in the next 5, y'all. I'm going to let a couple more of these play, and then we're going to call it a day.
Require complex boundary wires and are better suited for small yards, the Limo 1 is wire-free and designed for large, uneven lawns. Setup simple, no digging or professional installation needed. What makes it stand out is its ability to handle tougher jobs. It doesn't just trim grass, it mulches leaves, pine cones, and other debris, meaning less cleanup for you. Its advanced navigation technology creates a precise map of your yard and expertly avoids obstacles, so you don't have to worry about babysitting it while it works. Plus, it's built to perform in both wet and dry
However much the price is, I'm babysitting that mug as it were.
conditions, making it reliable no matter the weather. Stern Pinball has brought the magic of Dungeons & Dragons to arcades with their newest table, the Tyrant's Eye. Imagine a pinball game where you pick a character like a wizard or warrior and level them up as you play. The game takes you into a fantasy world where you complete quests, battle dragons, and stop an evil queen from rising. And to make it feel like a real D&D adventure, there's even a narrator guiding the action. The table itself is packed with cool features: a cube that traps your ball for multi-ball action, a shop to buy power-ups, and a dragon boss that you can attack or shield yourself from during play. What's even better, you can save your progress so every game builds on the last. Weekly updates add new quests and items, keeping things fresh for regular players. Prices start at $6,999 for the basic version, but the premium and limited editions with more features and effects go up to $12,999.
Oh yeah, that's getting bought. They definitely spending their money on that because they got it. I wish I had it. This world ain't made for black people, y'all, just so y'all know. Y'all might not hear me say that all the time, but hey, anyway, this has been another episode of Expansion Pack. I'm your host, Dan F. Man. Glad I could bring this here to y'all. This was a great episode. I love Tech Tuesdays because it seems like we always know or see something new on Tech Tuesdays. All right, y'all, I'm up out of here. I'm going to leave y'all with another episode as I go on up out of here. I'm your host, Dan F. Man. Of course, this is DGTA TV. I'm going to holler at y'all tomorrow. Find Your Way Wednesdays. Y'all come back again. Yeah. All right. Commonalities with all of us. Listen to me. But we don't have no landscape for the conversation.
Not being afraid
outside of YouTube Shorts and Expansion Pack videos.
Experience new things. Not being afraid to take a chance. These are all evidence of growth over the years. Like I said before, there are times where, I had got fired from certain jobs that I thought was meant for me, but then other jobs came through and I ended up moving up at these other jobs. So those are signs to me, and that's evidence of me living a prosperous life, and that shows that there's growth in my life. And now I'm finally at a point where I'm doing something new, which is my YouTubing, but I really love to do it. And I feel like every day it's more growth because I'm shooting videos, I'm getting more subscribers, I'm getting more views, I'm getting more comments. So that to me is evidence of growth.
Exactly.
So I want you guys to take a look at your life, where you are right now in your life, and see if there's growth. Even, whether it's relationships, whether it's your personal life, whether it's your job, whether it's your apartment. If you see that you are continuously moving forward, continuously growing, continuously getting better, that to me is evidence that your life is going in the right direction. If you're letting go of old baggage and allowing new people to come into your life that's going to help you take your life to a whole new level, that to me is evidence of growth. If you are at a point in your life where you're finally letting go of people who are no longer serving you any purpose, and you say, you know what, I love you, but I have to let this friendship or this relationship go because it is not healthy for me, then that to me is evidence of growth.
Even though you letting somebody go, so even though you got to prune the tree, that allows it to grow more, and the pruning is what is gonna be your evidence that it can grow. Like, hey man, it's got too long. Beep, let me get it back right. So
you guys have to start
taking away is growing too, y'all. Even if you got to take something away to grow, hey.
More attention to what's going on in your personal life and stop focusing so much on other people's lives and what's going on around you, but take a look in the mirror. What's going on in your life beyond what people may see? What's really going on. We need to be more aware of this, and we need to make sure that no matter what level or area in our lives we at, it has to be about growth and getting better and getting wiser and getting faster and getting smarter, because that's what our life is about. That's what's going to give our life a whole lot of meaning. That's what's going to give our lives some purpose, and that's what's going to make it better for us. Mentally and physically, there has to be mental growth as well. Mentally, you have to get to a point where it's about you becoming your greatest and just being the best you can possibly be. And if that means letting go of things that are just not helping you, then that's part of us growing. That's the evidence of us growing. That's the growth right there. So I just wanted to vlog about that because I want you guys to know.
And we appreciated you vlogging about that. All right, let's get another one. Evidence of destruction. Let's see. Okay, hold on. What is the opposite of growth? Does it have an opposite? Let's watch these two videos and see.
What is the opposite of flexible? If you've ever wondered what the opposite of flexible is, you're not.
Making a mistake does not make you special. Everybody makes a mistake. What makes you special is how and if you get up. They said, Carla, why don't you talk about the pearls?
Hey,
that
Stacy,
you
appreciate you. What's
to
up?
Your 25-year-old self.
Hope you're having a great day out there.
After being a woman on Wall Street for 30 years.
Looking good, feeling good.
So here's how it goes. Dear Carla, the first thing that I'd like to tell you is own your power. When people are starting to question whether or not you can, and you start to doubt whether or not you can, red flag, you have just given away your power. The next thing I'd like to tell you, Carla, is you must be comfortable taking risks. If you never reach far enough to hit that wall, you won't know how far you can go. What's the worst that can happen if you take a risk and it doesn't work out? So you fail. But guess what? Failure always brings you a gift. And that gift is called experience. The third piece of advice, Carla, is remember that it is easier to beg for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. The fourth piece of advice, and Carla, this is a big one. If you meet somebody, a guy or a gal, that you are interested in, and they tell you that you are too much for them, they are right.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Lord, yes, ma'am.
Do not dim your light for somebody else's convenience. The fifth piece of advice, Carla, is you must celebrate your victories often.
All right, we saving this.
Things that will happen in life that might make you sad, that might make you pause. So when the great things happen, no matter how small, celebrate. When it's your birthday, celebrate all month. My next piece of advice, Carla, don't worry about making mistakes. And oh, by the way, making a So make sure that you go for it all of the time. Put
Yes.
your foot on the gas,
Yes,
no matter
ma'am.
what it is,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
go for it.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have absolutely nothing to lose. If you are stuck and you're not sure whether or not you should try something, always default to the try.
To the try.
You already are clear about what no looks like.
No looks
so
like.
Why
Yes, ma'am.
wouldn't you play for yes?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
as I close, I say to you, Carla, when you empower other people, you magnify and amplify your impact. You have all the goods that you need in order to maximize
Can
your
we listen to
success.
this for the next 2 days?
Sincerely, Carla.
Yes, ma'am. Look at y'all better be boosted up. Y'all better have a boost marker on you. You better be feeling the power right now. Cause look, hold on, wait, before I get to talking, cause I felt that. Let me like, let me subscribe. I thought I was subscribed to Goldcast. And let me save that onto the playlist. I ain't got my towel either. Let me save that right there on the playlist. Bingo Chedio. So last week, that was last week? That wasn't last week. No, I took the week off last week. So the week before last, we talked about persistence. It was supposed to be scheduled last week to talk about consistent. I ended up switching up our format of the show. So since the format of the show is now week on, week off, we're going to skip over that consistent topic. But we're going to go straight into relief. Relief. Hey, hold on, let me get a song. Relief. Hey, take a little relief. Time off. Take a little relief. Time off. Take a little relief. Time off. Relief. You might be singing that for the next 3 minutes. So look, check this out. All we want to do after whatever it is find some relief. Now, when you in it, I'm being vague on purpose or general on purpose. When you in it, you're going, you're moving. You're moving. You're moving. After it, you want to find relief. Now, I was joking. I was talking to my son today, and I was laughing. But oh man, his mama ain't understand, but he got it. Oh boy, did he get it. Listen, the word depress does not make sense to me any longer. I'm up here. I got a list of words that's like for me now. But this one was, I thought I couldn't get the list. I got the list. I ain't telling you the list, but I thought it couldn't get no bigger. I thought it could grow no further. Hold on, wait. The one of you in the car. Oh, the one of me in the car. The picture of me in the car. Picture me in the car. I'm gonna have to go back and look at what we was looking at again. But hold on, wait. I'm gonna keep that train of thought because I think I know what we was looking at. Hold on. View your channel. I think we was like somewhere around here in this general area. A playlist. Hey, what's out? Welcome to another episode of Expansion Pack. I'm your host, Dan F. Man. It's good to be in here with y'all on another Healthy Mental Thursday. It is not my Finding Your Way Wednesday. Let me get that up off the screen for y'all real quick so you don't get confused when you're trying to watch this back. All right, there you go. So, it's good to be in here with y'all on another Healthy Mental Thursday. I'm gonna go jump straight into y'all motivation. Let me fix this screen right here for y'all because it's not showing up. There you go. Boom. Let me get that. Bing, bing, bing. Ricochet. All right, y'all. So I want to pull up the topic for y'all, and I want to tell y'all what the topic is, but which screen is it on? There it is. All right, so the topic today is seeing things differently. Now, I thought about this topic. I sat here with my fingers on the keyboard like, nah, delete that. Trying to think of a good, a different way to say, let me pull my mic closer, sorry. A different way to say exercise of the mind. Exercising is as soon as you hear exercise, you like, oh, working out. Nah, that's not what I'm talking about. So I changed it. I switched it to seeing things differently, because that is a sort of exercise of your mind. So let's get that motivation in for y'all real quick. Motivation for the day. Let me shut my door, because y'all don't need to see me with the door open. Y'all don't even know the door open. Look at that. My bad. Alright, y'all. Now, why not? Let's go. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me turn it up.
44. A complete AI creation.
The first thing you want to take care of every day, Lord, bless me. Why? So you can be a blessing. Keep me from the evil of the day. Keep me from the evil of the day. Every day you wake up, you don't know what evil has been designed to try to take you down and to trouble you. So go ahead of it and say, keep me from the evil of the day.
Yes, sir. Choose fellowship with God daily. Choose fellowship with God daily. Try to learn what pleases the Lord and have nothing to do with the things done in darkness
That don't.
which are not worth anything.
Yes, sir.
Walk with Him. Walk with Him for life.
Let me ask you this. Is there anything in your life that you're willing to be fully committed to for the rest of your life? There might be things you're committed to right now that's taking your time and your energy, and you shouldn't be committed to those, because God wants first priority in your life and a whole heart commitment. And God says what's most important is that you be with me above everything else, that you get to know me. It means that
now you got to get the door.
I need to say, God, no matter what happens today, I need to get to know you a little bit more. I need to learn how to love you a little bit more. And it could be the best day I've ever had, but I need to make sure I need to learn to love you and know you a little bit more. And God says if you do that, that day was a success. And the opposite is true too, which is, let's say you get up and you don't even think about God. And you've got this great day. You go and you make the sale. You finally get the job. You finally get a date with a live girl. Whatever it is, okay? You're a success that day. It's your best day ever that you've got. And you forget about God. God says that day was a waste. It was a failure because you forgot me. What's most important is that you get to know the Lord and get to know Him. And it's a mistake that you and I make all the time in our lives, where we don't think about inviting God into our daily experiences. And we think, God,
Y'all sit down and finish folding them covers.
Don't worry about my dating. I've got it, God. I know what I'm doing. Oh, God, don't worry about my work. Oh, I'm good. I'm good, God. I've got my work. Don't worry about my dreams, God. Oh, don't touch my dreams. Don't worry about them. I've got them. And we totally rule out God. Am I going to put my faith in my own wisdom, in my own power, in my own resources, or am I going to trust God? Am I going to let God do the battle for me and trust His power and His provision in my life? And the fact is that when we make that choice, we need to know that God wants to do battle for us. God wants to go before us in battle. He wants to go with you in battle. He wants to help you in your troubles. Here's Jesus' invitation. Here's Jesus' invitation to you. Here's what He says in Matthew 11. Jesus said, come to me. That's the seeking part. Come to me, all you who are weary and carry heavy burdens, all the things that are weighing you down. And here's His promise, and I will give you rest. Let me teach you, because I am humble and gentle at heart, and you will find the rest for your souls. And so what I can tell you with great honesty and sincerity is that if you're in the desert and you're in the battle, and you've been in there for a long time and you're going to be in it, God's presence will be with you, and he will protect you, and he will give you the rest. And I have found if I have that, that is all I need. I don't have to have the answers. I don't have to understand. But if I got God and I feel him and I know him and he's there, then I am good. How do we need to make sure that we don't miss out on God's blessing when we're seeking him? Well, there's a familiar verse that gives us great direction. It's Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. It says this: trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. And in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. This word trust means to trust him not just in the convenient ways, not just in the easy ways, not even just in the spiritual ways, but trust him in all of the ways that we have in our lives, in the big and the small. Trust him on the roads of life that you've been on before, and trust him on the roads you've never been on, and those paths you've never taken, and those safari crazy roads where there is no path, that you're out there in the middle of the wilderness on your own. Trust him. And this word acknowledge in here, this word acknowledge means a deep, intimate, penetrating relationship where you know a person in the deepest and fullest sense. That's the kind of relationship God wants to have with you and with me. So our life goal needs to be this, that we need to seek God in every area of our life when we don't know what to do. And we need to seek God when we do know what to do. We need to seek him in the big things, in the small things. We need to invite him into the conversations. We need to invite him into daily life, because yesterday's victories don't determine today's successes. And even when you think you know how to answer the problem that you're in, you still need to go to God. You still need to trust him, because the greatest faith of yesterday will not give us the confidence of today unless we stay connected to God.
Yes, sir.
Because he wants to bless our lives. God wants to have his best for your life. He wants to have his hand on your life. He wants to give you the protection and his presence and rest and hope and all the things that he wants to do for you. He wants that. 2 Chronicles 16.
All right, y'all. We're going to get this thing started for the day. So, first of all, I think on Thursdays, we are going to go ahead and dedicate inspiration to God. And I don't mean it in the strict sense of you gotta say Jesus 7 times. I mean it in a strict sense of what your belief is. No, leave it open. In the strict sense of what your belief is. All right, so seeing things differently. So before we do that, I gotta do this. I told you every day this week we running it. Let's go.
Stay committed today. See your persistence bloom tomorrow. Welcome to DGTA TV.
Hey, I took it. I mean the time off. I'm booked now. So book me. No, ain't no time for double looks or double takes. Just go straight to your goal. If you can get with me, you relate. What I'm saying cannot be twisted. It stays straight. I gotta get it every day. I got my work suit on and I ain't out here to play. I'm out here to say that consistency keeps me getting my goals consistently. You know how I do it. I'm so into me. I move like I can't be nobody else. I know that that's a fact. So might be myself. I gotta get right back to what is the health, or what is for me, or for my health. Gotta go be my damn self. Give it to me, champion belt. But if I don't earn it, I can't get nothing. So hard work, yes, I love it. Give it to me double time, cause I'm running to get mine. Always on time, always up here in my mind, living just fine, cause I don't wait and don't wait.
guidance, patience are God's gift to us as men. We have to cherish that, not abuse it. I prayed this morning to be a better listener. Didn't work so well. We're human. You get back up. Yes, I've been high up on the mountain. I've been blessed. But that's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
And it's lonely up there. Yeah. You know, people don't know that side of it. We did not come this far to just break down and lose now. I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
True desire in the heart, that itch that you have, whatever it is you want to do, that thing that you want to do to help others and to grow and to make money, that desire, that itch, that's God's proof to you, sent beforehand already to indicate that it's yours. Aspire to make a difference.
So you are what you are in this world. That's either one or two things. Either you're somebody or you're nobody.
Never give up. Without commitment, you'll never start. But more importantly, without consistency, you'll never finish. It's not easy. If it were easy, there'd be no Denzel Washington. So, keep working, keep striving, never give up, fall down 7 times, get up 8. Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. So, keep moving, keep growing, keep learning. See you at work. While it may be frightening, it will also be rewarding. So you got to get out there. You got to give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, your prayers, or your treasures. Because taking risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know. It's about being open to people and to ideas. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. Because the chances you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and picking your major and deciding what you want to do with life, I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Fall forward. This is what I mean. Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Fail big. Today is the beginning of the rest of your life, and it can be very frightening. It's a new world out there. It's a mean world out there, and you only live once. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances professionally. Don't be afraid to go outside the box. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. So have dreams, but have goals. Life goals, yearly goals, monthly goals, daily goals. I try to give myself a goal every day. Sometimes it's just to not curse somebody out. Simple goals, but have goals. And understand that to achieve these goals, you must apply discipline and consistency. In order to achieve your goals, you must apply discipline, which you have already done, and consistency every day, not just on Tuesday and miss a few days. You have to work at it. Hard work works. You'll never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. I don't care how much money you make, you can't take it with you. The Egyptians tried it. They got robbed. That's all they got. You can't take it with you. And it's not how much you have. It's what you do with what you have. We all have different talents. Some of you will be doctors, some lawyers, some scientists, some educators, some nurses, some preachers. The most selfish thing you can do in this world is help someone else. Why is it selfish? Because the gratification, the goodness that comes to you, the good feeling, the good feeling that I get from helping others, nothing's better than that. Well, one or two things, but nothing's better than that. Not jewelry, not big house I have, not. And anything you want good, you can have.
Welcome to another episode of Expansion Pack. I'm your host, Dan F. Man. We in here. We working again. It's good to be back. We missed out yesterday. As usual, I try to take off when the kids are off. Feel me? I don't want to just be working for 2 hours. Let me get these links together to send out for the day. Today we just taking a look at tech like we usually do this Tech Tuesday. Let me just get it pulled up on my phone so I can send out the link there, everybody. I'm gonna get us some motivation. Put together. Let go. Hope y'all had a good weekend. All right, here we go. Motivation, no talk. For old people. There we go. Let me see what he got.
What if you were afraid of nothing? Nothing. Man, beast, financial, bankruptcy, nothing. Do you understand what that would mean? How would your life have changed? Once you become fearless, life becomes limitless. I'm not afraid of anything. I should be dead by now. I've been run over by a charging buffalo. Got up, chased it down, killed it. Killed a Kodiak bear with a knife. You can't kill me. I believe that with all my heart. You can't kill me. And of course, the people that I've talked about, Andrew Carnegie, Henry Ford, Rockefeller, Steve Jobs, they're all tough. Snowflakes melt under pressure. In 1986, the average man's handshake pressure was 118 pounds. 2016, 96 pounds. Testosterone levels in sperm counts tested 70% the amount of testosterone levels and sperm counts as they did. We're dying out. They're deathly afraid of everything. Everybody's scared to death of what might happen, and so they want to come across as your friend. It's like my snowflake test. You know, first question, paraphrasing it, what would you do if somebody can't spit in your wife's face?
What?
And the answers range from, well, I try to ascertain what kind of day he was having, and if he had a bad day, I try to understand him. I'd be in prison for murder. I would beat the guy to death. No, I'm not saying that's me though. Okay. But I am advocating that the guys act like they had a pair. There's never an easy time to make a hard decision. Never.
Mm-hmm.
But what you have to be able to do is pull the trigger, take action. And reading books and listening to podcasts is not taking action. It's just another form of procrastination. The main differentiation between the high-performance people is they believe in the extraordinary. Remember yesterday I said you're never going to exceed your highest and wildest expectation. For those of you that want to be a millionaire, you're never going to make 10 million. For those of you that want to be 10 million, you're never going to make 100 million. For those of you that want to make 100 million, you're never going to be a billionaire. Because psychologically, see, your subconscious doesn't know you're full of... Your subconscious starts to slow down. When you get, let's use the 100 million number, at 75, 79, 82, 89, 91, and then you're asleep. And you start the goal at 100 million by accident. I have 3 regrets in life. 1, I'm a combat-trained Army officer who never saw combat. 2, the night before my mother died, I told her, God damn it, you're not gonna die. Quit f***ing around.
Damn.
And the 3rd, I didn't set my goals high enough. Jack Welch said it much better than I. There's no such thing as work-life balance. There are work-life choices, and you make them, and they have consequences.
Mm-hmm.
There are consequences that I didn't go to our daughter's sweet 16 birthday party. There are consequences. But are they greater than the consequences of you being dirt broke when you die? You ask yourself that. Would you rather make
Stay on him!
between your daughter's 16th birthday or your
I got him! Baby, take that!
huddled up in a corner, homeless? Whenever your time comes, you tell me, by conventional wisdom, political backwards.
Give me that!
You're a bad person because you missed your birthday.
You missed it birthday, right?
You're a bad person because you celebrated Christmas in January. Right? And the pundits that give you this are poor.
Right.
Next, you gotta get by your friends. Show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Right? You're hanging out the pub.
Hey, box
You're
out!
farting.
You got him!
Going to the sports bars. Those are
Give me that!
Then there's just general pessimists. Then there's your own guilt.
No! Headshot! Power right there!
That's right.
Come on. And I just go out and do it. Oh. If I hadn't built up these habits 20 years ago,
Hey, come on, grab that!
you know, at age 70, I certainly wouldn't be doing this. I mean, come by. But what's even harder to come by are people that have good habits that you can be around. Machiavelli.
Ball coming, ball coming!
You
don't want that smoke flying with me!
If I were to decide what kind of person you were or you were by the people that you are closest to, what would I
Come
judge
on,
you?
get it! I see him, I see him!
How would I judge you?
So people don't talk to them.
Way to grab it!
Even if they have the good habits.
Correct. Yeah, because they go to
Get
defense.
it! Pull it, pull it!
I never give tacit approval, but I go out of my way to make sure.
Come to me, come to me!
I tell them it's bull.
Keeps you with the
Hey!
right.
Hey, good board!
Correct.
All right, no tacit approval. Good.
Hey, yo, double!
Sam Walton's sundown rule.
Pressure him up!
Everything on his desk, every message that came in, he answered. So I clear my desk every day.
All right, so over communicate. Other people.
Get mine, get mine!
The thing that most
Get it, yeah!
is time management. You don't. The reporting system I use is the reporting system I use as a young officer with NATO, and it's basically what are you going to do? What are your goals for the day?
Hey, balance it out!
Yesterday, and challenges, and then the following week you didn't. You know, when you say what you accomplished, if what you accomplished doesn't relate back to the goals you had set for the week, then there's a disconnect.
Come get it! I see him, I see him!
On Monday, and then on the next week you didn't do it.
Give me that!
Way to get it! You didn't do it the whole week.
Weak.
And you know,
Oh!
you can't play with me. I call speed bumps. You broke your leg. You did this. You did that. You know. Now to me, those aren't speed bumps. You know.
Yo, sir! Hey, yeah, right here! Hit it!
Kleinfeld
Ball up!
in a wheelchair with a drip. I was almost dead 3 days before. I mean, that's commitment. Kids are not programmed for success. But I also
Hit
know
that!
kids
You better
that are
hit that!
programmed.
Hey, yo, right here!
When he's 3 years old, television showing him how to hit a golf ball. The Williams sisters were programmed for success since they were little. I was programmed by accident. What have
Come
you
on,
done
box
to
'em
program
out.
your children for success? My
God!
dad only had one goal for me growing up.
Good boy, good boy!
Alive till I reached the age of reason.
Mm-hmm.
So my mother trying to make me
Hey,
what she
hey!
was.
Handle!
Can you say the same for you, your parents, your children? No. So I'm not.
You got him! Hey, yo, right here! Box
And
up!
yet I still push the envelope.
That's all you!
What you I believe.
Get the bag! Save!
I believe.
Rip
and this
that!
is the only religious thing I'm going to say.
That's what I'm talking about.
Put us here. However we got here, we were put here to be all we can be,
Yes, sir.
not a fraction thereof.
Yes, sir. Hey, I hope y'all heard some of that. I'm in the middle of a game, so I heard all that. So we gonna look at some tech now. I don't even need to go no further.
Box out! That was a beast!
All right. Tech look. Ooh, what did tech look like in the 90s? That's funny. I wonder if I can watch this. Let's watch this.
1990s were a time often regarded by many people, even contemporaries, as the end of history. Now, that's a very weird, controversial description. What does it even mean? Well, it is an observation that stems from the political and socioeconomic factors of the time that produced a much more alternative, carefree culture. Francis Fukuyama's The End of History and The Last Man from 1992 even shares this exact sentiment. In the 90s, you
commercial in there. That's my boy.
Good boy, good boy.
Too late to be an explorer. There's actually a whole other world out there. It's in my bedroom, inside the computer. Where'd all the files go? Boot.dev not only teaches
Hey, yo, right here.
development through Python Go from start to finish, it makes learning fun. I wasn't like other kids. I was always interested in what bark was made of on a tree. Was never good at math. I just had to cruise through life on my good looks and versatility. Those programmers who did the 2000 switch.
That's all you.
Next generation's policemen. They're like real life superheroes. And Boot.dev makes their craft both hands-on and easy to understand. I'm actually building projects
You
on
got
my
him.
own and earning XP points while I do it. It's never boring.
Green,
The work he's created.
Come on, box him
Sure
out.
what he does, but the fact that he's doing it,
Good
respect
boy,
that.
baby.
Thanks to Boot.dev, an ordinary guy like me can create something new
Yo, son up.
and
Blow
slide
up.
my place into cyber history. I don't have to be afraid anymore. Users who choose the manual plan and use automations for
Hey,
their checkout
hey, yo, yo, right here.
25% off their entire first year. Take your piece of the web and join Boot.dev to become a programmer. But do keep in mind,
A programmer.
What's the
it's
fam?
not nearly as accessible as it is now. Computers were not only new, but they were expensive. And someone who has never really gotten the chance to experience the internet firsthand isn't as likely to be
Get out. Way to grab it.
so
Right.
a middle ground was met on this issue.
Music and entertainment.
With the
Oh, yo, 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 right
internet,
here.
test drive.
Ah, you can't play with me.
Internet cafe.
Library and a coffee shop put together. You could walk in, order a cup of coffee and a sandwich, and then sit at a computer
Switch.
explore this new world and see how
Get it. Hey, good rebound.
I'm glad he made this video. I didn't think about it like
Hey, yo,
that.
right here. Oh, that's mine.
this time was more received as a recreational novelty, a more social pastime. It only
Right.
made sense for these types of
Hey,
machines to
swing it.
exist in a social
Oh,
setting.
y'all boys out.
So, internet cafes blew up and started popping up left and right. Rather than
Who's
spending
watching
$20
him?
a month on an AOL subscription, you could spend around 16 cents a minute to just explore it for a short amount of time while you enjoy a. What else was new at this time, along with the internet? Coffee. Let me explain. Obviously, as far back as you can even remember,
Box
you could
out.
always just walk into a diner or a drugstore and order a nice hot cup of tea. Coffee, specifically the practice of ordering coffee, became much more exotic in the 90s, as opposed to just ordering black.
I got ball,
Ordering
baby.
a decaf soy latte with a shot of peppermint was the new hip thing to do. Starbucks became popular, where its target demographic
Was internet people, right?
almost snobbish people with very
Stay
choosy
there.
tastes, further reflecting that sense of user choice that the internet had at this time. These two new things, it created a whole new subculture and gave people another reason to be excited and to try something new.
Nice. Yeah.
Computer or smartphone on them and can just bring their laptop to Starbucks. So there wasn't really a need for internet cafes anymore.
Hey, come around.
Out. They have since transformed into gaming
Hey.
cafes where people can test drive certain video games before deciding to
see
buy
him.
them. While internet cafes may not exist in the same manner,
Bang, dog.
for the World Wide Web for the years to come. This over
Yo, watch him.
computers also extended to software. As we discussed, the best way to bring someone over to the virtual world is to do so through mediums that are much more physical, something they are already familiar with. And so, the internet was sold on discs and floppies. Obviously, you still needed a modem. The connection would just show up like magic. But these discs provided the software that made the connection
Right.
possible in the first place. While it's not like ISPs.
Hey, what's up, O? What's up, O? Hope you're having a great day out there. Hope basketball warm-ups went good today.
Hiding their software on physical media because, well, it was really the only technology that was possible at the time. Marketing it with this user familiarity in mind certainly worked in their favor. Much like internet cafes, these discs could also be used to entice indecisive people who were trying the internet for the first time. Remember that during the early days of the internet, ISPs charged
this was a great video. This was a great video. Huh.
Hey, yo, right here, right here. Knock it down.
I don't want to see this.
Shut up, shut up.
Let's see the 60s.
Come on. Ball coming, ball coming. Switch. Big coming.
We can't overlook the profound impact of color television
That's what's up.
Moving on, we encounter an innovation that transformed the retail industry, the barcode. Developed in the 1960s, this system of graphical codes and scanning technology streamlined inventory management, pricing, and checkout processes. It forever changed the way that we shopped. In 1968, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, AT&T, proposed using 911 as a national emergency services number. They chose those numbers in particular because they were simple, easy to remember, and had not been used as an area code for any region in the United States. On February 16, 1968, Speaker of the Alabama House, Rankin Fife, made the first ever 911 call in Haleyville, Alabama. This emergency 911 system in Haleyville is still in operation to this day. During the Second World War, the U.S. Postal Service lost a significant number of employees to the war effort. In order to streamline the process while short-staffed, a zoning improvement plan, ZIP, was introduced, using two numbers to indicate the city and state of a given piece of mail. By 1963, the amount of mail being delivered had increased dramatically, and the United States Postal Service needed a better way to help categorize and efficiently deliver it. They created the 5-digit zip code that we know today. These inventions from the 1960s.
That was good. I'm glad we picked the 60s. I'm gonna go to the 40s next.
Retail and mathematics. Thanks for watching Memory Mountain. If you enjoyed this video, please click to subscribe to our channel and hit that thumbs up button.
From propeller planes to jets, it transformed how we travel. From oven-baked to microzapped, changed how we eat. And from adding machine to laptop, changed the way we think. They're all inventions of the 1940s.
Word.
A decade shaken and inspired by the demands of war. From the computer to the jet engine to the crash test dummy, they're the inventions.
Let me see.
To the jet engine to the crash test dummy, they're the inventions that shook the world. It was the roar that revolutionized travel, blasting us higher, faster, farther than ever before. The jet engine made it possible to circle the planet in a single day. And it all happened because a small boy had a very big dream.
We can't watch this. They might flag me, but okay.
Coventry, England. During World War I, 7-year-old Frank Whittle is obsessed with machines and how they work. Then he sees something that will focus his brilliant mind for the rest of his life. A plane crashes in his own backyard. From that moment on, his obsession takes flight. He dreams of joining the Royal Air Force, and as soon as he's old enough, he applies.
He was very short, about 5 feet tall, and quite thin at the time. And the story is that he tried a couple of times and was rejected.
Frank Whittle.
I want to watch this later, but we can't watch it on expansion pack here today. I don't want them to tap me, nah. Hold on there. Let me get something that we can watch. history.
So I started out
At
a few
least.
days ago
I want to hear the history at least.
with computers when before the TRS-80, and got my first computer job when I was 15, and I think if the folks that were using that accounting software knew that it was maintained by 15-year-old junior programmers, they might have had a second thought, but fortunately it all worked out, and the world did not, the accounting world did not come to an end. I've brought a bunch of pieces and parts from some of my dad's travels and some of my travels. Those of you who have been in the Linux users group here for a while, I met some of you Hunts back in, what, 97? Somewhere along in there. I still had an 8-bit computer at that time. I brought it to the plug meeting, and somewhere in all the jostling, the CRT went bluey, so that was kind of the end of the 8-bit world. So we do have a continuum. Let's see. So we're going to go way back to start with. Does anyone know who the gentleman was who designed the first digital, not electronic, but mechanical digital computer? About what year?
1700s?
In the 1820s.
What?
It was Charles Babbage. Yep.
I need to write that down.
Something called the analytical engine. He was working on
Charles Babbage.
Which would have been basically a programmable digital computer, all mechanical. Okay, and one of the folks who was helping him was Lord Byron's daughter. Does anyone know her name? There's a computer language name for it, Joseph.
Ada.
For the Ada language, which is a really horrible, weird, strange language. But Ada Lovelace. So Ada, Babbage, he was interested in science, he was interested in mathematics, and he was interested in accounting, because he knew that who is the people that have the money? Well, the accountants, of course. So he was going after royal funds to raise money for this machine that would help with accounting, as well as science and mathematics and others. Now that would be a benefit. But Ada Lovelace, who was helping him, and she actually wrote what some would say to be as the first computer program or algorithm, which was kind of basically sort of a mechanical program. Do this until that, and then do this, and then go back to here. So she is regarded by some to be the first programmer. But she also had this little insight, and this is a fun thing I tell my students. Not only was the first programmer a woman, but the first person that imagined that computers could do more than just calculate numbers was a woman. That was Ada. And she said, you realize, Mr. Babbage, that your machine could not only calculate sine tables and division tables and keep track of accounting numbers, it could play music, because you can reduce music to numbers. And so everything else that we imagine about computers in the real world stems from that insight, that you can do more with a computer than just represent numbers. You can represent the world. So now we're going to fast forward just a little bit to the 1830s. There was a painter who was relatively famous. He did
Will Chris.
Of George Washington. You can see some of the
Willie Chris, appreciate you for the follow. I definitely got you.
But he was a painter, pretty famous painter. He got a letter one day that says, your wife is ill, very ill, you better come down here. But he was in Washington, D.C., I believe, painting a picture, and his wife was in Ohio. And it took days and days for the letter to get there. So just about, he begins to make preparations to go home to see his wife. While he's doing that, another letter comes. It says, your wife has died. So he gathers up all his stuff and off he goes to Ohio.
Damn.
By the time he gets there, his wife has already been buried. And because of Franklin's newfangled electricity. And do you know who that gentleman was, who that painter was? It was Samuel F.B. Morse. And what did he invent? Well, yeah, so do you know what that's, what is this called? It's a telegraph what? Key. Right. So that's Morse code. Now, there are two varieties of Morse code. There's American Morse and there's international Morse. What you hear on the radio, if you ever tune across shortwave, is that's international. That's because it's radio. When you press down the key, it goes bzzz for as long as you hold down the key. And when you let go, it stops. Now with American Morse, there's what's called a sounder. So you're going to have a solenoid, and when you press down the key, it goes click. And when you let go of the key, at the other end, it goes clack. So what you hear at the other end is click, click, clack. So with international Morse, you're hearing basically, if the signal is X, you're hearing X. And for those of you who have taken calculus and algebra, if you hear click, clack, that is what? Well, that's the differential, or dx. That's the differential of the signal. So your mind has to reintegrate the signal. So now in the 1850s, we have telegraphs, and they start stringing the wires across the
Right. So they can pass messages, so the messages can get through.
Which begins to replace Wells Fargo, the Pony Express and all those things. And we have all these wires, okay? So what's the next thing that gets invented that uses those wires in a little bit different way? Microphone. Well, yes, the microphone used in what invention? The telephone. Invented by?
Yep, Alexander Graham Bell.
Well, actually, somebody else invented it about 10 years before, but they did not patent it. So Bell gets the credit. Anyhow, so now you have these wires that are being used for telegraph and telephone. Now, there's a little bit of difference. We're going to, all this stuff stems from this, but there's a little bit of difference. Does anyone know the difference? I'm a ham radio guy, too. Between a telegraph signal and a telephone signal electrically. So a telegraph signal has how many wires? One. Where's the other wire? Ground. The ground. And in telephone, you have two wires because it creates a circuit, a complete circuit. So there were a lot of people who invented all kinds of crazy gadgets to either make it easy to send code or make it easier to receive code. So people had all kinds of knobs and buttons and solenoids and gears and things that would actually print out a letter. But unless you had a machine at one end very accurately sending at a very fixed frequency, it was difficult to receive at the other end.
Other end,
so
right.
Those didn't work very well. So we wanted to invent something that made it easy to type and print signals, messages.
Fax machine.
What kind of a gadget? In fact, the gadget that we're going to talk about next, if you have one of these so-called smart, so-called telephones, which is really a computer, right? It's not a telephone. It does more than just voice. It's a computer. There's a general purpose computer inside. It still knows how to emulate this next gadget. In fact, if you're on Linux and you press Control Alt F1, it goes to a terminal or a GTY, because the next gadget is a teletype. And how does that work? It takes those very same wires that are strung under the ocean all across the world, starting in the 1850s. So by the 19-teens, when these things started to kind of come about, you've got all the wires. All you have to do is reuse the wires. And the first kind of code was how many bits? Anyone remember?
2.
There was a guy named Baudot. 5 bits. Now you say, oh, wait a minute. 5 bits, that's not enough to represent all the numbers and all the characters. So there was a shift in and shift out code. So by doing that, you get 32 plus 32 minus 2 minus 2. So you get 60 different goes back to our Mr. Babbage, because one of the things that he was working on.
What is that?
Back to, okay. Now this goes back to our Mr. Babbage, because one of the things that he was working on was a logarithm table. Okay, because in order to multiply two numbers, you can add their logarithms. Right? That's for those of you who have taken all that fancy math, right? That's how this works. Because when you move the slide rule, you're adding two numbers, and with this, you're multiplying. Yes, now there were. So this goes back to the 1600s, the slide rule, and Napier and all those folks. A little later on, we come up with circular slide rules, which work sort of the same way.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting one of them.
Circular slide rules, which work sort of the same way. You put your one number out here, you move your other number in here, and you're going to come up with your answer out here. The nifty thing about a circular slide rule is, and you're going to come up with your answer out here. The nifty thing about a circular slide rule is, if you go off the top of the scale, you automatically come back around the bottom of the scale. So it makes some of your calculations a little bit easier. This one right here happens to be my grandfather's slide rule.
Word.
He graduated University of Illinois in 1923.
I'm gonna make sure I get the kids one.
This is ivory. I guess you can't sell it anymore, or at least you can't take it out of the country. Or if you do, you can't bring it back. So that's, well, there's a lot of paperwork involved. We're gonna go forward a little bit here. Does anyone remember this company? RCA. So what we have here, these are actually unused.
That shit out of here.
These would be the badges from a 1948 RCA television set. And they're still new, unused in a plastic bag. But my dad had a whole box of tubes, because in the 40s, my dad was working on this little thing called remote controlled aircraft, or drones. And so my dad was actually working on drone B-17s, and he trained at a little place called Roswell in 1946. And so if you wonder what all weird things were going on at Roswell, well, it was things like remote controlled B-17s. So what these were used for, why would you need, let me ask you this, why would you need a remotely controlled drone B-17, Joseph?
Target practice.
Well, not for target practice.
Also for dropping nukes.
Well, not for dropping nuclear bombs.
Yeah, if it won't will.
Right, so what these drones were used for, my dad was on Operation Crossroads. So if you remember, what was the very first atomic detonation? It was Trinity in New Mexico, and then Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And the next two were called Able and Baker. And my dad worked on Able and Baker. And that's what they used these drone B-17s for, was they would fly them through the clouds, because they didn't want to send people up there. They would fly them through the clouds to take samples at different altitudes and different times. So he was working on television. He was actually working on television for the Army in 45 and 46. So after he got out, it was a natural that when he went back home and saw an ad in the paper, it said, we need people that work on this new thing called television. And he went into RCA and he said, well, I have experience. They said, what do you mean you have experience? We haven't invented it yet. Well.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
So he got the job. And he came home, and my mom and dad were just married. She said, what are you going to be? He said, I got the job. What are you doing? He said, I'm working on television. Of course, he hadn't told her what he did during the war. She says, what's television? So that was 47. So from there,
Definitely saving this.
Radar. And, of course, radar generates a whole bunch of data. All that data gets fed into what? Well, a computer. So here we have IBM System 360.
Let me see. Hold on.
Thought I had it here.
just put it in.
How many of you did those little Mark Sense bubbles in school? Okay.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Do your little Mark Sense bubbles on the
Right.
computer card. And how did all these computers work? Remember, these were not electronic computers. All of this data processing was not
Analog.
What you did was you put all your data onto a punch card, and you had other data on more punch cards, and you fed them into a machine, which had a bunch of relays, and it spat out more cards. So basically, you put a bunch of cards in, you push the button, it went, and you got a bunch of cards out, and then you took them over and put them on a printer, and it printed them. And this was without a computer. Now, it may have had little logic on a relay board, but there was no computer. So when the idea of electronic digital computers came along, IBM said, well, we can take all of our punch card equipment and attach it to these to these new computers. So we can do this. You can have the same input. You can have the girls, which is what they called them. The girls would type, key punch operators. They would type this out. You have the same data flow, except now instead of going through mechanical computation, it goes through a digital computer. So what they're doing is they're piggybacking on old technology in exactly the same way as the teletype piggybacked on
The tap little thing. Right, my miss. I'm following you. I'm all the way in this talk. If y'all not, then get off my page. Gotcha.
It just piggybacks
off the old one.
Onto the next. Now I had, speaking of electronic digital computers, the first ones were not tube-based, but they were based on relays. And there was one of the very first ones of these was at Harvard, and there was a lady at Harvard, and she was what they called she was a computer. Okay, so the machine said the Harvard electronic computer, but the people who tended it were called computers.
Right.
And the computer had a malfunction one day, and she traced it back to a relay where a moth had gotten under the little shroud of the relay and fouled the relay. She put it in her logbook, and you can still see the logbook. It says, in the logbook, here's the moth, taped down. It says, first known computer bug. Grasshopper, right. So I had the opportunity to go here and speak twice, once at MIT and once at the Pentagon.
Word.
Word. Outside the Pentagon. And this was in 1986. Okay. What a wonderful lady she was.
I bet.
She was our oldest living commissioned officer.
Word. Man, fix the audio back, man. It kind of lied.
Before she died, at age, I think, 89 or 90, she was still an officer. When I met her,
hold on.
They had promoted her. She was killed shortly before she living. She was our oldest living commissioned officer. Until shortly before she died, at age, I think, 89 or 90, she was still an officer. When I met her,
that writes programs.
And something that looks like English, they have the computer turn it into the numbers that run the program.
Right.
And you know what the Navy told her? You can't do that. That's because you're a woman. Women don't, women can't
Don't
program.
understand.
Men's job. See, the fact that you even had that idea shows you're a woman. And so after the war, she went to work for this little company called Sperry, Univac. Well, it was Univac at first. And then later it was, and then later she worked for IBM. And she, what she was doing for them, among many other things, was developing the idea of a computer language. So Mrs. Hopper was basically the person that said, you can have a computer language. And that was called, anybody want to guess?
and stuff.
I wish I had one to bring along. One of the first. Okay. Floppy disk. Okay. This floppy disk in particular belonged to a gentleman that my dad and I did some work for in 1980 and 81 by the name of Kerry Lou. Some of you older folks like me may remember there used to be something called High Tech Magazine, or High Technology it was originally. And the editor of that was Kerry Lou. And he was also the science editor for a program that I bet a lot of you watched on television. And it was produced by the Children's Television Workshop, Sesame Street. So he was the science editor for Sesame Street. And he used a program called Autoscribe for all of his professional writing. He used Autoscribe, which ran on the Heathkit. And that's what my dad and I happen to have. No? Okay. Well, I have a couple of badges here from that are used, but I have a couple of badges from some of the Heathkit computers that I built. This was the 8-bit, this was the 16-bit C100. I wound up building about 30, maybe 40, maybe 50 of these Heathkits as a summer job, as well as for friends, and as well as I sold them. So I had a little business writing software for the Heathkits, because my dad and I bought this weird printer called Base 2. It didn't work with the Heathkits, and we wrote a driver. And I said, well, why don't we sell it? Because I bet other people have the same thing. And before you know it, we put in a little letter in the newsletter, and before you know it, people are sending us money. So I was in business. Dr. Dobbs. Anyone remember Dr. Dobbs? This was one of the first national computing magazines. This happens to be the May of 1980 issue where they talk about C, because from that point up to 1980, some of you had Apples or TRS-80s or some CPM machines. And what did you program those in? What languages would you use? Well, you could either do assembly and do just like my dad used to do it, hand assemble your code 3F226093, or you might write it in BASIC. Because the BASIC interpreter that everybody used was created by what company? Microsoft. And they got it from where? They got it from a dumpster outside of Digital Equipment Corporation. Well, at least that was the story.
What?
If we had our projector. I was in 1980. I was in the newspaper, and this is in Lowell, Mass. I was outside of Boston. But I was, one of these 15-year-old kids with his own software business.
Yes, sir.
So I got to go to trade shows, and I don't know how they do it now, but I was an exhibitor at a trade show when I was 16.
I'm gonna stop right there for today. I'm saving this video for myself personally. I ain't gonna lie. Sorry if I'm cutting anybody off that was actually watching. I don't know how intrigued y'all are by some of this information, but this is why I'm here on this planet. You know what I'm saying? If I may speak briefly on that. So I like to enjoy, the history of the technology that we use now. That's all I got for you today. I ain't gonna drag it out. I got a few things I need to do. Gave y'all a good quick hour and a half of Tech Tuesdays. I'm your host, Dan F. Man. It's been another episode of Expansion Pack here on DGTA TV. Let's go, and we out.
Proven to yourself that you can succeed in challenging situations. Your body language becomes more open and engaging, and you start making better eye contact. People around you notice this change and respond positively, further boosting your confidence. 2. Be unapologetically yourself. Nothing is more attractive than your true self. This is a truth that transcends time and personality types. When we look at famous characters in movies or people we admire in real life, one thing stands out. They never try to copy others or be something they are not. Instead, they embrace their unique qualities and present themselves authentically. Let's delve.
Works better than a placebo treatment. In so-called randomized controlled trials, the gold standard of medical research, one group of patients is given the new medication while a control group receives the placebo.
Up to 4 minutes. It was 4:47. We're gonna round it up to 5 minutes. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Consistency. And that's funny that she's talking consistency. Well, it's ironic she's talking consistency because we're gonna come back and watch that and stay consistent on that for next week's Your Way Wednesday for my women out there to be motivated. So now we harnessing awareness today, y'all. Let me go back to the top of YouTube. We harnessing awareness. Now, the reason I chose that as the wording for what we doing today is because I need some horsepower. I need some horsepower, and only way I know how to get it is to be focused on something. You know, when you focused on something, you be, boy, I locked in. Wow, boy, can't take me on my, you know what I'm saying, on my pivot now. I'm just gonna pivot around and keep going. So harnessing that energy is what I need. That's what I need right now, and I'm trying to find my way. So we harnessing awareness today, y'all. All right, so, well, I want to type something in. Let's get some quotes real quick to get us a little sparked up. You know what I'm saying? Wise quotes towards what we doing, because we want to stay, I just want to stay focused. I got a lot of different tasks, and it seems like the distraction is taking precedent. Even when I'm focused, it seems like, hey, well, you know, you need rest. Once you're focused, but you need a little rest. Take that rest. And I'm trying to kick that rest, and even the rest time is focused rest time. You see what I'm saying? Nah, we scheduled this rest time. Like when you cut your phone off because they keep texting you back at work, and they know you told them on vacation. I'm on vacation. Bye. Don't you text me no more. All right, now let's get some of these quotes in here. Should we go with the extreme, or should we go with the, yeah, we're gonna go with the simple. We probably heard some of these too.
The bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists.
Let's get some different ones real quick. 100 Albert Einstein's quotes that will make you smarter. All right, well, that's fair enough.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 20.
Genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you want to live a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or things.
We only, we only 2 quotes in. We only 2 quotes in. He talking about the same thing I'm talking about. You need to tie that thing down. And guess what? When you wake up, you're going to do it. When you go to sleep, you're going to be thinking about it. When you wake back up, you're going to do it. When you go back to sleep, you're going to be thinking about it. So it's never going to be a time where you unfocused. Let me get back in this. I'm sorry.
Only those who attempt the absurd can achieve the impossible.
Yes, sir.
One thing I have learned in a long life, that all our science, measured against reality, is primitive and childlike, and yet it is the most precious thing we have. The more I learn, the more I realize how much I don't know. If people are good only because they fear punishment and hope for reward, then we are a sorry lot indeed.
Yeah. That one hit.
You cannot simultaneously prevent and prepare for war.
Oh. Oof. Oof.
Common sense is the collection of prejudices acquired by age 18. If at first the idea is not absurd, then there is no hope for it.
When I pause like that, that's because those ones is like, get in there and like, imagine you was at a factory and every day you doing the same thing, and then y'all get a brand new product come down the line and everybody got to take their time and got to figure out how to do it and those are what these quotes do to me. They like, yo, hold on, wait, send that, run that back, we didn't do it right, you got to make sure the spacing is good, you got to make sure it's boxed, that tape is off just a little bit, like, yo, you know, you used to going one way and then it just get that shape.
Life is a preparation for the future, and the best preparation for the future is to live as if there were none.
And I tell y'all,
when I
these quotes,
examine myself and my methods of thought, I come to the conclusion that the gift of fantasy has meant more to me than any talent for abstract, positive thinking.
I told y'all, see, we gonna stop right there and we gonna bookmark. We gotta bookmark that because that's magnificent right there. See, I told y'all that the quotes are a gift to us. They little fragments of what I feel where we come from. It's a infinite place of knowing. It's a infinite place of capability, possibility. And so these quotes are like little drops of rain coming out of there. Like, boom, yeah, let me get your soul. I'm gonna get your soul moving in there. Get up out that. You want to catch a bucket of this? You want to drink some of this? Because it's like soul food to me. All right, it hit a little something different. So now I want to be able to harness what we feeling right now. What we feeling right now is we feeling a common sense of, or if you've been watching for the last couple minutes, you might be feeling a common sense of just, it's time to do something. I gotta do something. It's time to do something. And that thing that we're gonna do is reach / achieve our goal. What is our goal? You fill in the blank right there. But we're gonna harness that energy to do it. And I feel possibility right now. Like the energy, to describe that energy right now, it feels like possibility. Now, what I'm going to attach to that possibility is a few things that I need to do. Now, a few things I need to do. I just calculated, I'm on page 93 of my new book that I'm reading. And I got several books. 93 of the book that I'm reading. There are 200. I flipped to the back. I was like, man, I'm going to see. Let me calculate this. I flipped to the back. There are 293 to 95 pages of this book. That's roughly 200 pages left for me to read. I did the calculation, reading 5 pages every 20 minutes. Now, don't you judge me. You type slow. I said it. You type slow. So don't you judge me for reading slow. So 5 pages every 20 minutes. That would, to read for 60 minutes, I could read 3 of them. So that's 15 pages an hour, right? 15 pages an hour, you scale that up. How many pages is the brother gonna read? How long it gonna take the brother to read 200 pages? All right, you go. Let me do the math. I got to do it. Okay, so 215 pages an hour. 200 divided by 60 is 3. Hold on, wait. At 3 hours? I think I'm doing this all wrong. Y'all bear with me. 15 pages in an hour. That's 3 of them. Oh, so I gotta times that. Oh, okay, that's pretty good though. That's pretty good. I gotta times that by 15. I think I did that all wrong. Either way, I came up with something like It's gonna take me 800. 800 broke down in the 60, about 10. So it's gonna take me however many whatevers to read this book. Now, how long? Not to take y'all too far down that angle. My point in saying all of that is, how long will I be what we would call the energy again? How long will I be motivated to do so? Not how much free time I got or how much in between time I got. How long will I be motivated to do so? Because maybe I could crank that up to 10 pages in 20 minutes if I'm motivated to do so. I'm really eager to get the information. Let's say it's Friday night, I feel alright, party on the west side. You ready for that, ain't you? You see what I'm saying? You ready. That motivate you motivated, you energized for that. That same energy is what I want to use to accomplish some goals of mine, such as reading the book. All right. So harnessing this awareness of that, what does that look like? Now I said it at the opening. What is it? Your energy flows where your focus goes. So harnessing that awareness of the present moment, of the present time, could give us some sort of access. We're gonna look into watch a video on it. Could give us some sort of access or backdoor pass to a secret energy flow that could keep you up all night. You have been up all night. Now, I ain't saying nothing after that until I get the answer that I feel I'm looking for from myself. Now, look, check it. You ever been up all night thinking, worrying, planning, stressing, building, creating, working? What energy gave you the power to do that? You ever been doing something for so long that just you just like, yo, I love this and I don't want to stop, to where you just be like, sleep, wake up and start doing it some more? Now, what energy is that? Is what we're gonna see. The energy of focus. Watch, they say something like, your focused mind is what you need to get you through the day. All right, watch. Look. His face looked like he about to say something like that. Watch, look. Focused mind.
Who has done something in your life that once seemed difficult or impossible, and now it's part of your life? Who's got something in your life in this area? Say I.
And my man,
how did you do it? You created it 3 ways. Number 1, you decided there's something you wanted so bad that you unleashed all your desire. You became obsessed with it.
Yes,
if it was a business or a car or a relationship or a transformation in your body, if there's something you once envisioned and now it's real, it's because you didn't just envision it, you brought so much emotion to it that now it's in your life. It was once a dream, it was once a goal, and now it's in your life. You may take it for granted now, hopefully not, but it was once just a vision. It may have seemed impossible at one time. So how did you do it? You started with a concrete vision of what you wanted, and you focused on it continuously, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Wherever focus goes, energy
and I say
flows.
That's my man.
Who has done something in your life that once seemed...
Listen. I'm going to tell y'all something about expansion pack. Bit that you know it, because I had said it on. I don't be picking these videos beforehand. I just be going through and typing stuff in. And he's saying the same thing I'm saying, which means that great minds, which I consider mine to be great, is moving together, baby. We're moving together, baby. Yeah. All right, so let me sign in because I need to be adding these to the playlist and doing all this type of stuff, and they ain't allowing me to be the best I can be. Let's get let's get the filter on real quick. Well, no. This who we need to listen to right here, and they might hit me with the
Scribe
is copyright later on, but who cares?
Processes into
Well,
step-by-step guides.
I don't mind
hardest
it.
part of any job. I don't care.
Think about the emotions that are associated with stress. It's anger, it's hatred, it's violence, it's hostility, it's judgment, it's competition.
Hold on, this might not be what we need. Hold on. I know what we're gonna go for. Neuroscience of focus. This is what I want y'all to look at. Here we go. How did I know? We're gonna skip forward a little bit, but
take a moment and observe
wherever we go
everything
is
that's
gonna be
going on
great.
around you. The sounds, the smells.
Well, never mind. It's good.
The
From the beginning. Let's go.
Take a moment and observe everything that's going on around you. The sounds, the smells, the sensations on your feet. Now, focus your attention back on this video. Those sensations didn't disappear as much as they were quieted by the brain in order to accomplish a specific task. In this case, focusing on this video. Focus, from a neuroscience perspective, is the brain's ability to selectively concentrate on one or more aspects of the environment while ignoring other aspects. To see how this works, I want to focus our attention to this specific region of the brain called the prefrontal cortex, or PFC. Now, the PFC in humans is the largest among mammals and is responsible for a wide
We had this class
range
once
of
before. We're
cognitive
gonna do it again
functions,
though.
including morality, empathy, decision-making, and importantly to our discussion today, managing distractions. But if we look at a very specific region of the PFC, right here, this is called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, or DLPFC, and yes, that is a mouthful, but this is the last area of the brain to fully mature. It takes until about age 25 for this to come fully online,
Yes, sir. Okay.
and it's involved in a wide range of executive functions. Executive functions make it possible to mentally play with ideas. So this is like taking time to think before acting, resisting temptations, meeting unanticipated challenges, and staying focused. The DLPFC, as far as we can tell, plays the largest role within the overall prefrontal cortex in managing relevant signals and suppressing the sensory noise, right? If you think about the sheer amount of information coming into the brain, you're going to need to silence a good amount of that, and it looks like the DLPFC plays the largest role in that, but it's not an exclusive role. Like if we rotate this over, this right here is called the anterior cingulate cortex. It does a very similar job to the DLPFC in regards to managing distractions. It's just that it doesn't do it quite as effectively and in the same way. To put this as simply as possible, imagine yourself in a busy classroom. You're part of a group of students working to solve a problem, but your task is to find a specific piece of information buried inside a textbook. Your ability to quiet the environment around you and all those distractions and focus your attention on the words directly in front of you is partly a product of your dorsolateral prefrontal cortex inhibiting those non-relevant signals. Now, this is a quick aside, but I find it super interesting. The DLPFC has also been shown to be involved in ruminating for depressed individuals. So ruminating is where you're just like thinking about something over and over, just running through your mind. And so what this is showing us is that the DLPFC can be so good at quieting the external environment that it can also be, I guess, I don't know if that quite classifies as pathological. I think ruminating can be good in certain situations, but I think we all understand in a depressed state, ruminating is probably not the best thing to be doing, especially if it's just nonstop. But it just goes to show that, I mean, it's that good, right? It's just the entire world just starts to fade away and you're just focused on that one thing, just running it over and over in your mind. But another reason why the DLPFC's ability to quiet the external environment is so interesting to me is something that I alluded to earlier. And that was the brain, or specifically the DLPFC, doesn't fully mature until you're 25 years old.
Yeah.
So you can't help but wonder, at least I can't, you know, what experiences in our youth or the role models that we're surrounding ourselves with, such as parents and teachers, how all of that impacts our ability to focus on those executive functions. Before we get deeper into the neuroscience of focus, I want to take a quick moment and thank the sponsor of today's video.
My daughter is being treated for leukemia.
So
it hit me hard. It did.
Imagine sitting at, let me see, I'm in my 30s. You see what I'm saying? Sitting in at 36 years old and saying, hey, my brain just started fully being mature at 10 years ago. Now, that to me okay, so as I'm going along, that to me, it's plugging all of my gaps. Like, oh, that's why, that's why I felt like that. That's why I did that. That's why I ain't know that. Or was looking at that like that. That plugs all of my gaps right there. I'm like, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it. It may hit others a bit harder than that. But for me, having that bit of science behind, where my energy, where my focus is coming from, like not just some, I don't know how to explain it other than this, a vague understanding of, oh, well, you think and then you just got to stop yourself. No, I got some actual, we were looking at a brain right there. You see what I'm saying? And they pointed to the area. Well, it's this area. Okay, well, maybe if I need to focus, I'll start rubbing this part of my head, and that'll help me to get a little bit more focused. Or, it'll might relieve my focus depending on the way I'm thinking. That bit of information changes the way that I'm able to operate. All right, so now we got the neuroscience of focus. Let me see. Let's look at another video of the flow state. Teach y'all, if y'all didn't know about accessing that flow state, let's just get that reactivated in our mind.
Science shows there's a simple way to enter a flow state, and it's called the 4% rule.
If you want to grow in any field, you want to be able to enter flow states where you are so engrossed in your work that you are growing, you're getting better, and you are excited about the work you do. And there's a simple rule for this. Always ensure that the projects you're working on are roughly 4% harder than what you think you're capable of. The 4% harder rule puts you in just the right zone where the project is challenging enough, where you can develop flow and you can grow. The simple way to do this is a timer. For example, if you're a writer, if you know that a particular blog post or article might take you 8 hours, seek to do it in 7 hours and 45 minutes. It gives you the right amount of challenge that puts you in flow, but causes you to grow, because you have to think of new processes, new ways to get your output done in a tighter time. As a result, you get better and better, faster.
Science shows that...
Yeah, that's good, because I actually have noticed I've been able to look back and notice how I've grown throughout anything that I've been doing recently. Like, literally be like, oh man, yesterday I wasn't as good at this. Today, yeah, I'm better. Like, I can move left a little bit better. And I play the game, so for me, that is a big thing. All right, let's see. Is this Ted? If this is Ted, we can't go to Ted. Yeah, we can't go to Ted. All right, let's go to this one then. Big think.
I've been using BetterHelp since 2020 when I needed to find a therapist but couldn't leave my house. And in the process,
We might can.
All right, are my feet in or out of the shot? Well, then you're gonna have to deal with the ridiculous flip-flops. Sorry about that. When I talk about peak performance, I often define peak performance as getting our biology to work for us rather than against us. What I'm really talking about are the systems underneath what we call motivation, learning, creativity, and flow. And flow is an optimized state of consciousness where we feel our best and we perform our best. More specifically, it refers to any of those moments of rapt attention and total absorption. You're so focused on the task at hand, so focused on what you're doing, everything else just seems to disappear. Action and awareness are going to start to emerge. Your sense of self-consciousness, the voice in your head, your inner critic are all going to diminish. Time is going to dilate, which is a fancy way of saying it's going to pass strangely. One of the reasons learning goes up so much in flow is because it's this huge cocktail dump of 5 or 6 of the most important feel-good neurochemicals the brain can produce, and we tend to remember things that happen in flow states. In fact, for most people, if you're looking at positive memories, right, things you remember and that are really strong, that are really locked into memory, chances are they're things that took place in a flow state. There has been a lot of work because of this very mechanism in using flow to override and rewrite PTSD. Army tested a combination of talk therapy and surfing. Surfing is an experience that's packed with flow triggers. 5 weeks of surfing twice a week and regular talk therapy sessions after the surf sessions was enough to significantly reduce or completely remove symptoms of PTSD and lower people's need for medication or get them off medication completely. PTSD is basically a very strong memory that's been written and everything sort of flows back to it, and flow seems to be able to override that memory because it's such a potent neurochemical dump. We know that flow has been very useful in the treatment of addiction. There are, for example, a number of rehab centers, usually aimed at teenagers, where to get kids off drugs, they're taking them into the mountains and giving them outdoor high flow experiences. Knowing what we now know about the way that experiences can produce different neurochemicals, it doesn't seem too odd that sometime in the future we're going to start to see doctors or psychologists prescribing experiences.
Wow. Now that's epic. Now listen, I want you to take this prescription down there to the Bahamas and now you can't be down there for no less than 3 days. You gotta be down there for at least 3 days. You need to stay in at least a 3-star hotel with everything included. You gotta fly first class. I'm writing the prescription now, Bob. You need it. You need it.
I always tell my friends when their relationships end, the easiest way to override heartbreak is to go skydiving. The problem with heartbreak or grief or all those things is basically every memory you have goes back to the person you just lost, right? That's why, you walk through your house and everything reminds you of the one that got away. You actually have to override the memory. You have to have an experience that's more powerful than that. Skydiving and the kind of immediate deep flow state it tends to produce in most people will tend to override that. I'm not saying we're going to go to the doctor for heartbreak and they're going to prescribe skydiving, but it would work. And there might come a time in the future where we actually think that way.
Get smarter, faster with videos from the world's biggest thinkers.
Hey, listen.
And to learn even more.
This is what we do here on Expansion Pack, if you didn't know. We just look at and explore the possibilities that are out there for us. Now, the flow state, like they mentioned, because I don't want to just keep putting video after video on you. The flow state is what you get into at any given time where you've went from doing something for a few seconds to minutes to hours to so on and so forth. So, dang, that's a crazy picture. All right, so let's say you pick up your phone and you playing a game on your phone. You in a flow state. Let's say you pick up your phone and you scrolling. You're in a flow state. Let's say you're writing a letter and you really need to get that message across to your friend out there. You're in the flow state. Let's say you paying bills and you logging into accounts, making sure you pay the right one and didn't pay it twice. You in a flow state. Let's say you driving cross country and hey, the music jamming, pumping, you just got you something from the something to eat, you rolling, you ready to go, boy. You in a flow state. And in that state, handling the task at hand is just like it sounds. It's flowing. You're flowing. And also, when you're not in that state, that same task looks completely different. If you're not in that state, you might not even want to. Hence the example that I use with reading the book. And I'm noticing even now as I'm sitting here, my mind is changing. Well, my body is pulling me one way, but I want to use the energy to do something completely different. And I don't want to use that energy to do what my body is pulling me to do. So I just recently ran into the discovery that my tablet won't power on. All right. So now that the tablet won't power on, I want to use all of my focus and flow and energy in my flow state to fix it. Literally, I'm like, yo, we gotta fix this. And I don't care what you were doing before this. We gotta fix this. It's not doing anything. It's not coming on. It's not charging. This is not good. We need to fix this. That's what I'm thinking. And because I'm thinking that, all my energy is going towards that. I can't do the show. I can't do nothing. I gotta figure out why the tablet won't power on. Now, I had plans for today. I had plans to spend. That's the reason why harnessing awareness is the topic for today. I had plans for today to take all of this energy that is already in here from my focus and my flow state to accomplish some goals that I had lined up. This is a great example right now because instead of that, I'm faced with the challenge of fixing my tablet. Now, if I use that energy to fix this tablet, that is gonna spend it's gonna spend my time, which is a very, very limited currency, folks. Very limited. The energy will come back and be replenished, but the time will not. So if I spend this time and this energy fixing the tablet, then the goal of, let's say, reading my 5 pages in 20 minutes or upgrading to 6 pages in 20 minutes cannot happen. If you have a situation right now where you spending some energy, forget the time, when you taking some energy that will be replenished and spending it with spending some time in a place that you might want to think twice. I'm faced with the dilemma right now because this is brand new. This is a brand new development right here. I didn't know. As a matter of fact, I sat the tablet down and was like, all right, cool, I'm gonna use it later. And then I put it in front of me because I missed chat. Hold on, I'm probably missing chat right now. I had missed chat the last episode, and so I was like, all right, I'm not gonna miss. See, I'm missing chat. I'm like, I'm missing chat last episode, so I don't want to miss chat. So I'm gonna put the tablet right here in front of me, and I'm gonna turn the tablet on. I'm gonna have the chat right here, so I ain't gotta look at the screen. Just so happened, I'm like, why I look back, I'm 20 minutes in, I look back and the tablet ain't even on, so let me plug it up. You probably saw me on here doing it. Let me plug it up. Plug it up. New development. Now I want to focus, use all my flow state to fix this mug. I want to go down to Verizon. I want to do everything. But I had plans. So, yeah, that's a perfect example of the energy that we're going to use to accomplish our goals. You cannot. Maybe as a young man, and I'm going to read the chat, maybe as a young man or as a young woman, you could have just naively spent that energy and spent that time. But now I cannot. So thank you for that awareness, future Dan, which is now past Dan, which was current Dan, but is now actually future Dan. Thank you for dropping that into my head or into my mind or whatever. Hey, what's happening, my peoples? Anita 67. This is so profound. I agree. Think how you feel when you experience things. Exactly. You know, right now, I'm about to do this to you personally because you ain't here. Right now, when you was in the Bahamas, or not Bahamas, when you was in Jamaica, you was like, ooh, man, I feel, I ain't got to worry about, you know? And just having me bring that up just now is therapy. Like, that's therapy in itself. Just being back into that state of mind that you were in when you was there. And it was only a small fraction of time. You see what I'm saying? Now, you know what I'm gonna use? I'm gonna take my own advice. I'm gonna use it to solve this issue that I have in front of me now. I have plans. I have things that I need to do, and so I can't just jump out and go and solve this issue. So what I will do instead is think of a time when it will be solved and handled. Give me a second. Got it. All right, now we back. But also, the only reason it's so funny is because my other computer won't charge as well, so I'm thinking it might have been a bigger issue than just, you know what I'm saying, what I'm thinking that the issue might have been. All right, so now, hey, we got about 15 minutes left on this episode today. We talked about the flow state. We actually used part of the flow state to get us to where we at right now, and that was the reason why I kicked it off with the quotes. All right, the quotes was meant to trigger us into that mode of saying, hey, we're gonna do something great. We might not know what it is right now, but we got the reserve of the energy or the motivation to do it. Then I broke down the anatomy of what it is that we doing, just to give you, all right, these are the inner workings. Whereas you see your TV screen come on right now, you see it, boom, boom, boom. But behind the scenes, the electrons flowed through the wires in from Duke Energy or wherever it is you at into the TV, and it powered it on. So the inner workings of the flow state is the anatomy of it, where it's working, where it's coming from, how it's working. Then, you know, offer some pleasantries for you with just a simple thought of your experiences triggering that, not not the other way around, not you thinking of having the experience and then going and doing it and it's being triggered. No, you walk straight into the experience and it's triggering the flow state. Just like what yesterday or whenever we had the motivation where he say he get up, the Navy SEAL get up, he make his bed, they make the bed every day, and that small act triggers you into doing another small act and another, and even if you don't feel like you ever did anything during the day, you come back in your bed, come back to a made bed. Sorry to stutter on that last bit, but you come back to a made bed. So now let's do a little bit of groundwork, and let's put this energy that we built up for the day into something useful. Okay, now as a matter of fact, we're gonna listen to my man's tell us about what he know about, and this will help y'all even more. Will help us even more. All right, I think this one will do us better.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking.
Truth was that you're greater than you think, more powerful. And so, like, that's not the life you want. What you want, abundant people want to be free.
Yes.
That's what they really want.
It brings back some of the
Free to
feelings.
do
Yes,
it, right?
It
And then-
instantly brings back some of the feelings. Think how you feel. Oh yeah, it instantly. As soon as you think about that time, any time that
if your model of
you want to go
abundance
to.
is that you have so much more than you need, abundance is that what I really want for you to do it, right? And really, if your model of abundance is that you have so much more than you need, that you would give it away, that would be an abundant person, yes or no?
Yes.
And so your experience of abundance in the experiment called life can be way more than being an angry, abundant person. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So then what? So you develop that skill of abundance, but there are certain skills and habits and choices and character that you created. You take that with you. You take that with you to the next dream. If you're not being defined by a vision of your future, then you're left to the memories of your past, and you'll be predictable in your life. And wow, it's so much easier to forget that vision than to remember. That means you got to make time to remember it.
Right.
You got to make time to decide who you're no longer going to be, and you got to make time for who you are going to be. And so the experiment can continue, and you should be facing adversity.
We should be.
You should be facing adversity in the midst of change.
It shouldn't be easy.
Should be earned. Should be earned.
Should be earned.
Yes, sir.
Because that means you put your time in. And that means that this is how greatness is created, when you show up to create when you don't feel like it. When you sit with yourself and not allow your mind to go to the past and all the problems and all the things, and instruct your mind to go to that vision of the future, that's a victory.
Come on.
That is the overcoming process. We discovered that when you're sitting with yourself and you go past the point where you would normally stop because of your disbelief, you go past that point, that's when the brain changes the most. That's when you're stepping into the unknown.
What does that moment look like for people? Like, what is
that moment looks like I want to quit. That moment looks like I want to give up. That's the end of their emotional belief. But if you show up to be a creator in spite of those voices, in spite of the mismanagement of your attention and energy and not having enough time, or feeling, something happened in your day and it caused you to not want to create, the days that you show up anyway, and you remember that's the belief in your future, and that's your passion, you will earn that future. And that is the overcoming process that allows you to become anything, abundant or healthy or whatever it is that people want.
What will ensure that we don't earn our future dreams?
I think people get in the habit of no longer believing in themselves. I think it's a habit. Because they listen to those voices, they sit and they can't settle their emotions down, and they get up from their inner work believing less in their future instead of more in their future. And the people who actually sit and say, I'm not getting up until I remember my future, and I'm going to become that very person today. The person who does that, they get up that way, they believe in their future more. So they have to overcome some aspect of themselves in order to do that, and it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. But to the materialist who's waiting for their life to change to feel joy, you're missing out on a lot of life. Why wouldn't you want to teach your body emotionally what joy feels like so that you can feel that way? Nobody's going to make you feel that way. Oh, you should make you happy. Imagine that. And I swear to you, people in your life will wonder what medication you're on.
Yeah, he said that like, how are they? I don't know, man. They're just doing it. All right, y'all. So this has been a great episode of Your Way Wednesday. You see it down there at the bottom of the screen. We just talk about harnessing awareness. You use that awareness of what you want to do. You flow and you get it done. You know what I'm saying? All right, so I ain't gonna hold y'all up for much longer. I'm glad y'all came to kick it with me, hang out with me on expansion pack today. As you may have just found out, I gotta fix my tablet. I'm figuring out how to go about it. I had plans for BDAY. Keep trying to map it out in my mind, but I'll let y'all know what I do later at a later date. So, with that being said, this is DGTA TV. Thank y'all for tuning in, and I'm gonna catch y'all tomorrow, Healthy Mental Thursday. Peace.
I'm not gonna do that no more. Here's something else for those.
Yo, so that one right there, that one hit home. I read that, and I've been kind of mulling that over in my own mind recently because I read in a book, why can't I remember the name of the book right now? I'm looking at the cover, but in the book, asking someone else how they felt, well, not necessarily how they felt, how they would handle a situation, cost. It cost. It may cost you time. It may cost you energy. It may cost you money, but it cost. And that cost can be completely eradicated just by thinking for yourself. So, yeah, I that one hit home. I had been kind of thinking about that myself, just going on my own inner. And I got some videos about it later that I'll post. But that's our motivation for today. I'm glad y'all was able to share in that with me. So today's topic, we are on Mindful Monday, which I don't have it on the screen. Let me see. Let me get it up there. I like that. I have it on the screen so y'all know. All right, so today we are talking about breaking the mold, y'all. Now, how does this tie into being mindful? Well, basically you heard from the video, the dream is given to you. All right. Once you got here, born here, started here, whatever you want to call it, you can cast that mold out. It's gone. All right. You will never be born or made again. So there's no more need for that mold. All right. It's gone. If you don't know what a mold is, figure it out. All right. So, going forward, what do you do from there? You've already you've been here. All of us, by time we kind of wake up and realize where we're at as far as reality goes in life, we probably already learned how to tie shoes, walked, talked, went to school, eaten, drinking, all of these things. So, and then you kind of wake up like, oh my God, where is this place that I've been this whole time? So when you're looking at doing new things, looking at taking that awareness basically and doing new things, sports, writing, creativity, just in general, you put yourself back into a box. And being mindful about that is saying, hey, I'm going to need to do things in order to grow. Imagine, all right, for example, and this is what I mean. Imagine, for example, you put a seed in some dirt, in the plant, in a pot, in some dirt, in a box. Just let that marinate on you real quick. You take a seed and put it in a pot with some dirt.
Oh, why aren't they texting me back? Are they mad at me? Do they not like me anymore? I'm scared to ask for reassurance and fear that I'm gonna look too needy. What? Am I scared of abandonment? Yes, I am. I haven't been able to stop replaying these breakup scenes in my head. You didn't plan your wedding a day after you met your partner? Yeah, me either. That'd be crazy. If I tell you my feelings, I need to get a response ASAP. As a matter of fact, we won't be going to bed until we figure this out. You let your partner go to a party while knowing that other girls are gonna be there? That's a setup for cheating. They just like this person's post. What does it mean? Are they interested in them? If that sounds anything like you, those are known as activating strategies, which are designed to keep us safe. So how can we deal with this? Therapy, like BetterHelp, can be a great place to heal and develop a healthier attachment style. Online therapy allows you to connect with a licensed therapist virtually from the comfort of your home.
I'm thinking this the video. Why are we sitting here with this? I'm sorry, y'all.
On my cosmic travels through life, reality, and the universe, I have come across many things. One of the most amazing of these revelations, however, is knowledge about crystals. What they are, we already know. But what can you do with them? Many of you may have crystals already, but without knowing what you can do with them, they just sit on your shelf, influencing your energies from afar. Today, we're going to look at practical uses of crystals in your everyday life. If you haven't seen part 1 of the crystal special, I highly recommend watching that first.
Also, people a lot of times do not drink water during the night. Sometimes they just go to sleep and they stay asleep and they never get up. What's really happening in the body is it metabolizes what you ate, and also it's using the water in your body to get rid of the toxins, and it's going to your bladder system. And it's really dehydrating the tissues in your body, and it's really dehydrating one of the most important organs, which is your brain. When your brain becomes dehydrated, what happens is the frontal lobe, the frontal cortex, which is our ability to discern our moods, our ability to think our way out of things, seems to just kind of shut down, and we get into this fight or flight response because we're dehydrated. The brain's defending itself. One of the best things you can do when you first get up in the morning is to think of one thing that's a blessing in your life. Just the moment you open your eyes, before you have an opportunity to get into that grumpy area, think of one of the good things going on in your life. The second thing is go drink a big glass of water. And what that's going to do is start hydrating your system. It's going to start getting your system moving, and it's also going to hydrate the brain. Once the brain becomes more hydrated, it shifts out of the fight or flight response, and then you're going to find yourself thinking more balanced thoughts and actually saying, hey, this is a good day. And your moods are going to shift, and you're going to find yourself doing better. If you'll just do those two things first thing in the morning, you're going to notice a tremendous change in your attitude, in your ability to respond to people, and also the way you do your job and take care of your kids and your family. So let's work on that. And
spin that back.
Open your eyes before you have an opportunity to get into that grumpy area. Think of one of the good things going on in your life. The second thing is go drink a big glass of water. And what that's going to do is start hydrating your system. It's going to start getting your system moving, and it's also going to hydrate the brain. Once the brain becomes more hydrated, it shifts out of the fight or flight response, and then you're going to find yourself thinking more balanced thoughts and actually saying, hey, this is a good day. And your moods are going to shift, and you're going to find yourself doing better. If you'll just do those two things first thing in the morning, you're going to notice a tremendous change.
Hey, what's up? I got the wrong thing in my chilling box right here. Good to have y'all back on another episode of Expansion Pack. I'm your host, Dan F. Man. Hold on, let me try to see if I can score. Nah, I couldn't. Alright, let me get the right thing up in here. Am I live on TikTok? This is not supposed to be on TikTok. Oh well, we running it. Let me make sure I got the right box in here. There it is. Alright.
No, seriously, look at all these amazing structures and forms. They're beautiful, they're powerful, and they're life. Crystals are the essence of life manifesting within the earth.
Alright. So, let me talk to you for a couple quick little seconds. Hey, it's good to be back in here. You are now watching DGTA TV. I'm your host, Dan F. Man, here on Expansion Pack. We trying to get this work done, trying to get our understanding. Hold on, I got some. We trying to get this understanding in here today. What's the? Let me see what it is. Usually I have it pulled right up, but it's okay. Inner peace. that's what the description says. What we are doing actually today is we're gonna keep watching Spirit Science. We're going, I think, I don't know how many more episodes they got on there, but we're gonna ride this thing on out. So hope y'all are having a lovely day. I am myself personally. I'm gonna play this game, listen to some of this good Spirit Science growth. Ooh, banged on him. All right, and I'm gonna be right here with y'all. Here we go. Let me go over to the live scene.
The blossoms of the mineralogical portion of the crystals. What are they? No, seriously, look at all these amazing structures and forms. They're beautiful, they're powerful, and they're life. Crystals are the essence of life manifesting within the earth, the blossoms of the mineralogical portion of the earth. Recognition of these energies and forms of crystals can greatly benefit your personal growth. It is a very basic consciousness, not as intricate or advanced as some life on Earth. Crystals definitely don't have the thinking capacity of humans, or even the biological reproductive systems of plants, but they are life. And today I'm going to show you how this works.
Hey, 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 they're my people though. They're my people though. They're my people though. Hey, 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 put it down like.
Crystals are defined as being a mineralogical body with a characteristic internal structure and enclosed by a symmetry of plane faces. They are, however, much more than that. We've discussed before that everything in the universe is a vibration, existing through many different frequencies at once. Our physical bodies are on this physical plane, but the sounds that we hear vibrate to a different frequency, as with smells and even thoughts. Crystals also vibrate to many frequencies at once. Health is the natural state of any form in the universe. Considering the vibrational existence of reality, health comes when the frequencies of anything are in balance and harmony with itself. When patterns of energy are disrupted, we experience a state which we know as disease, which is a body that's not at ease. The resistant, discordant energy patterning is responsible for every negative symptom we experience, everything from headache to cancer. Crystals and gemstones have a vibration that is free of resistant patterns. They are among some of the structures in the physical dimension which have the most balanced, cohesive, strong, and intentional frequencies. Their unchanging physical structure is a reflection of their innate energetic pattern of balance and strength, which are incorruptible. In the physical world, you pick up a crystal and feel it as something separate from you that you're just holding. But on higher frequencies, you're actually interacting with that stone energetically. This interaction then causes changes to your structure and psychology through your own energetic systems. It begins a process of rebalancing the energetic structure of your body, and in a sense, can help you heal. Now, consciousness is of course the determining factor of if you are going to be accepting of these new frequencies coming into your being through crystals. I'm not going to say crystals will heal you, because if you fight them and are non-receptive to these frequencies, you will continue to create the disharmony within yourself. Ultimately though, crystals can be used to retune your whole being back to a state of harmony and flow. Crystals have been used and revered since the dawning of civilization. In fact, the Christian Bible refers to crystals over 200 times. Precious stones were used in the foundation of New Jerusalem. They were also used in the breastplates of Aaron, the Hebrew high priest. Crystals have been discovered in the ruins of Babylonia and in ancient tombs of Egyptian and Chinese rulers. This wouldn't be spirit science without some sacred geometry though. Remember the 5 platonic solids? Science understands that all atomic patterns and molecular structures were based on these 5 forms. They create the forms that the universe manifests through. Well, here's the atomic structure of a beryl crystal. It's the flower of life, the creation pattern flowing through the structure of this crystal. Now, not all crystals are like that molecularly, but they are very geometric. There are 6 categories of crystals. Of course, there are lots and lots and lots of kinds of crystals, but no matter how many there are, they will always be in one of these categories: isometric, tetragonal, hexagonal, orthorhombic, monoclinic, and triclinic. For the most part, all of these systems are derived from the hexahedron, also known as the cube. One of the biggest things about crystals is that they can transmit frequencies. From a metaphysical perspective, we can transmit thoughts and emotions through crystals, but scientifically, does that make sense? Would you believe it if I said that pretty much all of modern computing technology was based on the living element of crystals?
It is.
Consider the radio. The first radio was a crystal set. They would cut a piece of quartz crystal and touch a wire to it. The frequencies transmitted through the crystal.
The quartz!
That's right. The molecular arrangement, of course, is very stable and has a measurable frequency. And because of this, it can be used in basic technology. Nobel Prize winner Marcel Vogel discovered that crystals can be reprogrammed as silicon chips in a computer, and can also be programmed with the energy of consciousness. He discovered that when a person uses a computer, thoughts are transmitted into the computer by pressing on a keyboard. That information is stored in silicon chips via the medium of electricity. Thought is a form of energy which can be given direction through what we call intention. He concluded, due to this discovery, that crystals could also be programmed without the need for electricity, by using just thoughts as the informational energy. Another interesting find is that quartz is composed of silicon and oxygen, a combination known to geologists as the building block of all minerals. The living element within crystals is silicon. Science found in the 50s that silicon shows the same principles of life as carbon. Exactly 1 octave down on the periodic table from carbon is silicon. Sponges deep in the ocean made from 100% silicon were also discovered, which shows that silicon life doesn't just work in theory, but they actually exist right here on this planet. But get this, the Earth's crust itself is made out of silicon. It's 25% silicon, but silicon bonds with just about everything. So the Earth's crust is actually roughly 80% silicon compound. We're literally floating out in the middle of space on a giant crystal ball. The term Mother Earth never had so much meaning as now, as we learn that the entire planet itself is a conscious, living being. She's aware of you and everything going on her body. The energies within crystals are universal. Therefore, when you connect with a mineral and are open to receiving what it has to offer, and begin to play creatively through your higher self, you can contact and synthesize the energies from which the entire universe is comprised. This is why crystals are so powerful, and why they must only be used through the highest consciousness of the individual. Right intention during the use of crystals further serves to connect your personal energy with that of the crystal kingdom, helping you get to a place of love, of light, and the good of all. Although each and every one of us has an infinite power of the universe within the self, we as humans always like having that support from something external from us. Every crystal form has its own individual energy and its own personality. Each can be used in unique ways to assist one in understanding the nature of existence, or moving forward on our own life path destiny as we're consciously experiencing it. I feel that right now, as people are waking up, we're becoming more and more aware of our ancient knowledge and wisdom. Part of that information that is returning to us is the nature of crystals. I see crystals as being very monumental in the evolution of humankind. They could provide a lot of love, light, and insight for many who are struggling with their own inner demons in this coming time. Things are getting more and more intense, but it's also providing people with the opportunities that they need to raise their own vibrations and frequencies to a level of light and happiness. Healing has to come from within. I'm not going to say that if you just get crystals, you'll be happier or smarter or heal better. However, think of it like being with a close friend who really cares about you. They will provide their energy and attention to you to help you find yourself in this time of need. Crystals are like that. They will give you support if you allow them to, and open up your heart to the frequencies that they are emitting. So where can you get crystals? Well, there are several options. The easiest is probably just to find a local metaphysical store. There are usually at least 1 or 2, if not more, metaphysical shops in every city. You can find tons of pocket stones, usually ranging from 50 cents to $2 or $3. Of course, the bigger and bigger crystals you get, the more expensive they become. If you're hunting for bigger gems to purify the frequencies in your house, it's always fun and cheaper to go gem mining. Some gem mines actually allow you to go in with a pickaxe and mine your own crystals, and others have sand and water mining as well. This is a really fun experience, and I highly recommend it for anyone who's exploring crystals. Also, I feel it's important to note that if you have crystals and you want to learn what they are, simply do a Google search for crystal properties. There are tons of sites on the web which provide information on the particular frequencies or personalities of crystals. Crystals and gemstones are one of the most powerful tools available for us in the physical dimension right now. And like all tools, the key to maximum utilization is to learn how to consciously implement the tool. If we consciously recognize that our own electromagnetic fields are impacted by the energetic quality of each crystal and gemstone, we would see that they create an alchemical response within our own bodies and psychology, which would allow us to use them as the powerful tools that they are. We could use them on a daily basis to promote health, awareness, growth, and evolution within ourselves and the multidimensional lives we lead. So how does one use crystals? Well, we're going to go into that next week. To wrap this video up, let's conclude with something really awesome. The 13 Mayan crystal skulls. What are they? What were they? What do they do? I'm going to share what Drunvalo Melchizedek has shared, but there's a lot of information available out there. Perhaps we can go into a full story another time. In a nutshell, 13,000 years ago during the fall of Atlantis, the Maya took their calendar and left Atlantis. During this time, they carved a large crystal skull out of quartz crystal and held a ceremony. One person who was trained and prepared would consciously drop their body and enter into the skull, where they would reside within for the next 13,000 years. Then, every 1,000 years, another ceremony like this would take place. The ceremony involved a being who had an understanding of everything humankind knew at that point, and then entering into the crystal and saving these memories within the skull. Kind of like the Mayans would hit file and save as every 1,000 years to preserve what they knew. Supposedly this year in 2012, they will hold a final ceremony with all of the crystal skulls coming together to reveal all of this ancient knowledge to the world and allowing it to enter our consciousness once more.
Lord, hey, sing it, girl, baby. That was, hey, they put it down on that last track. I'm a trip. All right, let's go. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm looking for it. We did 10. Why the episodes look like they ran out? So that's 13. Okay, there we go.
Oh, why aren't they texting me back? Are they mad at me? Do they not like me anymore? I'm scared to ask for reassurance and fear that I'm gonna look too needy. What? Am I scared of abandonment? Yes, I am. I haven't been able to stop replaying these breakup scenes in my head. You didn't plan your wedding a day after you met your partner? Yeah, me either. That'd be crazy. If I tell you my feelings, I need to get a response ASAP. As a matter of fact, we won't be going to bed until we figure this out. You let your partner go to a party while knowing that other girls are gonna be there? That's a setup for cheating. They just like this person's post. What does it mean? Are they interested in them? If that sounds anything like you, those are known as activating strategies, which are designed to keep us safe. So how can we deal with this? Therapy, like BetterHelp, can be a great place to heal and develop a healthier attachment style. Online therapy allows you to connect with a licensed therapist virtually from the comfort of your home.
I'm thinking this the video. Why are we sitting here with this? I'm sorry, y'all.
On my cosmic travels through life, reality, and the universe, I have come across many things. One of the most amazing of these revelations, however, is knowledge about crystals. What they are, we already know. But what can you do with them? Many of you may have crystals already, but without knowing what you can do with them, they just sit on your shelf, influencing your energies from afar. Today, we're going to look at practical uses of crystals in your everyday life. If you haven't seen part 1 of the crystal special, I highly recommend watching that first. The first thing we need to discuss is how to charge your crystals. Just like us, crystals need sustenance. Well, they won't die if they don't get any, but who doesn't love to be fed? One way of charging your crystals are with bigger crystals. By allowing the smaller crystals to receive energy from the points of the bigger ones, you can also just sit small crystals onto a cluster. However, there is a much easier way. Sunlight. Just as we receive energy from the sun, crystals also receive and recharge under the intensified life force rays of the sun. By letting your crystals spend an afternoon in the sun, they will be bursting with juicy energy for quite a while. Think of crystals like a rechargeable battery, and by leaving it in the sun, it recharges and stores energy to give to you. If it's running on low, the frequencies that it emits will not be as strong as if it would be at a full charge. You can also cleanse your crystals by allowing them to bathe in salt water for a while. If possible, use sea salt or pink Himalayan salt. If you live near the ocean, you can also let them bathe in the ocean itself. You can also sage your crystals, which is very beneficial for cleansing them and keeping them happy. Letting them sit in brown rice for 24 hours centers and grounds the crystals and balances their male and female energies. When you first get your crystals, whether it's through a gift or you dig it up yourself or bought in a store, it's usually important that you dedicate your crystals. This can be done by holding onto it and consciously intend that the crystal only be used for love, light, and the goodness of all. Your chakra system picks up frequencies throughout your whole body, through high frequencies and low frequencies. Most crystals will give off an energy which will resonate to at least one chakra, if not more, which makes them excellent tools for aligning your energy body. One of the easiest ways of using crystals is carrying pocket stones. Carry a crystal of your choosing in your pocket for any amount of time that feels right. If you need a lot of help in one aspect of your life, you might want to carry a certain crystal around with you up for even a month. Then after that time, look back at the month and see if the description of the crystal matches what you experienced. This is actually how I first got into crystals. A friend of mine gave me a crystal and told me to hang on to it for a month. I didn't really get why, but I did. After a month, I found out what that crystal did, and it had been affecting me in the exact ways of the description. After that, I was hooked, and have been exploring crystals ever since. One thing that I do quite often is actually make what I like to call spirit water. It's really very simple. All you have to do is place a crystal into a glass or bottle of water for an extended amount of time before consuming. Usually it's recommended that you wait 24 hours before drinking the water, but even several hours will yield slight changes in the water, especially if you meditate with the water. You can also leave the water out in the moonlight or sunlight for a day before consuming while the crystals are in the water. If you really want to get creative, try mixing and matching crystals in the water. For one day you could put in an amethyst, and the next you could put in citrine. This actually goes to the phenomenon of water that researcher Masaru Emoto had been studying and researching for a very long time. The phenomenon in which water that had been blessed froze into beautiful crystals, and the water that was projected negatively onto froze into gross or ugly crystals. Now, we have an entire lesson about water coming soon, because I know a lot of people want to discuss that, so in the meantime, we won't be going into this at this time. The reason I bring this up, though, is that this does grant you an opportunity to try this for yourself. I highly recommend placing several crystals in water and letting them sit for 24 hours. You can also place a plain glass next to it. If you want to, meditate with the crystal water and project love and health into the water. Then, drink the water and compare the difference yourself. I have done this many times, and I can always feel the difference. And from the people I've talked to who have done this as well, most people do. In my experiences, this rejuvenated water is smoother and cleaner than it is when you first pour it. So putting crystals into your drinking water is a very good way of keeping your body hydrated with some living, healthy water. Crystal grids. Many of you may have seen the YouTube video Spirit Quest 10.5. In this video, Jordan demonstrates how to make a crystal grid around your house and what it's used for. A crystal grid is an energetic grid that you can create around your house that fills your house or room with energy by connecting several crystals together through the power of your intention and energies of the crystals.
You know, they study all of this stuff.
If you happen to have several larger crystals and a wand crystal, you can make a crystal grid around your house.
All of these teachings is not new, and that's the thing I like about it. I know we get so stuck in demons and Satan and the spirit's gonna get you that we don't even use what we can use to our benefit about it all. Anyway.
So room, or wherever you are, place the crystal around your room. The crystals do not have to be in a geometric pattern, but if they are, it will only serve to strengthen the grid. Consciously connect all of the crystals together using a wand crystal. You simply have to point the wand at a predetermined master crystal, usually a quartz, or something bigger than the rest. While holding onto the crystal in your mind, then move the wand to point it to the next crystal, and draw a connecting line in your mind. Then continue to make lines between it and the other crystals. You can go between all of the crystals and back to the master, or back to the master for every one, or anything you want, really. Let your creativity guide you. You can also program your intention into the master for whatever you want, whether it be abundance or healing or spiritual development, and allow those energies to flow through all of the crystals in the grid. Something I've been playing with for a long time now and have had wonderful experiences with is what I call the bed chakra charge. The day that you charge your crystals in the sunlight, take 7 crystals, 1 for each chakra, and place them either under your bed or in between your mattress and box spring in the order of the chakras, lined up with where your body is while you sleep. You can do a little meditation with them too if you like. Set the intention for them to provide you only with the highest of frequencies for you to explore. Then, go to bed. The first time I did this, as well as pretty much every time after, I would fall asleep and wake up after about 4 hours or so. Except I would be fully charged and wide awake, as if I was an iPod plugged into a socket, and I'd be ready to start the day.
That's my guy.
None of that lazy, tired morning routine at all. It was phenomenal. Not only that, but I also had amazing dreams when I did that, and I don't always remember my dreams. Again, I'm not saying that this will happen, but that it's a possibility, as it's what I experienced. And it would be very interesting to see how others reacted to trying such an experiment. Also, don't feel that you need to place the crystals under your bed. If it's not possible, you could put them in your pillowcase or on your night shelf or something like that. The possibilities are infinite. And of course, we could not talk about crystals without talking about meditation. You can learn so much from crystals by working with them in meditation, and they can also greatly benefit you with finding the peaceful meditation state if you're struggling with it. You can sit in the traditional lotus position.
Come on, King. Come on. Sit. Great. Come on. Sit. Sit. Move.
Come on, lay under it.
Hey, appreciate the likes, Just Dame. Hope you're having a great day. So far, a great start to your day. Hey, good to see you. Make sure you're getting out there and you're achieving your goals and reaching your dreams. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, it's good to see you, and I hope that
You have a great positive day. for now.
Time to wake up. King always the first one. You always the first one, huh? Okay. Now you can keep it on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Baby. Come on, you guys. Time to wake up. Dan, Eli. Elijah. Wake up, son. Wake up. Hey. Hey, Eli. Now, this is me being nice right here and talking to you. Because I'm trying to figure out which part of me telling you to wake up means get more comfortable. I'm telling y'all, Dan, this is not for you. This is strictly for your brother. I'm telling you, son, instantly I get angry. And I'm not talking about upset. I'm not talking about a little bit mad. I get angry. Because what you're doing right now is ignoring me. Because when you want to get up for a video game or something that you want to do, you pop up. And it don't matter what I'm saying. You can wake up on your own. Get up. Sit up now. We're going to start this routine right now. Sit up. No, don't roll over. I need something in my hands because this is going to drive me up the wall. I don't want you to adjust. I want you to sit up. No, sit up on your butt and straighten your back. What's up?
What's up?
Driving me crazy with this, man. It's how you approach your day. I know you have those moments, everybody does, but look at me. I kind of wake you up. Do I need to say more? Or do you understand? Ignoring me shows is a sign of immaturity. Look at me now. You two. Neither of you get the right or have the right to ignore me. It's disrespectful. First and foremost, I am helping you. Okay?
Yes.
Answer me.
Yes, sir.
I am not bothering you. Look at me. I am not agitating you. I am not getting on your nerves. I'm not pissing you off. None of this stuff can you ever say to me or ever. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Because your eye, it's in your eyes, it's in your body language, it's in everything. It's not just in your words. You see? All of it is, all of it. You don't get to treat me, look at me when I'm talking. You don't get to treat me like that. You don't get to say in your mind, oh, you bothering me, just leave me alone. Because you're bothering me by not having enough respect for yourself to take care of yourself. That bothers me. To where you're trying to double flip it back, you'll try to double flip it back on me, like I'm bothering you to get yourself together, to brush your teeth, to wash your ass. There's no way. There's no logic in that. And there's also no way I can come to you and tell you to do something and then just walk off. I have to observe to make sure that it's getting done.
Yes.
So stop with the attitude like I'm bothering you, because I like to bother my children. I like to get in there and agitate you, because apparently you're not going to do anything unless I do. You don't, do you set an alarm to get up?
No, sir.
You don't, do you?
No.
It's a perfectly good alarm clock in there. You ask for the phone to watch Netflix, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you set an alarm on that phone? Do you ask for any reminders or do anything to get yourself up?
No, sir.
Same questions. Do you, Elijah? You're getting yourself together. Elijah, your clothes are right here. Yep. Hopefully y'all gonna need it back. Your ties don't need to go in the dirty clothes, son. You're missing a tie.
It's in my book bag.
Where?
In my book bag.
Which tie you got in your book bag?
The green one.
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
The green and black one.
Green and black. Oh. You said in your book bag?
Yes, sir.
I want to see some movement. Who eating? If you eating breakfast, you need to get yourself together. I think it's only a little bit of milk. I told him to get in that bed. Dan, you need a belt too. Bed.
You wanna know what we could do today?
Yeah.
With these days?
What?
If I didn't want to use them for my little circuit, if I could get two and store gasoline in them,
I thought that too.
and just in case we forget to put some on.
Yep.
Just like the chapstick.
I thought that too.
Some lotion. That would actually be really cool. Very
Useful. Yes.
Your Nana. I mean, you know what I mean.
She not here.
She don't. No shade, buddy. I just brushed my teeth. You just brushed your teeth. Yeah, alright, buddy. Look, feet. Grenade out. King, go to your bed. God bless. Yeah, you want to know what I just realized?
What?
You know the magic bullet gun
What magic bullet gun?
from the Adventure of Die?
I never seen that part.
The one Yvonne made for the girl.
I ain't see that part. Why Okay, I'm listening.
Look what the dragon egg look like.
Oh, hold on.
6, 7. 6. Oh.
Now look with the what?
Nana's bad. They have that little button where you can put it every time you do magic. Click it.
Oh yeah, that
and
little
it
thing.
spells.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks
It do.
like. 6, 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6. I don't get why y'all say that. Spam 6, 7. Check. Where's your phone? Oh, it's right there. Pick. New technique. Breath move. Alright, you're out. No, it's breath. How? Touch it. That had breath.
Okay.
Buzz for some hours is going to eat it. Bro, what is this? You just be folding any type of way and then throwing it up there. Sure.
Yo,
Hey, Nana. We both do that, damn. I put it in. King. Sit down, boy. Good boy. Yeah, Ben, the season long. I'm coming. All you got is $1 in a dream. That's what I just. You said drink. Dreams you know me. Superstar. Yo, why is it so long, huh? Looking at you day after day.
You can tuck it in.
I know why. What, this?
Yeah, you should. And you need a belt on anyway.
Yeah. Let me tell you the cool shot. Buy me something too. Dad, I was missing you yesterday. That's cool.
I missed you too. From now on, y'all stay from over here, up here by on my desk. Yeah, I don't like shifty hands.
Why so dark?
At all.
Why so dark? In your room. Okay. Can I today after two? No, I just gotta make it. All I have is $1
Dad,
and interest.
like I told your brother, y'all stay off my desk. Don't come over here touching nothing. Don't come over here grabbing nothing. Because now I'm missing a pack of gum and that I can't find. And I'm pretty sure I just opened a brand new pack of gum. At least I thought I did. And now I gotta rack my brain on whether I'm crazy or not. Because now I thought there was a pack of gum on the desk, and now it's not a pack of gum on the desk, and I don't know if I opened a new pack of gum. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a good job. So y'all stay off my desk. Okay? That is very, 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 very frustrating.
Maybe it will. I said maybe it will.
Say that again.
I said maybe it will.
I'm down here looking, son. I'm down here looking. Come here, Daniel.
Yes.
Don't steal from your parents. Especially not something like that. Because I know I'm not crazy. I know I'm not slipping. I just finished a pack of gum and opened a brand new pack of gum, and it was sitting right here.
Yes, sir.
Now when I go to look for the gum, I can't find it nowhere. Asking y'all.
I'm sorry, but
I'ma fix it. I've been a little preoccupied.
It exudes that I'm coming here to learn about my business. I hope y'all
Maybe I put it somewhere, Dan.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And I'll gladly listen. I will gladly apologize when I do find it, because I'm pretty sure it's probably in this bag. I might be overreacting, but I like to overreact and put that pressure on y'all rather than not overreact and be wrong.
School. Why your shirt look like it's on backwards? Is it on backwards?
Please don't be.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and get down, do that thing.
Because
Go ahead. If it is,
I know when things are on backwards, what y'all gotta do, and like.
go ahead, get right. Come right here.
Okay, I love you. You stay right there.
Come right here and get right.
Y'all have a great day. Why no time for you today? On Friday, just on Friday. Eli just wear his on Tuesday. I'm gonna have to get y'all
Tuesday and Thursdays.
and some more collared shirts. I think y'all should wear it more days than you don't wear it. I ain't gonna push y'all. We're right. It's a purpose for it. We're right.
Just to get you to remember to stop putting your shirt on backwards.
Come on, get it down.
Stop talking and do the push-ups.
Move away.
Didn't I tell y'all about that? Stop feeling like you got the right to be agitated at me for correcting you. No, you don't. Get right. Boy, start over and count.
I'm at 6.
You at 0.
Oh!
Do 10 push-ups, boy. Yeah, once you're doing push-ups, you can be stronger and you can fight me when you ready. Do them 10 push-ups. Do the push-ups and stop whining. Dan, where are you at? Oh, good. Bed. Stay.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Hold your head up and look forward.
7.
Look forward.
8, 9, 10.
Wasn't it you I heard joking on somebody about push-ups?
No. No.
I don't want to hear no crying because you got to do push-ups. I hear crying when I'm boxing. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
There you go. I box you and cry. I ain't boxing you. Chill. Push up. That's what you do. That's gonna drive me crazy. Use that caffeine. Hey, do you have on lotion and grease? Yep, it was a whole pack with one bite taken out of it. Out of one of them.
Could you find it?
No, I did not. I'm gonna sit this one right here, just like I sat the other one right there. I know when somebody's stealing. I don't challenge myself and say I'm crazy. I say, who got my every time. I don't know what that type of stuff does to the relationship.
Go to your bed.
You gotta be on it as soon as he moves. Alright, it's time to go.
Excuse you. What type of burp was that?
Come here, let me fix your collar and stuff. Pay attention. Pay attention. Now, when you put your clothes on, you have to wear them. They're for you. Or they're. So what you need to do is pay attention to how they go on and attempt to do it yourself. Now, get up. Now, it's my pleasure to help you. But you gotta do the effort, show the effort for yourself. Now grab this, grab 1, 2 fingers here to hold the top, this part. Now, let your hand right here on the triangle, and then the other hand, go right there, and you pull down on this hand, and pull up with this hand. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Hold on. Because what just happened is you are loosening the tie. So this part right here is the part that's sliding up. This side over here. This part is going down. This is the part that is threaded through. Okay, and that is adjusting to your neck. Don't slide the knot, but help to slide this piece. Go ahead, up to your neck. Whatever hand you grab down here on this part. Stop being so fidgety and let me help you help place your hand. I don't know who you about to scream at. And right there. I can't instruct you properly. Look at me. I can't teach you properly with the attitude and the agitation. Okay? I can't teach you properly. Sir. You see that? Because to teach you properly, I can't pinch the shit out you when you start doing that. I can't bonk you on top of the head. I have to be patient with you. So you have to be patient with me as well. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You don't know how to pull the tie up. So stop doing that. You look like this. You know what type of people do that? No, people who...
Shut up.
People who feeling for something. So stop doing that. It's the same as grinding your teeth. I try to stop doing that as much as possible as well. Listen, you don't know how to do this. So if it gets messed up, you're not going to know how to fix it if you don't learn. So keep the agitation and be patient with me as I try to show you the best way, okay?
Yes, sir.
In anything, just be patient with me. I know how to do it, but I have to teach you the best way to do it. And that is a little tricky, getting that over to you. So be patient with me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. you want to make sure, stop moving. Like I keep telling you, you want to make sure this is center. You keep it tight up on you. Look. Try tightening it back just that little bit. Back to your neck, like I just had it. There you go. You can have it as tight as you want it to be, or just as long as it's not loose, okay? Oh yeah. Now you want to keep it in the center of your pants, and your gig line just is, so your center of your shirt should go straight down your pants and your tie as well, okay? Now this tie is a little long, but it's okay. It's not crooked. It's not crooked. Well,
sit there.
So hold your head up. Hold your head up. And I'm going to fix it for you, okay? So it's right in the center. Now,
Where did that go?
focus. Let me button these for you. Now from here, you would need a mirror. Like what you would do is you just kind of look at it yourself, feel it yourself to keep it straight. But if you ever feel like you off, just go to the mirror, tighten yourself back up. You go for the bathroom and your pants, come on. And your shirt come untucked. Go to the mirror, tuck your shirt back in, get your tie back straight, wash your hands, and then get out the bathroom. Don't just leave your shirt untucked and run out the bathroom. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
You look nice. So only once you get home and you get back comfortable, that's when you get out of these clothes and get out of this dress, okay? I gotta put it on mine too. Get yourself some grease, some lotion, comb your hair. It's time to go.
I can't.
What's wrong with you? A scratch. Is it a scratch?
Yes.
Who scratched you? Or what scratched you? You gonna be fine.
Ow!
You gonna be fine. You wanna put some alcohol on it?
No.
I can. That's a scratch. It's a
Near
scratch.
my Emerald Rocks.
Huh?
It was near my IV.
That's a scratch. You can be all right.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Your shoes out in the garage.
I'm not gonna forget that pack of gum. Should make y'all take everything out right now. Matter of fact, give me your book bag. Lay everything out of your book bag right now. It's not about the gum. It's about the fact that the gum got caffeine. And I can't have that just running around. You like it, Chris?
I am.
You gotta put your glasses, Chris. Oh, so this, oh, hey, keep that, man. They like you. That's right. I'm pressuring you because you need the one over there. sure you got your tracks covered. Your ass going down once we get you to this point. Okay? I've been in this situation. I know it'll be that. It's just that I hope we don't find it. Damn, we found it. Yeah, come on down here, Mr. Prosper. Come on down here, Mr. Prosper. Oh, go get the room. That's where that came from. This your gym clothes? Huh? Shoes. It's no. Don't sweep it to you. Sweep it away from you. There. I don't know what you was trying to do. All you gotta do is sweep the stuff that just fell out. Now, from this point on, two things. You two should know how serious y'all. From this, y'all should know how serious I am about touching stuff that you ain't supposed to be touching and doing what you ain't supposed to be doing. And number two, it only magnifies from this point, okay? Because you had your moments, had plenty of moments to be honest. Also, if I do find it, and I am absolutely incorrect, you are owed an apology, okay? Otherwise, don't, I promise, other than that, let this be a lesson to y'all on how serious I am about my stuff going, stop moving, about my stuff. Fix your lips. Stop doing that with your cheeks. Stop biting your cheeks. Stop. How serious I am about my stuff going missing. There's $1 in the car, $1 in the car, little stuff y'all thinking that I'm not noticing. I'm noticing. And this part, I want you to know I will take a belt and whoop you continuously. Okay? Stealing, period, is unacceptable. Because you can earn. You don't have to steal. If you feel like you need to take something, you better hope and pray that whoever you took it from and however you using it brings you what you want. Because the act that you do of taking is going to take from you. I'm super serious about it. Y'all may think that I'm not paying attention, but I'm noticing this stuff. And I don't think that you're just this angel and you're just out here perfect. No, you're a badass out here doing shit you ain't supposed to, but you ain't getting caught. And it ain't nobody checking you. So I'm going to be the one to do that. So that years down the line, you'll be like how I am. Doing the shit, and then, and then eventually you'll realize that there are better things that you could be doing with your life, like doing good. Doing good. Bring the broom back, too. And be mindful when you open this bag. Get a move on. Get this thing. This stuff you got in your. Got your main source. Man, I know I had that pack of gum sitting right. Get over it. Just because I didn't find it doesn't mean you can run around and talk about it. Just let it go. Oh, let it go. Put your stuff back. Open, let it go. Do I ever tell you did something? Maybe you didn't do it again. You definitely surely are right. You'll grow up later on in life and say, you know what? Somebody was paying attention. My dad was paying attention. He really was. Go to your bed. Lay down in your bed.
Where'd you put my
That's
gym
it.
clothes?
Stay in the back, the very back. No. See, it's none of that. Stay. Stay. That's your next command to learn. And really lock in on it. Here, Dan. Gosh, I wish y'all that would have never occurred, or I never discovered that just a few seconds ago. So I always leave them sitting right here just like that. Maybe I didn't take it out the pack. Oh, it's snapped. It's time to go. Everybody got everything? Ah, come here. Come here. The one who's picking up his stuff. Come here. Come here. No, I feel you. You did right, King. Go. You did right though. You did right. I said come here, but I ain't calling you. Go. Come here, one who picking up his stuff off the floor. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There. You understand?
You found it?
You understand? Yes. I apologize.
Leave me alone.
Stop, Eli. Because before I start theorizing that you came and put it back in here, y'all shifted hands.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay then. So don't let me theorize.
Let's accuse it.
What? Come here. Listen. You my child. Before you go out here to the streets and that person with that badge on start accusing you of stuff, I'm gonna put it down on you in here so you know what to look for and be weary of out there. You understand me? Do you understand me? Son, I don't have no more time. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Stand up out the chair and go to the door. Listen, I look back where I had looked again. It was right there. Remember I told you I had a pack that I know I took a bite out of. right there.
Where?
It was in the box.
I knew that green box was something.
Don't touch it. That's what it is.
No, because I was wondering what it was. So because I just looked. No.
Usually I keep them on my desk, but I guess I put it back in the box.
Oh, is my picture?
Come on. Babe,
He's not out the bed.
I'm just reinforcing it. All right, it's time to go.
Puppy.
Let's go. All right, y'all. All right, everybody. I'll be back on everything when I get back.